CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn.
One of the guys that wrote the first RFC for Auth, which is the protocol that fuels third-party apps.
Sure.
So match made in heaven. So I think one of the moments where it kind of dawned on us is that, like, if you look at SaaS platforms today, you know, all of them have hundreds, if not thousands, of add-ons and integrations. And all these ecosystems that work on top of them, they're basically, fueling the economy. Like, look at Atlassian, 30% of the revenue is coming out of their marketplace and add-ons and integration. Sure. So it's kind of a setup that works for everyone. It works for the platform builders. It works for developers who benefit from building extensions. It works for customers who use all these extensions. And then, all these small extensions, they don't have the security and the certifications and the budgets and the teams that all the major platforms have. It's security always follows technology, right? Like, there's a trend, there's new adoption, and then security has to follow. So it was kind of obvious that, this is going to expand and someone has to secure it. And interestingly enough, like, we were one of the first startups that started in that category. And a few months later, there were like 4 other startups.
Well, that's a double-edged sword, right? Because yes, it makes for competition, but it also validates that there's a market, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And competition is healthy, right? Yeah. If there was no competition, like, you'd be just behind the market, right?
So that's a good thing. All right, so let's talk about how this works. How does it actually work to do this?
Right, yeah. So if you think about it, like, what happens with organizations today is, like, you have someone wants to connect an add-on to their Google Workspace or Salesforce, and then typically go through like a vendor security assessment process. And what organizations are doing today is they have like Excel spreadsheets, and someone has to submit a new app for an assessment or a new vendor for an assessment through like a Jira ticket. And then there are like Excel spreadsheets with risk scores and calculations. There's manual process that goes for like a month maybe. And then the poor guy on the IT side, like, he forgot he even submitted the app by the time he gets the approval. So what we're doing is we've actually created a service called apptotal.io, which is like VirusTotal for apps. So anyone could go in and throw an app at it, and it's going to analyze that app, okay, within our sandbox, okay? So this basically what it does is it creates a SaaS environment. It connects that new app onto that SaaS environment. It assesses that application, and then it spits out a verdict, like, is this risky or not, and why? And so this like security engineer who would spend like a month to get this
trying to do it, and now you get it done as a service.
Piecing that information puzzle together, it's getting that automatically done in a few minutes. So that's amazing because organizations can adopt new vendors and new technologies
much faster.
Quick. Yeah, much faster. When the time, like, as a startup, the moment you realize you have this market fit is when someone who's been doing this manual process is looking at your product, and they're so amazed, like they're not even listening to that pitch. They're looking at what you're doing and they're
saying, "Why didn't I see this before?"
This is amazing. Yeah. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now, and
I want to make clear for the audience, this isn't necessarily if you're a company who develops an app and you're going to run it there. That's fine. You could do that, obviously. Yeah. But any of the apps that you're running from other people, third-party apps, and we live in a SaaS ops world, SASE, whatever you want to call it. We're all doing these apps. We could put all of these third-party apps there and get validation, right? Especially, we talk about things like supply chain and stuff like this. This is a great solution in that.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, even think about your personal life. Like, you have your Gmail or something, and then anytime you would connect with Google, to any website out there, you will get this pop-up that says, "Hey, some app wants to have access to your
and we all almost knee jerk, just say, okay,
That's right.
okay.
That's right. And if you look at the list of apps in your Google account, you probably discover like tens of them you never remember.
That you don't even know how they got there.
Some of them are companies that don't even longer exist.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and so like multiply that by the number of employees in every organization, and then that's just Google. Like we just have dozens of these platforms, and how do you manage that? From the moment you vet these apps to controlling these apps to revoking access. Like we discovered that 60% of the integrations in an average enterprise haven't been used over the last 60 days. No one ever looks into that.
No.
Yeah, and
I would imagine. Well, you saying it, I'm sure it's true, but I would agree also it's true. I mean, because there are a lot of times I may use an app one time and decide I don't like it, or I don't use it because I had a specific thing to do. I put it on. Who goes back there and shuts it off? No one.
Yeah, totally. And we do this like we automatically streamline the end user and recertifications. So that basically means like an end user gets a message in Slack or over email that says, "Hey, like we see that you haven't used this app for 60 days."
Right.
And then they have
that's great.
Yeah, and then they have one of three options like
delete it, keep it.
That's right.
It.
I need the access. I'm using it. I don't remember installing it, and no, I don't use it.
Right.
No, we
Get
see
rid
that.
of it.
We see that most of the end users say, "I don't remember installing that."
and that, well, it's a whole nother can of worms altogether, actually. So let's talk about distribution. How do you charge for this? How does one get it?
Yeah. So there's a few, it's a tiered approach basically. So anyone can use apptotal.io. It's a community version, it's a freemium version, just like VirusTotal. And we have thousands of security engineers that are using it on a daily basis, just assessing apps. So if you're just looking into like one app here and there, it's a community offering and it has most of the data. The commercial version of that, so it basically breaks down to three tiers. The first one is app vetting and risk management. So that helps you assess new apps before connecting them to your environment. The second one provides access intelligence and vulnerability insights. So basically it looks into your environment and looks and identifies who are the users who connected all these apps, what are they doing with them, identifies weaknesses, and helps you do that end user recertification process. And the last one is threat detection and response. So that's basically continuously monitoring all these apps, API activities, like detecting suspicious API activities, out of policy API activities. Okay, so the enterprise product is basically the one that includes all these three capabilities. And it's per user, per year pricing.
And so that's aimed at enterprise per user per year.
That's right.
Free for individuals. And I wanted to make that clear.
Yeah.
Anybody could just go in, register, and start using free.
Yeah, anyone can go in apptotal.io.
I love it.
Register and I
mean, it seems simple. So, look, I've been in business a long time, 30 years. Every once in a while, you hear a company or story like this, and you say, why didn't anyone think of this before?
That's
I mean, this isn't, right? It's so obvious when you explained it.
That's
but
right.
Now it took them now to do. So
that's right.
Good for you, man.
Thank you.
I'd like to hear more stuff about it. Keep us posted.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Boris.
Thanks.
All right. We're here live at RSA. You know what? Just before I sign off, because maybe someone didn't listen in the beginning to the website.
Yeah.
But now that they hear it's about, they're saying, oh, I want to do this.
That's right.
What's the website again? Look into that camera and tell them.
apptotal.io.
Apptotal.io.
Yeah. Or canonic.security.
Or canonic.security. Fantastic.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, we're going to be back with our next guest here in just a moment.
This is TechstrongTV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live again. Thursday morning, Moscone West, RSA conference. The escalators are filled with people going up and down and up. Sessions are on, keynotes are starting. We're wrapping up our last day of RSA today. I'm really happy to be joined with someone who I've been interviewing at RSA for A really long time.
Decades.
Couple of decades. Actually, before we even were interviewing him, well, back in my still secure days, of course, we had a vulnerability solution, VAM, Vulnerability Early Access Management. And back then, a game changer in the vulnerability management space was the advent of the CVEs.
Yep.
Right, from the MITRE Corp, where they started rating vulnerabilities by severity and criticality, etc. And it was about 15, well, more, 18, 20?
Well, they started rolling out in the fall of 1999.
When did you present here?
That was 2001.
So this is when I first met this man. His name's Bob Martin. He's with MITRE. In 2001, Bob stood up on stage here at RSA and introduced the whole concept of CVEs for vulnerability management. And the world of vulnerability management has never been the same. Here we are 2 decades later, 2022. Bob is up on stage this year where he spoke about
supply chain security.
And, I have a feeling supply chain security may not be the same again.
Well, from your lips
to God's ears, right? Yes. I hear you, Bob. So welcome. First of all, Bob, welcome.
Well, glad to be here. Glad to see everyone.
Yep.
It's really a lot of connections and new people, too.
And it is good to see the new people. But you know what? If no one's told you here this year, I'll tell you, thank you. Thank you for all that you've done over the last decades.
Well, I'll take that thanks and I'll spread it across the big team.
Yeah, it is a big team.
People in MITRE and in the community. And that's the key to these kinds of things.
It is. It takes a team.
Yep.
It takes a community. And
it has to also not just be some technically neat way of doing something. It has to make business sense.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, a big part of this. And that's where our work in what we call a system of trust on supply chain really, we think, is going to be something that industry is going to find as much or more value than MITRE's customers in the federal government. MITRE is a not-for-profit. We run what are called federally funded research and development centers for many parts of the federal government in the U.S. But our mission is really to go out and change the problem space into something a little more tractable.
Yep, agreed. I think most of our audience, they've heard MITRE and your little definition there, I think helps out. Let's talk supply chain. Talk about your talk here.
Why not us? Everybody else is talking about supply chain.
Yes, that appears to be for sure.
Yep. No, the whole approach we're taking on supply chain is that there are experts in supply chain, but then there's everyone else that's really struggling to get a grip on it and trying to understand what are the risks they need to get a handle on and look into. And there's really no place that they can look to understand and appreciate what they may need to look at. So what System of Trust primarily is trying to do, or at least the first step, is what are all those supply chain risks from your supplier, the service offerings and supplies that you may need to address. Now, we're not going to say everybody needs to do all that, right? So the other step of this is a way of managing to slim down to some subset. We call it a profile that's appropriate to the business decision you're making, your situation, your context, your timeline. And so you basically start with a common place and get to a precise place for you. Yet it's traceable back to that. Yes, I pulled it from here. Yep. So as the community helps us make sure that bigger picture is full and rich with specifics, you can still get down to something that makes sense and it fits your needs, constraints. And so that profile then is what you would go and do an assessment against. And we actually are going to be offering a scoring mechanism inside there,
Really?
but one that can be adjusted, because what you think of as a risk, I may say, I'm
This
not
is a
worried about
learning
that.
from the whole CVE.
Oh, yeah. No, we need to get those two together. And we also want to make sure that when you get down to those specific risks, some people may not know how do I get a handle on that risk? What do I look at? Where do I get data about it? Do I need to do some kind of a test? Do I need to go look at some data source? So we're going to be giving as much guidance as we can as to where to go get things. That may be just general research in a specific area, or it may be go to a specific vendor that offers that kind of information, or some public website that offers that. But there's going to be a lot of it where you actually have to dig in and do something. Especially if you get into, small, non-publicly traded companies, you may have to do a questionnaire, but there's some work that the DHS ICT Scrum Task Force did on a common vendor questionnaire. So we're looking to make that machine consumable so you could distribute, get it back. We can bring the answers in to System of Trust as a starting point.
Wow.
So there's a whole bunch of things here. We're really hoping to get.
Sounds well thought out, but it also sounds like there's still a lot more to come.
There is. We really need the community, both vendors, people who have supply chains, because we're all, in supply chains.
Yep.
You're a consumer of some things, but you're a supplier of others. And also there's a lot of different situations, in industry, they have regulations they have to follow, government, they have their rules. So all these things, we need to figure out how to factor them in. And it's like CV, like CWE, like STIX, TAXI, the attack framework. We need the contributions so that this really meets the need of the community. And so one of the things we're doing here, we have a public website, System of Trust, sot.miter.org. It's out there to start. It's going to be fleshed out, but we really look forward to people getting engaged on this.
Well, look, if there's a right organization to lead this sort of effort, I can't think of a better one than MITRE.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yep. We had our DevSecOps event Tuesday. And of course, supply chain security is on everyone's lips here. And I saw a very Chensi Wang, probably no Chensi. She had a very interesting take about an aspect of software or of supply chain security that perhaps we haven't thought about. And that was the whole IP issue.
Yep.
Right? In our rush to be transparent about our supply chains, do we need to think about in making them so easily accessible?
Well, so that's a big misnomer, I think, in many.
Okay.
So I think you're getting into the whole software bill of material and how you make that available and transparent. It doesn't preclude you from protecting your intellectual property.
Okay.
So the idea of an SBOM is, can you articulate what's in your software? Not that can you put it on a public website somewhere. So the idea is, one, can you get it? Can it be machine consumable? Can you include provenance, pedigree, some integrity information? But it's a starting point. It's a critical one, but most of the customers are going to want other things. They're going to know, well, what testing was done? How was the development done? So there's going to be other things you need to get into that. And I think if you look at the executive order 14028 that came out last year, it actually said, well, yes, you need an SBOM if you're going to sell to the federal government. It doesn't say it needs to be some public place. But it also asks for claims against what you did building that software that you have the SBOM for. And so that's another big part. And I actually talked about that as part of my talk, in that there's some efforts, a project called SALSA in the IETF, which is a language and a way of talking about those claims. But another part of that is coming out of the IETF and Linux Foundation. It's basically called Supply Chain Integrity, Transparency, and Trust. And so, it's basically the idea of, some way of capturing, maybe in a ledger, these kinds of claims. So an SBOM is a claim.
Yep.
So are all these other things you may want to state. Well, you can also, as an organization, say, I have a policy that, if I'm developing software doesn't go from here to here until certain things are done. And so you could use this ledger to actually gate and control how things flow. There's a project in Linux Foundation called In Toto that does that a little differently. But the idea is keep track of what's going on and also know what should have been going on, right? But the final part of this is that's the manufacturing of software. Then you step back and say, okay, now there's the marketplace of software. Right? So somebody's creating this ledger entries, putting all of these statements and third party and first party. I'm an enterprise. I can have a policy about what kinds of attestations, what claims and evidence I need for things to come in. And I can go put that out in the ledger too. And then I have a guard function.
Right.
And so when a user at my company says, I want some software, the guards, the request goes out, you pull our policy and the attestation claims and stuff and see if they match. Okay, you can come in now. So I think there's some interesting way.
No, there absolutely is. And I love the ability to customize at that end user level, if you will, because not one size doesn't fit all. We've learned this over and over.
Some people are very adventurous, and some people are conservative.
Yep, and that's what makes the world go around.
Right.
Bob, I want to thank you for stopping in.
Well, thanks for having me.
You're a treasure, man. Hope to see you here next year and then maybe at some other events, but keep up the great work.
Appreciate that. Take care.
You know what? Before we leave, the website for people to go.
Oh, sot.miter.org.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. We're live here at RSA. We're going to be back with our next guest in just a moment.
This is TechstrongTV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live streaming from Moscone West for the RSA conference. We're on what they call Broadcast Alley. There's 20-some thousand people here this year at RSA, and there's no end to the amount of sessions and keynotes and workshops and training and God knows parties. But let me tell you what really is, for me, special about RSA, and that's the people. We were here in 2020 at the end of, right at the beginning of COVID. Mm-hmm. We didn't even really understand, but people were getting sick. And then, of course, last year, it was virtual only, and this year it's been postponed, but we're here now. And you forget the people-to-people connection of people you've met and know and friendships you've struck over the years in the industry. Mm-hmm. And so for me coming here this year and seeing friends I haven't seen in 2 years and understanding, you know what, just because we weren't in suspended animation with COVID.
No, we were just stuck in
our
the unlimited
houses,
Zoom loop.
Right, and Zoom. But life goes on and things go on and our families and our lives and life stories go on. Some folks we won't see again, unfortunately. But this guy right here is a friend, and I was happy to see him. You may or may not recognize him because this is the first time I've ever seen him not in a vendor shirt.
Yeah,
he's wearing like a real shirt.
I'm like a civilian again.
Look like
I lost 100 pounds since I saw you last, and
so
I'm wearing
do you
civilian
not have
clothes.
Enough shirts that say?
No, actually, today was my day to go meet with people on the show floor. So I went incognito, which is why I'm like dressed like this. It's been a good event.
Absolutely. So. If you don't recognize, this is my friend Brian Reed. Brian, of course, is one of the driving forces, creative forces behind Now Secure.
Yeah.
And most of you may know Now Secure, but if you don't, Brian, give them a quick.
Sure. So Now Secure is a mobile application security company. We do. We have a full suite of security testing tools, training, pen testing services that people use, but we're mobile first and mobile only. So we were born when iOS and Android was born as a mobile forensics business. So we've been doing this for 13, 14 years. So if you think about age as a high growth startup, and you and I were talking about I think the last interview I had was with you 2 years ago at RSA.
Yeah.
And so it's great to be back again and see
it really
people
is
and the old friends.
It's good to see you. And we losing 100 pounds is a great thing. Sometimes we lose it in ways we don't want to, but that's okay. It's still good to lose.
COVID treated me not well.
Yeah, COVID's a tough one.
It's all good though.
Yep, I'm glad you're here and well. Things are growing though, and they continue to grow. And for you and the company, a crucial partnership with GitHub is really kind of shaping or reshaping.
Driving the business substantially. When we think about working together with DevOps.com, which is a great resource built up over the years, we moved from sort of security testing for security people and tools into security testing built into pipelines. So if you're building a mobile app, whether it's iOS or Android, we can automatically test that. And over the years, as we've been building our business, we've been working more and more with development companies, development tools, and developers. And late last year, we entered a partnership with GitHub, where we're within the GitHub Advanced Security environment, we're the only dynamic automated security testing platform that plugs in as a GitHub action into the repo. So for a developer now, on any push, on any pull, on any line of code they write, they get mobile app security scanning. Most of the world is focused on web and serverless cloud. Well, we bring the mobile piece into that world, and that's been just growing like a rocket, right? So
absolutely
enabling developers to write the code securely in the first place, scan it in the repo, check it on the pull request. All of that now is reducing friction and driving a lot more secure apps in the App Store.
So, Brian, those 13 years, you and I know each other probably 4 or 5 years now, maybe more. And you mentioned when, DevOps.com and over the years and what we've seen. Well, I'll tell you, the mission has changed a little bit for you. Not for you personally, but for the company. For the company. And not just for your company, but the whole the whole mobile app world, right? Where there was a time, I remember when I first did DevOps.com, mobile app development was a thing. It was a thing unto itself. Right? As you mentioned, there was Android and there was iOS, but it was clearly separate and apart from let's call it non-mobile.
Yeah, well, mainstream web.
Mainstream web.
Right.
Then we saw sort of the primacy of the mobile app. Like a lot of people who said, look, why do I need something that works on people's mobile devices, and just a mobile-friendly website doesn't cut it.
Right.
I need the mobile app. And we saw sort of the primacy or the golden age of this. And that fundamentally changed the way developers develop. They didn't develop mainstream app first and then port it to the mobile. A lot of stuff started being developed
mobile first.
And now that creates a different set of security and governance and compliance challenges.
Absolutely.
Than if you did it, it was kind of backwards a little.
Build web, then build mobile.
Right.
Yeah.
And you guys had to kind of adapt to that and
go through the cycle.
I think
it's been very interesting to watch what's happened. So, when I first got started with Now Secure many moons ago, mobile was often hanging off the side of IT. It was hanging off the side of development. It might have been hanging off the side of security. And oftentimes there are these fast-moving teams. What's interesting in a lot of big enterprise companies is the mobile team is actually the first DevOps team, because the rapid innovation cycle is necessarily on mobile. If you think about like a web browser, how often does HTML, CSS evolve as a spec? How often does Java get updated? OS is on mobile devices. Every year there's a big new push.
Right. Well,
and there's patches all the time. But, iOS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. Right? Now we're on 15, right? So almost every year there's an OS update, which creates new features, new devices. And so that refresh cycle is a lot faster. And so what we've seen now is that Most organizations have a mobile presence in some way, shape, or form, whether it's mobile responsive or mobile native. Many of the companies we talk to, mobile is the spearhead for the customer. Customer has a mobile app in their hand, right? If you look at Starbucks has more money they're doing through a phone transaction than almost any other company, right? Some 20, 30% of all Starbucks revenue is sourced on a mobile device. And so even the traditional brick and mortars now recognize that mobile is the best way to interface with the customer. Absolutely. But you have to protect the customer. And I'll give you an example. In the news on Monday this week, Tim Hortons, for you Canadian lovers. So I'm an old BlackBerry guy. So I have a soft spot for Tim Hortons in Canada. Tim Hortons got slapped and fined by the Canadian government because their mobile app was harvesting data on their users and continuously monitoring their whereabouts.
I read this story, actually, yes.
Train wreck, right? So that's where security and privacy overlap. They were violating privacy rules and they had security vulnerabilities wrapped in it, and they got slapped by the government. And so Tim Hortons was trying to use mobile to better serve their customers, but they made serious mistakes in how developers implemented what they did. And so now they got slapped. And we've seen that over and over again over the years, is trying to find the right way to fast innovate on mobile, build security in as you go, right? And have great outcomes. And like working with GitHub has been fantastic, because now as the developers are writing the code, they're making sure it's secure in the repo that they're already working.
Well, that's almost that whole GitOps thing, right?
Yeah.
Where in some ways it's moving left, right? Where look, if I could get to that code while it's still in the repo, as we're putting it into that CI/CD pipeline, and get to it there, fix it there, test it, fix it there. It's a hell of a lot easier than doing it afterwards.
In prod. Yeah, I mean, you can imagine the fire drill going on at Tim Hortons right now.
Well, you betcha.
App, right? But
I would think
you look at the economic studies. So we've helped customers move from semi-annual releases, 3-month releases, to 2-week releases, to 1-week releases, and drive innovations. You've seen, like with COVID, everybody was stuck at home. So you saw the rise of the food delivery apps, and a lot of organizations that were brick and mortars that had to turn into mobile retailers.
Yep.
Right? So all of those things are impacting where the drive is. And what's great about it now is the technology between automation and integrations are there to enable a much more mature security built-in, security first kind of approach.
Security first?
Mobile first, security first. Yeah. Interesting way to think about it.
That is.
Yeah.
As a security guy, I'm honored.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean everybody thinks that way. I mean, if you're in a regulated market,
but hey, man,
if you're in a regulated market, you're going to think that way. But right. what's happening, and what's really interesting about some of our largest customers and our fastest moving customers, they both have one thing in common, which is security can't be the department to know. Security needs to become an enabler for the developer to get their work done. And that's what you want to call it, shift left or whatever the language you want to use. How does security and privacy now enable development to get their work done so they can meet the business needs and not step on a landmine like Tim Hortons did?
Absolutely.
So,
hey, Brian, let me ask you another question, though. Do you think we see a time when sort of we see the line blur between calling it mobile development versus calling it
development?
Development.
Yeah. For a number of our customers, they're now mobile first, which is interesting. To a large extent, actually, the backend's always the same. So you have the whole world of APIs, API security, backend infrastructure, cloud, and then you're hanging mobile and web off the front. The interesting thing about it is a lot of this is really what's the user experience and what's omni-channel mean in terms of the transparent experience on a device, a laptop, a browser, a kiosk.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back. We're here. Though we were here yesterday, this is officially day one of the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. Yesterday was more of a satellite conference day, and we had like our friends from the Open SSF here and the FinOps Foundation, as well as the Open Telemetry Group. But today it's mainstream Linux Foundation, and the obligatory, I guess, Linus Torvalds keynote was this morning, which I caught a piece of. It's a little too crowded, the room, for me to stay there much longer. But I'm really happy that we have our first guest from this morning with us. And if you've watched TechstrongTV, you've seen Justin before. Justin Hutchings is with GitHub. and he's got a lot going on here today. He's going to tell us about it. Hey, Justin, welcome to our coverage of Open Source Summit.
Hey, Alan, good to see you in person finally.
Yes, yeah, actually, this is the first time Justin and I see each other from here below. Uh, it's a funny world. It's something Linus did say. They asked, well, what effect has COVID had on Linux kernel development and everything? And he said, well, I'm happy to report, you know, the Linux kernel was not infected by COVID.
Yeah,
And so that's the good news. The other good news is we are here in person, right?
absolutely.
So tell us, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm here representing GitHub and all the things we're doing around security. We had the OpenSSF Day yesterday,
Yes.
which was a great sort of set of intro sessions for folks that haven't been involved in open source security for a while. There are a ton of cross-company initiatives that are going on right now, whether it's around software bill of materials and trying to figure out how to, make it so that software is inspectable by default, things around better vulnerability disclosure and improving interoperability, and then all of the larger programs around like the Alpha Omega project that the OpenSSF is
Yes.
running for both depth security research on the most important projects and breadth research across as many open source projects as we can. These are all things that are really exciting and important for folks that use GitHub and folks that consume open source in other ways.
I think it's exciting for anyone who use software, period, right?
Yeah.
Because we're all, though we may not even realize it, many of the applications we are all using actually have open source in them, open source components, the kind of stuff that OSSF is trying to help with, and then it's really behind this whole bill of materials and software supply chain issues. Just for those who don't know out there, right? The OpenSSF has really gotten a boost. They've gotten about $30 million in money
True.
too, which gives you a good boost as well. But it's gotten a boost by some, big companies getting behind this initiative. One of which is Microsoft, which is obviously the parent company of GitHub.
Absolutely.
It's not until I'm hearing you talk here that I'm realizing how this is a GitHub initiative, or is it a larger Microsoft initiative as well?
I mean, it's both. We look at a lot of the things going on in software security, and they're bigger than any one company can
Absolutely.
realistically tackle. You look at some of the efforts going on software integrity, for example. Nobody can build that as a commercial product, because if you want every open source project to adopt security standards that are going to improve safety for everyone, it can't be a commercial project. And so foundations like the OpenSSF are the only place these kinds of conversations can really happen.
Yep.
Because it's neutral territory. Everyone is doing this for community benefit.
Absolutely. So it's GitHub, it's the larger Microsoft, but look, let's not stop there. Google, we actually had, and I'm going to blank on her name, the chair of the OpenSSF, Jamie.
Jamie, yeah, from IBM.
Yes, we had her here interviewing her yesterday, and that was great. So there are large companies and, real muscle behind this. But I wanted to pull up something else, and I'd love your opinion on it,
Yeah.
Justin, because I know you've been around the block.
Sure.
When I first got into security about 25 years ago, there was a strong lineage, a strong tradition of open source security tools, right? I grew up and came into this when things like Nmap and Snort and Nessus and ClamAV, and there were a lot of open source tools that we used for security. And there still are.
Yeah.
The ones I mentioned may have, changed and evolved over the years. But really, I want to make sure people understand this. The charter or the mission of the OpenSSF, of the OSSF, the Open Source Security Foundation, is not necessarily to use open source software to secure everyone's software, but it's to make sure the open source software we're all using is secured.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And,
And that's not no pun intended. That's not semantics, right? It's SEM, not SY. It's not semantics. It's an important distinction.
It's true. It's true. I mean, even where some of the security analysis tools out there may be proprietary, companies like GitHub are, making them available to security researchers to go and do the kind of assurance that folks need. You mentioned that open source is used in all kinds of commercial software. The latest data we've seen is 90% of software contains open source. And, when you think about that, it means, the random, they call it the, Nebraskaware or what have you, random project supported by some guy in Nebraska that, nobody knows, is important in so many of these pieces of software. And so, the job that we have is first raising awareness of how important open source is, making the tooling available, and really providing support and services to help make sure that open source can be secured. Because it's a huge ecosystem. Every one of the tools that we deal with is language specific. There's a lot of domain knowledge that's necessary to provide true security assurance. And we've got more diversity than ever in how people are developing software in terms of languages and tool chains. So it's a huge problem space.
So we do have more diversity in terms of languages and tool chains, but we lack diversity in some things. And I think the Nebraska issue you're bringing up, the Nebraska project's fine until everyone starts using it like Log4j
Right.
or something like that. And now all of a sudden we don't have so much diversity. We have like a single supplier supply chain.
Yep.
And so you get a defect in that and it affects everything.
Yep.
Just, as far as the eye can see. And I think that's something, I don't know if, and you would know better than me, is the OSSF, I always worry I put too many S's in.
It's all good.
Yeah. Is the OSSF doing anything about that where, I'm of the opinion it's not a good idea to only have one Log4j, for instance, right?
Sure.
And granted, the market is, if it's that good, it'll dominate.
Yeah.
But
I mean, there's a project that we've got in one of our working groups, which is a critical software project, which is identifying the pieces of software that everybody is using and trying to make sure that they have a sustainable funding model, maintainership model,
That's great.
and support. Because it turns out a lot of these things, even when they're part of foundations, they're not
have a very small,
exactly. We talk
There's
sometimes
10 core contributors and that's it.
Yeah, we talk
contribute
sometimes
98%.
kind of grimly about like a bus number, right? If somebody stepped out into traffic and got hit by a bus, would anyone be there to keep that critical piece of open source around? And the sad answer is too many projects. It's a bus number of one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just want to clarify, when you say our group, are you talking about GitHub or are you talking about OSSF?
Both.
Both.
Yeah, we're all really concerned about these problems because, when you have a project that becomes unmaintained that a lot of people are using, the security researchers don't have anyone to contact to get patches.
Yeah.
And so things start to fall apart where you could potentially have someone trying to do a coordinated disclosure, waiting 90 days, hearing nothing, and then having to just disclose a 0 day on people because there's no patch available. And that is a worst case outcome for everybody.
That's the nightmare. I mean, and truthfully, that's one of the, it's actually one of the advantages of a project being accepted into Linux Foundation, right?
Yeah.
We've spoken many times on the show. We have sandbox and incubation, and eventually you got graduated projects. But, what moves a project through the various stages is that stability to eliminate the one, as you mentioned, the bus problem, right? How many maintainers are there? How many core contributors are there? How big is the community? Is it self-sufficient?
Yeah.
And that's a big change from, again, when I came up so I would say most of my career has been spent on what I call the big brother open source period where, look, most projects had one sponsor, owner, manager, whatever.
Yeah.
And they were responsible for the direction of the project as well as most of the code. And when they orphaned it, it was orphaned.
And I would say that's one of the things that, I really look for when we're picking projects that we want to engage in is whether they have a sustainable governance model. Because when you have one that's a sponsor-led project where It's very clear who makes the decisions in this project and how their incentive model works. You know, I really appreciate organizations like the LF and the OpenSSF putting in place open governance models where when multiple vendors want to collaborate on a solution, we've got a place where we're all equals. We can all come to the table and bring our ideas and get the job done. Because when you have those projects where it's really unbalanced, there is no guarantee that every stakeholder can get what they need to done through that project.
Or that one stakeholder doesn't abuse it for their own personal gain.
Yeah.
Right? Which is really, and that's one of the beauties of the whole foundational. It's not just Linux Foundation. There are others, right? Other foundations, but it's changed the game. But let's get real for a second. Again, you mentioned the Nebraska project.
Yeah.
I would love to see a study, almost like, we see studies in early childhood development. I'd love to see a study in early open source project development, because the fact of the matter is, I've spoken to enough project creators to know really what happens is, I would bet in 9 times out of 10, they're working on something. They see what's available out there really is not good.
Yeah.
It's clunky, it's whatever, it's proprietary, whatever.
Right.
And they say, there's got to be a better way. Let's do something and make it available to everyone. And it's generally a really small group. It could be one person, maybe 2 people, right? And they develop something that works. They say, hey, let's put it out to the community. Maybe other people who have this problem, right? So this is the anatomy, of an open source project. And so now a community starts saying and say, hey, this dude down in Nebraska, he came up with a solution to this problem that we've been banging our head on. We should use that. And then, we used it, we made an improvement, we should contribute it back. I mean, literally, like from little pebbles, giant boulders,
Absolutely.
This is how this works. So where on this timeline, Justin, do you say, okay, hey, it's time for some open governance stuff here?
It's a good question. I mean, I look at a lot of the open source projects out there. I liken the way that open source projects become successful to being like a viral TikTok, right? You weren't planning on 1 million people using your software.
Absolutely
You didn't
not.
expect that Google or Microsoft or one of these big firms was going to take it and run with it. But it happens. The algorithm, you struck lightning, whatever the case may be. And, I think it's important that there's a maturity model for these projects. We at GitHub have our GitHub sponsors system, so when projects start to get more successful and as maintainers lean in more on developing open source, we have a model for folks to chip in and fund that person and allow them to do this more and more as their day job. But there's definitely that inflection point where you go, okay, this is bigger than an individual. This ought to be a project that goes to a foundation. And I look at the success of organizations like the CNCF, where they've been really effective in convincing projects to go and add themselves and to join and get that support and governance and what have you, which I think helps a lot of the maintainers that ultimately they want to be there writing code, they want to be doing the right things. They're maybe not the sort of person that wants to run a committee. And that's the advantage that a lot of these organizations have.
Yeah, no, I that's a great point, which is, look, a lot of these guys and gals and people who kick off an open source project aren't that's not their gig.
Right.
Governing a project and dealing with communities and all of that good stuff, though they're often very much the bread and butter of the communities, right? They're not like sort of a different species or something.
Correct.
So Justin, I got to confess, this white iPad sitting here, other than being a stand for my mask, I was supposed to open it and start a watch to time this at 50 minutes. I don't know how long we've gone. 16. But okay, but
hey, look at that.
But I'm not done. If you don't mind hanging, I got
absolutely.
I
got some time. Yeah.
Okay. So you mentioned the Alpha Omega project, which I'm vaguely familiar with OSSF. Why don't educate our audience a little bit?
Yeah. So it's a bit of a kitschy name, right? But the idea is that open source, there are really high profile projects that everybody's using. So that could be your Kubernetes, your Node project, any of those things that are really high profile. And those projects, really benefit from deep security research. We want to take experts in the field and give them the right tools and tell them to go do all of the research to go and find vulnerabilities. And so that's the alpha side. That is sort of like depth first on the most important projects. But obviously, we're not going to be able to scale that to the millions of open source projects that are in use across the entire software supply chain. And so the other side of this project is to develop reusable tools and practices to go and do automated analysis and triage of automated scanning across millions of projects. And there are two big challenges with that. First, the triage process is currently very human, and you need people that understand the code and understand their vulnerabilities. So we're developing out systems to make that more scalable. So that we can go to those projects, the Nebraska project, and say, hey, and give them enough information that they can go and fix that.
Love it. Kind of reminds me almost of the SETI project, right?
Yeah.
We're just going to harness this wide net, if you will, but we need to automate the intelligence to sift through.
Yeah.
I love that. Hey, while we're here, I want to make clear, what's your role with OpenSSF at this point?
Yeah, it's a great question. So right now, I am just a general member. I participate in all the TAC calls. So TAC is the Technical Advisory Committee.
Yes.
And go there to help coordinate efforts between GitHub and the broader OpenSSF. Even without like an elected seat or what have you, the governance model is such that anybody can show up at any time, be involved, and just help the organization be more successful. There are a ton of projects that we really care deeply about there, and we're constantly looking for ways to support the team and make sure that we're getting the right outcomes on open source security.
Well, interestingly, one of the people we interviewed yesterday was Ava Black.
Sure.
Right, from Microsoft, and they spoke about. I think they are on the TAC. If I'm
They
not
are,
mistaken.
yeah. They're one of the. I think they're the vice chair. Actually.
Yeah, and keynoting here today, and it was an interesting insight into how sort of the TAC is functioning and what's going there. So it's all good stuff. Hey, I know we're over time, but I'm not done. Let's talk GitHub a bit.
Yeah, of course.
What's new with GitHub?
Oh, we've been doing so many things on open source security here lately. A couple things I'm really proud of. Back in February, we announced that we've opened our advisory database up as a full open source project.
Great.
And so, one of the problems with the CVE program today is everyone publishes CVEs. They go through MITRE, they go through us or wherever else. And the vast majority of CVEs are not actionable. There's no machine readable identity for the software that's affected. And so we have a team of engineers that go and look at all the CVEs that come off the feed and add metadata that allows us to drive alerts.
Great.
This is an important process, but when you've got humans involved, there are going to be mistakes, there are going to be opportunities to fix things, especially as the threat landscape evolves on CVEs in the days and weeks after they're released. And so we've got a system in place now where anybody can go and make improvement requests. We still maintain that project, but at this point, what we want to do is open the world for anyone to create actionable mappings for CVEs. And the other project we recently did, sort of on the vein of software bill of materials, is a new API for our dependency graph that allows people to submit information about the dependencies they detected at build time, which is incredibly important. You
Sure
remember
is.
Log4j, the Maven ecosystem, Java overall. A lot of those projects are not fully statically analyzable. And so if you don't know when you built it, all of the things that got loaded transitively, you've got no chance at doing security assurance later. So this is an important step that allows us to plug that gap and drive the right alerts and the right outcomes for all those projects.
Love it. I had the call there. You want to know my concern with the whole SBOM thing?
Please,
Justin?
yeah.
Everybody and their mom is recognizing this. I mean, the White House shone a light on it.
Sure.
I love to hear what you guys are doing. I've heard 24 different SBOM kind of because I was at RSA,
Yeah.
as you were a couple weeks ago. I hope we don't all step on each other and just make a lot of noise here
Yeah.
without really coming up with an industry recognized standard
Yeah.
that we could all use and kind of circle the wagons around.
I mean, the challenge with SBOM is, there's a risk of it becoming just a chore without good outcomes.
Yeah.
From my perspective, it's an interchange format. If you can get every tool in the tool chain, every build tool, every package manager to output an interoperable description of all the software that they touched and included in this, that goes a long way to helping security assurance tools alert and respond to vulnerabilities later. But the only way that works is if the data in the SBOM is machine readable, it's actionable, and it's cataloged in a way that allows it to be queried later. We run the risk right now of having a lot of people tick a compliance checkbox where they say, I cobbled together an SBOM and delivered it.
SBOM, check. I
Exactly.
think they become like the labels on the mattresses that if you take off, it's a federal offense.
Exactly.
Right? But
Yeah.
other than that, whoever reads what's on those labels.
Yeah, and there are two different consumer groups for these. They're the folks that are producing them that hopefully are using them to power an internal security process, whether that's using dependent alerts or some other tooling. And then they're the software consumers that are actually buying the software. Both audiences care about the state of what they're deploying, and today across the ecosystem, everything's super immature. One of the things I'm pushing for this week, and I'm meeting with a bunch of folks from the language communities, is production of SBOMs at the source, because today it's manual and it's not useful. But if we can get it at the source, then we have truly the opportunity to build that software in at every step of the supply chain.
I really hope so, man.
That's the goal.
Yep. Anyway, hey, we've taken more of your time. I apologize for monopolizing you like this, but it's great to see you in person.
Absolutely.
I hope to see you in person at more events in the future, and we can still do Zooms though too.
Yeah.
All right.
Pleasure as always.
Always Justin Hutchings. Well, not only with GitHub, but also just a regular member of the OSSF doing his job, doing his duty here for the community. We're going to take a break. We're live in Austin at the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. We'll be back in a moment. How long? Hey everyone, we're back here live on opening day of the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. As I mentioned earlier, I'm calling this opening day, but really the opening day was yesterday. Linux Foundation used to have this concept of 0 day, which is a bad term to use.
It is.
For the day before the opening, when you did a lot of the affiliate conferences. They didn't use the term 0 day this time. They had another day.
For some reason.
They had another, I think it was called Affiliate Day or something. But anyway, one of the big ones was the Open Source Security Foundation. And we had a bunch of people from there yesterday, some today. I'm happy to be joined now by Josh Bressers, who's also a security person, I imagine.
Yep, that's right.
Very involved with OSSF. And Josh, welcome to TechstrongTV.
Awesome, thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Josh. I'm the Vice President of Security at a company called Anchor. We do supply chain things. Our two open source projects many people have heard of are called Sift and Gripe. We can talk about those a little later,
Sure.
maybe. But then I'm also a member of the Technical Advisory Council at the OpenSSF, and I've been involved in open source security for more than 20 years at this point. It's been, way back in the early days. And I have a couple of podcasts I do. I do the Hacker History podcast, which is a ton of fun. I'm always looking for guests, so if anyone watching is interested, let me know.
Well, how did they reach out to you for that?
For the Hacker History? Oh, so there's a little conference in Wisconsin. I live in Wisconsin, and there's a HackerCon called CypherCon.
Really?
And
I don't know that one.
I've known the organizers for many, many years. And one day the organizer, the guy in charge, Matt Getzman, his name is, he comes to me and says, hey, I want you to bring your open source security podcast, which is another podcast I have, into CypherCon. And I said, I don't want to do that because I like to be able to do whatever I want. No one's in charge of me, right? I have no sponsors. It's all self-funded. And he said, well, I want you to do something with me then, right? And so I said, okay, let me think about it. And I come back to him maybe a month later and I said, I want to do a podcast where I just sit down with people and they tell me their story, right? About whatever it is they want to talk about and kind of how they got to where they are. It's super fun. And I said, I want to call it Hacker History Podcast. And he says, do you know I own the domain hackerhistory.com? And I'm like, what?
No,
That's
that
ridiculous.
was fate.
So
Yeah.
it's perfect.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
And so I've been doing it for about a year now with them. And yeah, as we get guests, we put them on.
What a
It's
lucky
blast.
thing that he had.
I love it.
There's a term, it's a Yiddish word, I think, called bersheret, which means it's just bound to happen. It's like
there
fate.
you go. Yep.
So that is bersheret.
Indeed.
It's interesting.
Indeed.
So we've got Hacker History, then we've got the
Yep.
Open Source Security Podcast.
Yep, that's right.
And your title with Anchor?
Vice President of Security.
Excellent.
We're a small startup company, so I do all kinds of stuff with them.
I remember
It's awesome.
so when you're old. I remember the day Anchor launched. I think we covered it at DevOps.com or
Nice.
Container Journal. I'm trying to remember who the CEO was that I interviewed. It had to be in the last 6-7 years, no? I mean,
It's been about right around 5 years. You probably talked to Saeed as the
Yeah.
CEO.
Yep.
And Anchor's gone through kind of a couple of changes just related to the industry, because you figure back in the early days, it was all about vulnerabilities,
Yep.
right? And now today, through just kind of the process of evolution, it's the broader supply chain story, not just focused on vulnerabilities. And so it's been a ton of fun getting to kind of go through a lot of these changes and experience it and make a difference as well, which I love.
you talk about being in open source security for 20 years.
Yeah.
What you're talking about, this evolution, is so true, right? So I started a security company in 2001, 2003, maybe 2004. We come out with a vulnerability assessment tool called VAM. I was the chief strategy officer, BizDev Corp. I did everything, as many of us do at
Yeah,
startups, right?
right.
The marketing, product, sales. But I used to go out to our enterprise customers and talk to them about, and they used to call our VAM, our vulnerability assessment tool, the bad news generator, right? Because it just made bad news.
It's kind
for
of
them.
true.
It was. But I remember back then, what a struggle. And this was scanning for vulnerabilities in deployed software
Right.
and in deployed
That's right.
infrastructure.
And services and things like that,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Just to get them to do it once a year, or to move from once a year to a quarterly scan was like,
Yep.
it was like, sweating bullets.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't even think about, hey, maybe someone should scan this software before we deploy it and put it out there into the world. right? That whole AppSec thing sort of burst on the scene maybe a little later.
Yep.
Then we started scanning that, but it was, you want to know that, I mean, all right, you had pen testing, you had vulnerability scanning, you had app scanning,
Yep.
but it was still kind of that same looking for known vulnerabilities, or maybe we were fuzzing and doing things like that. The whole concept of viewing it as a supply chain issue and applying, you know, manufacturing kind of outlooks, whether it's lean or demi kind of stuff, to this idea of, hey, we've got a manufacturing process for software, and we have a supply chain for software,
Yep.
and we need to secure or apply security controls at points along the supply chain. I mean, you said it, Josh, you said it just rolled off your tongue like it was, you know.
Well, I've been
But
doing
it's a
this
relatively new,
Well,
a relatively new concept to think of it like
sort
that.
of, though. So I spent a decade at Red Hat. I started there in 2004, and I spent 12 years at the company.
Okay.
And my job when I started there was functionally supply chain security. We didn't call it
But
that
I was
back
just
then.
going to say, no one
It didn't have
called
a
it that
name.
because we didn't think
Right.
of it as
Exactly. And the attitude was that Red Hat was the vendor, and everything behind Red Hat was Red Hat's problem to take care of, and everything, and then the customer was paying Red Hat to make all those problems go away.
Right.
And in many ways they did, and I think Red Hat brought a lot of legitimacy to open source that didn't exist
no
prior,
doubt.
right? And so they spent literally decades building trust and goodwill for open source, and then we saw companies like Google come along, and you have GitHub and Microsoft. I mean, heck, Microsoft. When I started at Red Hat, Microsoft was
the enemy.
Like there was, I remember I would
Evil
go,
empire.
I would pick fights with them on purpose at conferences just because I could, and it was ridiculous.
It wasn't ridiculous. I was there. I believe it.
Well, I was ridiculous, okay, but now,
But they had it coming. They were
Okay.
awful arrogant. Let's face it.
I won't argue with you.
Okay.
But we had all of this work that happened, and I think now what's happened is the world realized the power of open source. They realized all of the advantages they get, how fast they can move by incorporating these projects that are already done. And so now in many instances, they've just said, well, we don't need a company to vet this for us. Now we're just going to go right to the source and we're going to use it. But the problem is, and in fact, this was talked about in the keynote earlier today, is their vetting costs money, right? If you just take the raw open source and you try to consume it, this is where you start running into issues. And this is why we're seeing all these supply chain topics now, because you can't just like take open source. You can't do an NPM install and forget about it forever, right? That doesn't work. So it happens a lot. But now we're seeing all these tools that are able to look at what's happening and understand, like, what are you shipping? What is in your stuff? What matters to you? What is important? Because I think one of the other things I love is something like Log4j comes along. And Log4j is, the world's ending, holy cow, it's Christmas time, everyone, like, haha, you're working over the holiday.
Right.
And we all suffered through it, and we all made it through. And then the obsession became, okay, we have to look for Log4j. But in many instances, there's other things in your infrastructure, there's other things in your products that matter. But what are those? And we don't always have insight into that. And so this is what makes me so excited with all the work I see at OpenSSF and the Linux Foundation in general and all the products going on. I mean, there's going to be a room full of vendors upstairs that are all working on this problem together. And so now it's about starting to figure out, what do we have? Like in the case where you were working with a vendor like Red Hat knew what they had because they hired a bunch of people like me, and it was just through suffering and hard work that we figured it out. We had
literally forcing it.
We literally had text files because humans were looking through
I get it.
packages, and that obviously doesn't scale.
Right.
And so now it's all about how can we use tooling and obviously open source to understand our open source. And so it's
Absolutely.
really exciting.
That's what I'm saying. It's a brave new world out there.
Absolutely.
Two things, though, that you mentioned I want to dig in on. So let's take Log4j, for instance.
Yeah.
Right? To me, this is a classic supplier and a supply chain issue where it was so good at what it was intended to do that it was the only game in town.
That's
If
right.
you wanted to do this, you used Log4j.
That's right. That's right.
And so the same way when we found out all of our masks came from China, and when China couldn't send us masks, we had no masks with COVID.
That's right.
Right? I don't know how, like there's arguments to be made on either side of that. How do you broaden your supply or supply chain for critical, if you want to call it a critical component. If it's so widely used in all this software, to me, that's a critical component.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, so how do you make sure we're not all dependent on the same critical component? Because, look, defects are gonna happen.
Absolutely. Yep.
No one does it on purpose, it happens.
That's right.
And so when they happen in the future, number one, we want to correct them as quickly as we can.
Yep.
But how do we stop it from affecting 90% of or whatever the number is of what's out there? That's number one. My second question is, that's great for the Log4js and those rock stars who have achieved monopoly status or whatever you want to call it. But what about, as I was talking with Justin Hutchings, right, a little earlier, he calls it the Nebraska project, right? Two guys in Nebraska see a problem, they come up with a solution, they open source it. Some university uses it here. Someone's son who works at Microsoft gets it. They decide to, and before you know it, it has a nice little cottage following, right? It becomes a cottage industry.
Yep.
It's not Log4j.
That's right.
It's way down here. But how do we maintain the integrity of that too?
So this is a marvelous question, and this is something I've been doing a bunch of research on. So I worked at Elastic prior to coming to Anchor, and so
Okay.
Elastic has Elasticsearch, which is for
Sure.
processing huge volumes of data, and I've become obsessed with data. Anyone who knows me knows, like, at some point in the conversation, I'm going to ask, show me your data.
Right.
Anytime they talk about anything. And so one of the things I'm doing is I've taken all of the NPM data and I've been looking at it to understand, like, what does the ecosystem look like? Like, I want to see it, right? It's not enough to just talk about, and a lot of this is guesses from smart people,
No,
which they're not always wrong, but if you look at the NPM
Not always
ecosystem,
right either, but good.
yes. But if you look at the NPM ecosystem and you look at, just say, the top 1,000 packages, half of those have only one maintainer. And when I say top 1,000, I mean by downloads, right? Like the
I
most
get it.
downloaded packages. Half of them have one maintainer, right? Which when you learn that, it's a terrifying number. And so there's a lot of talk about we have to understand our open source and we should be careful and it's risky to use one maintainer projects and all of this. And I think what the data is showing me is that you can say a one maintainer project is risky, but a one maintainer project is reality, right? You can, risky or not, is what we have.
It's just,
right?
that's
It just
the
is.
tiger's stripes,
Exactly.
and
It just
you're
is what
not
it
going to
is.
change the stripes.
That's right. That's right. And so this is where I think our challenge now is partially understanding what we have, and this is where we need the tooling and the data, and we need people to actually look at what's going on instead of making crap up. And then we have to say, okay, this is the world we live in. How do we work within the confines of this world? Because I hear a lot of people saying, oh, every project needs 2 maintainers or 5 maintainers or whatever. But the reality is, when you have 1.9 million NPM projects, of which like 1.6 million have one maintainer, we're not going to find 1.6 million maintainers to work on this.
That's a lot of volunteers.
That's right. There's
but
just
you know
no
what?
way.
So again, I discussed this a bit with Justin. He called it the one bus problem. What if that maintainer gets hit by a bus? Does the
Yeah.
whole project die?
Right. Maybe.
You know what?
Probably.
The sad truth is, yeah, I agree with you. The amount of open source projects that rise to commercial viability, we were talking security before, the Snorts, the Nessuses,
Yeah.
the Nmaps, these kinds of, the amount of those projects that rise to that level versus the 1.9 million mass here
Yep.
is probably not even 1%. It's 0.01 of 1%.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean?
definitely.
And so the other 99.8% or whatever it is, you're not gonna, you can't go to the local Home Depot and find some people hanging around and say, hey, you want to be a maintainer today?
That's
Jump
right.
in the truck.
That's right.
Right? We're here in Texas. But, this, and I think for us to think that part of the OSSF, or in fact the Linux Foundation's charter is to somehow change that, I think that's just shoveling sand against the tide.
I mean, sort of. I think it's a very large problem, but I also think we need someone to care, right?
I think a lot of people care. But to say, I'm going to get 2 maintainers or 3 maintainers for every project, you're kidding yourself.
No, I
You're
agree.
not.
I don't
Can
think
we
that's the
automate
answer.
something here?
Yep, exactly that. And I think that those are the spaces that we're going to have to investigate for the future. I think
Yes.
trying to brute force it by just saying, but again, this is, I think that kind of crap smart people made up category of saying, oh, every project should have 2 maintainers.
Yeah.
Like, should they?
Sounds great.
Show me.
Sign me up.
Show me how that matters. And I think you can make the argument. If we look at like the Linux kernel is easy, right? Linux kernel has literally hundreds and thousands of developers. You could say, oh, look at how successful it is. It's successful because they have all these developers. But is it? Like, we don't know. We think so.
Well, it's coming to a desktop near you this year.
It's been
This
coming.
is the
That's
year.
right. It's always the year. I love it. I love it. That's,
I'm kidding you.
I've been using. Don't laugh. I've been using Linux on my desktop since probably 1999, maybe give or take. And yeah,
It's always been the
it's
year.
every year.
But no, seriously, again, Linux. Linux is the 0.0001 of open source projects, right?
absolutely.
It's a one of a kind. It's a unique unicorn.
That's right.
For us to say, look, our best practice is every open source project should have 3 maintainers and at least 12 core contributors, and we're striving for a community, and no knock on the Linux Foundation, they do an amazing job, but that's part of what they do at the sandbox and the graduated
That's
and
right.
the all of the different levels of
That's right.
incubated, all the different levels here, right? Those are some of the metrics that matter, but not every, what did you say, 1.9 million projects are going
And that's just NPM. That's one ecosystem.
right. So I think we need to be more practical
Yeah, absolutely.
and say, hey, if you're a 1 maintainer project, this town ain't big enough for both of us. These are some best practices you should follow that can ensure the continuity and security of your project.
Sure.
And list them out. Maybe, I'm just one person giving you my opinion, but
Right. No, I agree.
I think that's better than trying to change the universe.
Absolutely. I think it's trying to work within the constraints of what we have. But now, on the other side of this, Log4j wasn't a one-person project.
No, it wasn't.
It was
that
part
was
of the
one
Apache
of the.
Foundation.
That was.
That's right. And so even when you have a foundation backing a project,
It could still happen.
crazy things happen. Absolutely.
Well, because I think the lesson is, as I said before, there's always defects in software.
yeah. Oh,
You're-
yeah. It's never going away.
If you can't, it's the nature of that beast. We've seen it over and over again, and it happens in open source. It happens in non-open source. It's software. That's what it is.
Yep.
Hey, I want to return a little bit. I know we're rambling on here. We're probably way over, but let's talk about the 2 anchor projects you mentioned early on.
Yeah, definitely.
They're paying you. They gave you the shirt.
That's right.
We got to give
They
them
did.
some due.
So we
What
have
did they do?
Sift and Gripe. They're open source projects. Sift is an SBOM scanner. The idea is you point Sift at a container, a directory, kind of whatever you have, and it will try to figure out what's happening inside of your project. So for example, I point it at a container, it'll show me like my NPM modules installed, it'll show me the RPMs installed in the container, it'll show me other things it might find, and it outputs an SBOM. And this is, CycloneDX or SPDX are the 2 standards. And then once you have your SBOM, what do you do with it? Right? That's part of the question. Is obviously there's always this talk of SBOM. Oh, you need an SBOM. Everybody needs an SBOM.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's like, it feels like the fish at the end of Finding Nemo where they get in the
Yeah,
water.
yeah.
Like, now what?
Oh, they're done.
Right? They're stuck in the bags. So this is where kind of Gripe comes in. Gripe is a vulnerability scanner where you can take an SBOM and you feed the SBOM into Gripe, and then Gripe will look at all the contents from your
So
SBOM.
it's not even a vulnerability scanner. It's almost,
Well,
it is a vulnerability scanner,
it-
but it's not actually scanning your software.
Well, it can, but scanning SBOMs is better. Because here's the thing. When you scan software, you have to look and do your inspections, right?
and you
But
got
if
to hope it's reachable and it's there and all that.
Well, but now if you have an SBOM, you can usually, we'll call it scan the SBOM very, very quickly. And so
Absolutely.
the idea being that when you generate an SBOM, the contents of your container don't change, right? But once vulnerabilities do. Because there's always new vulnerabilities every day, right?
Absolutely.
Like I could scan something right now, and in 10 minutes, there could be a new finding.
It's
And
only
so-
good for that moment.
That's right.
So
that's right.
started Still Secure, the company with VAM. In 2007, 6, we came out with a product called Safe Access, which was one of the first, what became known as NAC, Network Access Control. And there we were working with the federal government, DoD and stuff. And there we when you logged on, we had to make a split-second decision whether you were compliant. You can't do a scan.
No, definitely
Just
not.
it didn't work. So what we were doing is we were looking if you were a Windows box, you know, and was it .io config or whatever it was.
I don't know. I haven't run Windows in years.
Me either. Was it IO config?
That sounds like something they would have, but
No, there was a Linux equivalent because Linux was really easy to scan because there you had all your packages,
right.
right? So you didn't really scan, just like you don't really scan the SBOM. You read the SBOM, and based on what's on the SBOM, you know what has a patch, what version,
Yep,
you know,
that's right.
what needs to be done. It was the same thing. No, it wasn't IO config. I'm really old. I'm sorry. IO config might have been like IBM OS 2 or something, but it was your registry files in Windows. They had the registry,
Right.
and so you could look in the registry, and it would tell you everything, every version number, theoretically everything, and you can make in a half a second
right.
where you are. We use your antivirus up to date, whatever, and that's how we did that versus a full-blown scan, which oftentimes we would do after we let you on.
Sure.
As a secondary thing, right? Just kind of belt and suspenders.
Yeah.
It's the same thing here with SBOMs.
Yeah, exactly.
But here's my question to you. You know, they say the average lifespan of a container is mere seconds or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
How do you use these products and still be successful when these containers are coming and going like that?
So this is where when you use something like Kubernetes, they have this concept called an admission controller.
Right.
So what happens is you can't do this with Sift and Gripe by themselves. There's some people who've built some other projects around them, but then obviously there's a lot of enterprise, like the Anchor Enterprise product does this as well, and there's others. But you scan your container, you get your SBOM, you store your SBOM, you conduct whatever, we'll say due diligence on that container SBOM you need to do as part of your policy, and then it basically has like a go or no-go from the policy engine. And so in the Kubernetes admission controller, it can phone home and say, hey, I'm about to run this container, am I good? And it'll just be like, yep, we're fine with that one. Or it can say, nope, not that one, like don't let it run. And it's very, very fast, and it works really
Very
well.
cool.
Yep, it is very cool.
Where can people get more information on that?
I go to anchor.com.
Can you spell it for them?
I can, ANCHORE.com. I know there's,
I was pulling it out of you.
it's all good.
Josh, anything else you want to share with our audience? What do you think so far of the event?
I'm loving it. I haven't been anywhere in a long time.
I hear you.
It's been a wild couple of years, and I'm ecstatic. I've got a couple of talks coming up, and I am the sort of person that thrives with an audience versus staring at my computer screen for a webinar. So I'm ecstatic to have people in seats I get to interact with, and it's going to be a treat, I think. And
Absolutely.
I feel like there's a ton of great people at this show. It's been a lot of fun. I got in yesterday, and I'm loving it. It's a blast so far.
Cool, man. Hey, for those watching this live at home, you know, the event there's a virtual
That's right.
twin to it. And you can check Josh out live if you go over to Linux Foundation Open Source Summit and sign up. I think it's free.
At some point in the near future.
I hope so. Well, this will be too.
Awesome.
Oh, actually, this is on YouTube now. There might be people watching it on YouTube
Fantastic.
right this second, but it'll be on as well later. Anyway, hey, Josh, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
It was a great
awesome.
conversation.
Absolutely.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here live at the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit in just a moment.
Kind of wherever you go. What is interesting is where the operating systems are going. So, for example, if you have a TV at home, it's probably running Android. All those little apps on your TV, that's Android. And so you're kind of seeing this expansion with IoT of mobile-centric application-oriented scenarios on devices like your car dashboard with like CarPlay and Google Play in the dashboard on the TVs and everything else. And so you see Apple and Google, the Android team at Google, they're both enabling more kinds of experiences.
And we're seeing that. I mean, I don't want to get my new cars. We have two new cars at home because we lease. It's not that I go out and just.
Hey, leasing is your friend. I've leased for years until my last car.
But they, both of them have both Android Play or whatever and Apple Play in it, and it amazes me how it's far superior to the phone. There's some, I mean, in some things, but there's really a lot of great integrations.
There can be, you got all the sensors in the TV, in the car, and the phone, right, and other devices, like whether you're wearing an AirPod, and phone apps can take advantage of AirPod, and
it's also all gesture driven, like.
Yep, gesture and behavior driven. The old cars with the dial, you still reach in. Sometimes you're looking for the dial that you can turn up the fan.
So
we
have the. I'll tell you offline.
I'm with you. I got one of those cars.
Pretty cool, yeah.
So, but if I can around what Apple and Google are doing, one really big thing that is impacting all of us is that Apple and Google are both working on security and privacy more than they ever have before.
Absolutely.
So this is where we're going to deviate from the web world. Yeah. Right. So we've seen Apple go full bore on privacy. Right.
Yes, they have. They're making that a difference maker.
They are, and so developers have had to adapt to that. In many instances, security teams are responsible for privacy.
But that was always, in my mind, anyway. That was always one of the allure of mobile, is that it's done right. It could be more secure than.
Yeah, the architecture of mobile is more secure than a PC, a laptop, or some of the other devices. The thing about mobile application security is you can write a good app and a bad app. I can do that for web. I can do that for mobile. I can do it for anything else. The nice thing about this device is it's harder for an attacker to do something to the device because of the nature of sandboxing and the way Apple designed it. The challenge, though, is this device is harvesting in the app a lot of data about me, and it's transmitted over the air. So can I intercept it on the carrier
I'm gonna
or Wi-Fi? Or
I was on an international carrier going to Europe a couple of weeks ago, and they gave you free Wi-Fi up to a gig. I said, a gigabit, that'll last me no problem.
1 hour later.
An hour later, I had transmitted again. It's not like I was watching movies.
No, it happens.
It was just
it's all the apps running in the background. It's how Apple and Google sync with their cloud. But in the land of how this is all evolving, there's something really interesting that Android's got going on, and Apple with privacy to agree, is this whole idea of safety labeling. Yeah. Right. And so when we look at like recent White House cybersecurity orders after all the security breaches and supply chain, safety labeling is coming. And actually, Android is leading the pack on all these technology platforms, web, mobile, cloud, or everything else. And so Google,
good to know.
Yeah, I mean, for those who are Android developers, listening along today, if you haven't noticed, go look at the safety labeling program that's going on at Google. So what they're doing is through the App Defense Alliance, they brought this notion of safety labeling. And so it's basically now Google developers will attest to the security and privacy like supply chain.
Now this is coming though, it's not here.
So phase one is public. So Google's published on their blog, and they're now making it possible for Android developers when they submit the app to list what level of safety and privacy their app does as part of it. And that program is now just getting started. There's a few hundred developers who've already started the work, and it's going to grow this summer.
It'll blossom.
And what's really cool about it is, so if I'm a developer, let's say I'm making an app, I don't know, it could be a financial app like a bank, it could be a gaming app, whatever that is. What's great about safety labels is if I have a safety label, then I can show my customers they can trust me. So now I have a feature that I can use to show why I'm better than the other guy. So I can imagine where the banks will be playing the one-upsmanship game of all of them wanting to have safety labels so you use their banking app. And you can imagine the same thing with retailers and e-tailers.
And you can't blame them, though, because security has become a difference maker. It's been shown that and I think Apple's the poster child for this now. If you are going to lead with security and privacy, people like that. They take notice of it.
They are more and more, I think. And there's been the various things that have happened in the world over the last 5 years that have driven this whole privacy initiative. You have GDPR in Europe, CCPA in California. There's privacy laws or regs coming in many of the states, across the US and other countries. Clear that Canadian Tim Hortons paying attention to it as well. So security and privacy are like this Venn diagram of overlap. And it's really kind of exciting to see Google kind of leading the way with, hey, we're going to bring this to Android. And because we do believe it's important that people should be able to trust their apps.
I got to imagine Apple won't be far behind.
Well, they've got privacy attestation in there too. So they were first with privacy, and Google will be first. Android will be first with safety labels.
Right.
And each of them are kind of moving us forward to realize that this is the number one device for most humans on the planet. And this thing is safe and secure. Right. And people depend on the app experiences that they have on it.
People want to get more information on the company, where do they go?
Yeah, come to nowsecure.com, NOWSECURE.com.
Brian, it truly is a pleasure to see you.
Good to see you
man.
again, especially after 2 years away. It's good to do
Absolutely. I hope to see you again soon.
this. Absolutely.
Let's not wait till next RSA, which is next April 24th and 27th. The banner's right there.
Look at that. It's date already.
But there's other places, maybe Black Hat or something.
We will
in
probably
August.
cross paths at Black Hat. You can definitely find us there, and we'll be in the Hacker Village too.
Very cool, man. Brian Reed here on, what are we on? TechstrongTV.
TechstrongTV. There you go. Right there on the board behind us. Thanks for having me.
Also on the board. Yes, we're going to take a break. We're at RSA. We're wrapping up our day 3 coverage. We'll be back in a minute. Bye-bye.
This is TechstrongTV.
Hey, everyone. We're back here live in the RSA conference with Moscone West on what they call Broadcast Alley. Our next guest, I'm really happy to introduce you to Casey Bison. Casey's with Blue Bracket. Hey, Casey, welcome.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure to have you here. So, Casey, in talking a little bit off camera, you mentioned this is your first RSA conference.
It is absolutely. I come from the cloud world. You know, I was part of the container revolution. Before that, I was engineering, building things at scale, went to containers because that's where that was a way where I learned how to scale things and deliver what we needed to do, and certainly deliver things, applications at scale. And what I saw was this really great diversity of pathways from developer to delivery. And that's what led me to security and here at my first RSA conference.
Excellent. I want to dig into that, but before we do, you're with Blue Bracket, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
Why don't we give folks at home, maybe I'm sure a lot of them may not be familiar with Blue Bracket.
Right.
So talk to us. What's Blue Bracket about?
So Blue Bracket solves the other half of your code security problem. Most people are thinking about what the code does. You know, maybe it's a SQL injection sort of vulnerability, the sorts of things that you can find with SAST and DAST tools. But as a category, that represents about half the risk. Half the risk that you'll see in code. The other half of the risk in code, the other half of that risk is the secrets, the passwords, the keys that are in the code, the intelligence about what the code connects to that attackers are using to expand their attacks and move so quickly that we've seen over the past year. As a category, that's the other half. And when you follow that path, you look at who has access and how those code hosts are configured and your entire CI/CD chain is configured. Yep. And so what Blue Bracket does is we help you find out what's in your code, who has access, and where it's going.
Excellent, man. Good stuff. So, Casey, look, you're at the right place. Because besides doing Security Boulevard, we're DevOps.com, and we're Container Journal. So when it comes to cloud native and the whole CI/CD thing, this is our audience. Those are our people. What's interesting and I'm a little opposite of you. I've been in security for 25 years plus. And the whole reason I got into DevOps and then cloud native was because I thought this was the best thing that could happen to security. That we were finally going to be able to, as it's now called, shift left, move that security into the development process, not waiting till after we deploy to find out what was vulnerable or what was, not what dependencies we had, stuff like that. And it's taken, I'm doing this 7-8 years here at DevOps.com. It's taken that long, but now it's kind of commonplace where a guy like you comes up here and you're talking about, right? Hey, man, we're going to move security into that developer. It wasn't always a given.
No.
Right?
No. Yeah, so I obviously come from my background in cloud. It is, however, amazing as I'm here, and I think this is one of the largest global conferences for security ever. But
it is.
Everybody here, there's 1,000 to 10,000 developers back at their enterprises that outnumber every security person,
and will for the next
overwhelmingly
foreseeable future.
And so, if we look at security in an adversarial relationship with the developers, we know
you're a loser.
Yeah,
that's the whole point. Why I did DevOps.com. Mm-hmm. We had to lose that adversary. Here's a lesson I learned, right? I've never met a developer who raised their hand and said, I don't care about developing crappy code, or I don't mind insecure code. I just want to get it done. everybody has a pride in what they do. They want to develop good code.
Exactly.
Right?
But when you put developers in a situation where they have to turn business requirements into a product, they're going to have to optimize, and they're really good at self-optimizing for what those requirements are.
Well, there's a caveat that I've learned over the last 8 years. You can't expect them to optimize what they don't understand. And for many of them, security is just gibberish. No.
I will say this. When we talk about security in terms of abstract things that don't matter to them, yes, absolutely. When you talk about some of these risks that are really at the edge, there are a lot of developers who are like, come on, let's do the math, let's do this, approach this as engineers, and recognize that threat model is real, but it's not worth the cost to develop against. Those are some things that developers have to do because, again, they're responsible for turning business goals into sellable products, and they have to bring some reality to the security perspective. So if, from the security perspective, we think this is a real and serious and viable threat model, we've got to find a way to make sure that's clear and walk that through. I know I've been lucky enough to meet two kinds of CISOs in my experience. There's the CISO who identifies the problems, they identify the solutions, maybe they involve some developers to evaluate potential vendors, and then they go by. And as a vendor, every vendor loves that CISO. But then there's the CISO who works with the developers, they do the tabletop exercises, and the developers understand that threat. They understand how that threat can be a risk to them, and they game out the scenarios in which they're going to respond to it. And so those developers at that point, they're the ones who are identifying how to fix it, and they're the ones who are identifying the vendors and the solutions and doing all that evaluation. And security vendors will never speak to those CISOs because they don't have the developers are solving those problems and may not be talking to security vendors.
So I'm going to disagree and agree.
Go for it.
I think there are a lot of companies, a lot of security vendors that don't understand that dynamic. The smarter and better ones, more successful ones, are understanding that dynamic, and their valuations show it. Here's the other interesting thing. You could have security, quote unquote, security vendors making solutions for developers to develop more secure code or better secure code. And the developers buy into it. It's a good tool for them. But generally speaking, the developer he needs the security team's approval to use that tool. Is that an approved security tool for the developer, number one? And number two, and probably more important, is who's paying for it?
Yeah.
Right? Where budget comes from.
That is a huge transformation that we've seen. If you go back to the start of the cloud revolution, let's say 2010, right? And this is the time.
For me, it was 2005, but
you're right. You know what? I named 2010 because in a lot of ways, that moment when we saw 100 million user cloud apps, cloud-born apps with 3 developers bringing applications to 100 million users, that's when people realized if we don't pay attention to cloud, we lose, right? And it's also when you see, so enterprises moved to the cloud. They not only adopted cloud, they adopted code workflows, CI/CD workflows that really are that DevOps transformation. So the future is already here, not evenly distributed. So absolutely, DevOps has been around forever. There have been organizations that have been doing it well. Now it's in that place where it is irreversible. And we can definitely see that. And part of this is that people are understanding that developers need tools, and some of those tools cost money. In the same category here, there's, I think there's a real, we need to pay attention to what quality code is. Because it's very, very hard for people to measure quality code, but developers want to develop quality code, and every developer takes pride in their work. I know that developers want to have reasonable work hours and they want to be able to go home, but they take pride in the work they do. And so one of the proxies, and it's a really imperfect measure, but one of the proxies for quality code is test coverage. And so we see developer teams are increasingly paying for services that measure and report test coverage. And one of the reasons for this is it helps them push back against their business leadership. It helps them structure their time so that when business leadership says we got to deliver these things on this schedule, they can say, well, we also have to meet these quality requirements. And that proxy, imperfect as it is in terms of test coverage, is really good because it gives developers this opportunity to push back on the business side, but it also gives those developers to have an opportunity to have conversations with each other about what quality is. And we find that when we approach security the same way, when we give developers those metrics, and we give them that automatic reviews in their pull requests, it puts those developers in a better position to discuss what security is. Get the easy stuff out of the way first. Nobody wants a pull request review that's all about style, because those are bad reviews. But when you do some of these things automatically, give that feedback so that nobody has to face the other person about that. That positions everybody to have a better conversation about security. The architecture. Is the architecture of the code the right architecture to solve the problem securely?
So personally, I call that making security synonymous with quality.
Yeah.
Right? It shouldn't. Quality means it's secure. It can't be quality if it's not secure, number one. Number two, I think what you outlined there too is also a big part of kind of the SRE thing, which is, moving away from SLAs to SLOs, right? And working with the developers on those SLOs so that they understand what constitutes quality, what's acceptable quality, what's high quality. I will tell you, as I sit here, right? And I've been in the IT game 30 years, security 25 years. The biggest change, one of the biggest, I've seen a lot of changes, but one of the biggest changes I've seen is in testing. It used to be when when you were doing your roadmap, right, your 6-month release cycle, it used to suck because we developed for, let's say, a month and a half. Then we'd have to have a month and a half of testing because it was that hard. Then we'd fix what the testing found and then do testing again. And generally, in your 6-month cycle, that didn't leave a lot of time for that second round of testing. So that used to get compromised. And we'd say, okay, what's the minimum amount of testing we could do? Because we got a release date to hit. The advent of CI/CD, of continuous, the advent of automated testing, right? GitOps, some of the other things we're seeing now. Game changer, right? Testing is no longer the Cinderella of the stepsisters, right? It gets done. And more we're seeing security being as part of that test suite, as part of the testing process.
I'm going to take it even further. So, I mean, as much as everything else you described, what you really described was this agile process, right? That has driven the adoption of CI/CD. And we've seen, there's some really great research on the cloud side about how one of the strongest indicators for company growth is the rate of release. Companies that are releasing faster are growing. Yeah, exactly. DORA metrics. And so over 10 years of research on this stuff, we've seen rate of release is correlated in a causal relationship to growth. And so the question that from a security side we have to answer is, how do we integrate with that? And the only way to do that is not to shift left to the developer and say, now the developer has to do this and this. No, we have to shift left all the way to the business side and set business requirements in the
that sets the tone. Absolutely. Hey man, this is a great conversation. I hope I didn't go too far from what you were looking for, but it was a good chat. Good
pleasure. Yeah.
Hey, where can people get information on Blue Bracket?
Bluebracket.com. Join us online, read about what we do, but most importantly, sign up for a free account. Protect your code now.
Excellent. Absolutely. Bluebracket.com. We're here live at RSA conference on Broadcast Alley. I was going to say Digital Alley, but we'll be right back with some more. We're here. It's Wednesday, RSA week. Stay tuned.
This is TechstrongTV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA conference, coming at you, streaming to Europe and Asia and South America and Africa and the rest of the US. For those of you who can't be here at RSA, it's almost I would say it's as close a return to normalcy as I've seen.
Unexpected.
Yes,
Yeah.
unexpected's a good word
Yeah.
for it. I've heard numbers of 20 to 25,000 people here, which is still, to be fair, almost half of what it was in 2019.
But it's really busy.
But it's a lot of
Yeah.
people.
Mhm.
It's a lot. I'm almost glad that we're in Moscone West, which is probably a little less crowded than North and
It
South.
is, yeah.
We're here in our broadcast studio because it gets crowded out there.
It's very crowded.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gentleman here who's going along with me agreeing is Eric Skinner, right? Eric's with Trend Micro. And welcome to Techstrong
Thanks.
TV, Eric.
It's a pleasure to chat with you.
Pleasure to have you here. So, Eric, I mean, let's continue this RSA thing.
Yeah.
You've been here before.
I have many times. Yeah.
What's your impression?
You know, the energy level is still high. Cybersecurity continues to be a high priority. Luckily, during the pandemic, cybersecurity remains super important for companies.
Yeah.
And so we still see a lot of customers here, a lot of prospects here who are still facing big challenges and looking for solutions. It's there's high energy.
I think
And a lot of hype too.
Luckily for security
Yeah.
vendors, I don't know if the people out there are so lucky, right, that we've had the security issues we've had. With the pandemic, we've had almost, and that, you know, it's to be a good book. I haven't seen a good book or article on this, but
Yeah.
security, pandemic-related security issues, right? It seems like, you know, what's the poster child for security during the pandemic? Software supply chain?
Well,
Zero trust?
yeah, I mean, certainly the huge shift in where people are working created big visibility challenges.
Yes.
So some of the zero trust stuff has obviously kicked into high gear, but in general, IT security needing better awareness of what's going on because they can't just focus on the people in the office anymore. I mean, of course,
Absolutely.
even before people were traveling and everything, but suddenly tons of people are out of the building. So
It's work
visibility
from
became a big
anywhere.
problem.
It's work from anywhere.
Yeah.
So, Eric, and it's fueling, as we said, and so it's been a good time at RSA.
Yeah.
Let's talk Trend Micro, though,
Sure.
right? So, Trend Micro, look, if you're like me, you've been in security a while. Trend's one of the players, always has been, right?
Yeah.
And
Over 30 years.
years and years. And originally, it was more. You know, back then it was AV and then endpoint security. But we've seen over the last few years, Trend is kind of a full-featured security platform, if
You're
you
right.
will, right? Cloud, endpoint, identity access, threat management, all of
Network.
all of the players. And it really, I guess you formalized that whole platform thing as Trend Micro One, right?
That's right. We pulled things together into something new that we call Trend Micro One, which is really a unified cybersecurity platform, pulling together the capabilities of the various components that Trend Micro has had. In some cases for a long time, in some cases for a more recent amount of time. And that really started with the initiatives around XDR a few years ago. We were one of the very first companies to embrace and innovate with XDR because we saw the value of connecting the dots between these platforms. The threats are moving faster. The attackers are moving faster. We see this in ransomware cases now where, you know, instead of taking days or weeks, they're taking hours, minutes. So XDR's ability to detect threats that are moving in subtle ways across the organization. That was the first step of tying together our platform. And then we saw the potential to do even more.
But wait, there's more, right? You know, what's interesting as I sit here talking to you, thinking about it, Eric, is first of all, security today isn't what security was 25 years ago when I started, right?
No.
There was network security, there was endpoint security. Now, there's so many facets, attack surfaces, threat intel, threat response, cloud, DevSecOps. I mean, there's a lot of different elements to today. There's at best, a handful of companies who can pull all of these disparate parts together into one platform, if you will.
That's right.
Like a Trend Micro One. Because it really, it's to get your arms around this.
Yeah, you know, a lot of organizations are struggling, first of all, to keep up with the various detections and the various alerts that come up in
Every day.
platforms.
Yeah.
But we've also got this attacker behavior where they're working really hard to hide, and they're doing subtle things that don't necessarily trigger detections or alerts in the individual silos. And so one of the things that XDR brought to the table, and now we see XDR all over this trade show this year, is that XDR is looking for those subtle clues and correlating them across the environment, really taking what was a terrific solution in EDR and expanding EDR to cover a broader range of things, not just the endpoint.
Yep.
So XDR was that first step to really help organizations find the attackers in a way that the individual solutions were not able to do. And organizations have to do this faster because the attackers are moving faster.
No doubt.
Yeah.
The attackers move fast. I mean, I don't want to say they're smarter, but they're certainly much better organized.
They're terrifically well funded, and they are organized, and they're actually specialized. We see attacker groups that focus on initial entry, and then each stage of the attack has groups of attackers that you can hire, and you can get tech support from
together,
them.
Right?
Exactly.
This group does this to do their thing, but then the byproduct they sell out the back door, right? To the next group that works with that stuff. It's a whole ecosystem,
and it's a SaaS platform in a lot of cases, and they know that the faster they execute, the more likely they are to get the payoff.
The bigger the fish.
So they're hiding and they're moving fast, and it's up to security vendors like us and security teams in our customers to detect as rapidly as possible. And so the old ways don't work.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's jump into this Trend Micro.
The next part. Okay. So we had the power of XDR already helping our customers, and we saw the ability that was bringing to our customers, and then layering on top of that managed detection and response, which is so critical for so many organizations. But we realized that there were still gaps in terms of customers' security coverage, their visibility. For example, we talked to our incident response teams, and I asked them, hey, where are these serious attacks originating? Not what country are they originating, but what is the first step in the attack? And they said, actually, it's pretty simple. 50% of the attacks start with phishing, and the other 50% start with unknown, unmanaged, or misconfigured internet-facing assets. And we said to ourselves, well, that's pretty interesting, because at the time when we were having these conversations 2 years ago, we didn't help customers identify those things. So what we've done is we've extended this platform, and we've built this Trend Micro One platform that not only does XDR, but does attack surface management. And we really break that up into 3 stages. First of all, discovering your attack surface. What do you have? And then secondly, assessing the risk to really understand, okay, well, where are the problems? And really synthesizing all the information that's available to us from our own stack, but also third-party integrations, to then help the customer with the 3rd stage, which is mitigating the risk. You can't fix everything. So what are the 3 most important things you have to do today?
Yep.
Right? And the power of that is tremendous with respect to getting the customer to focus on the most important things.
Love it. Now, nothing in security is ever done.
No.
What's next?
Oh man, come on. We just shipped this thing 2 months ago.
Well, yeah, I know, but
I think that there's a ton of enrichment that still happens in this concept of attack surface risk management. The job is not done, right? So how can we improve discovery? How can we improve that risk assessment? There's a ton of customer interest in how we're doing this risk assessment and helping them understand how their security posture and the overall health of their environment is improving or decreasing over time, and why. What are we seeing there? And we're continuing to work with the thousands of preview customers who are using this platform on tuning that, helping them get the most value out of it. And then there's the automation capabilities that come with that remediation. And we're not going to say that everything is going to get automated. That's unrealistic. But there are certain things that can be automated, and we're
taking bites out of that already, and we're going to continue to do more ourselves and with SOAR partner integrations.
That was a new word, SOAR. Let's talk about that.
Security orchestration automation.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
Is SOAR part of the Trend Micro platform? Or are you partnering with SOAR providers?
We have a diverse customer base. So we have small organizations and large organizations using the product. So one of the big transformations for Trend in the last year is we've really opened up interconnectedness with the ecosystem and recognizing, for example, that we can get a lot of visibility by plugging into partners like Tenable and Qualys or Active Directory or Okta, or a wave of different companies that are gradually getting integrated with. But also on the automation side, especially if you're a larger organization, you're probably already using a SOAR platform. So we are integrating with third-party platforms, and then we're providing some basic capabilities native to our own platform, so the smaller customers get some of that built-in functionality. And we're not telling them, oh, ours is better, because the reality is for those larger customers, those pure play SOAR products are going to be better for them.
Absolutely. Yeah. Hey, Eric, this has been pretty dense information in here. We've packed a lot into a little bit of time. If you don't mind, we'll put Trend Micro 1 to the side a second.
Sure.
What else beyond one? I mean, Trend Micro is a many tentacled kind of thing now. What else do you see coming down?
Well, one of the interesting areas that you brought up already is Zero Trust, which is not a product per se from anybody, but it's a philosophy that's really important and growing in popularity for good reason. And so think of that as sort of a horizontal slice through things that Trend is doing. And in fact, the reason we built the risk assessment functionality in Trend Micro 1 started with Zero Trust projects at Trend, where we said, well, okay, a lot of these vendors that are doing Zero Trust today, they're really doing network plumbing. They're kind of like, okay, instead of wide open VPN, we're going to do point-to-point network connectivity, and we're going to do segmentation. And that's important. But one of the basic concepts of Zero Trust is that you need to continuously assess the health of devices and identities, because you're trying to decide whether to continue trusting them, right? The definition, never trust, always verify. So that always verify is a thing that we've noticed many vendors have skipped. And we've taken it incredibly to heart, this concept of continuous assessment. And so one of the things the Trend Micro 1 engine is able to do is provide really sophisticated assessment of identity health and device health. And that's going to power any kind of Zero Trust solution that the customers use. So we feel that Zero Trust is an important area. There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of confusion.
There's certainly a lot of hype this year at RSA about it.
Well, one of the things we saw is tons of vendors basically said, oh yeah, Zero Trust is important. Okay, everything we already built for the last 20 years is Zero Trust. And that's not really
But that's
helpful.
Typical of this industry,
It's not really
quite frankly. Yeah. There's always some new buzzword that everyone gathers around. You know what we didn't tell people, though? They want to find out more about Trend Micro 1. Where are they going?
They're definitely going to trendmicro.com, and they will find it all there.
It's right on the front page.
Oh, yeah.
Cool, man.
Absolutely.
Hey, thanks for being with us here at RSA this year. We're going to take a break. It's my pleasure. We are live, streaming live at from Moscone West, Broadcast Alley. What is it? It's about almost quarter after 10 here in the morning. We got a full day of broadcasting. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
This is TechstrongTV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA Conference. We're really happy to be streaming to you here from the Broadcast Alley location in Moscone West. A lot of the action's over in Moscone North and South, though there are some keynotes and a bunch of sessions here. Really happy to be here. My next guest is Ed Consovoy. Ed is with Teleport, right?
That's right.
Ev?
Ev.
EV Consovoy. And we're going to ask Ev to talk a little bit about himself. But before we do, I want to talk a little bit about Teleport.
Sure.
Tell us, Ev, who's Teleport? What do you guys do?
So Teleport is a company based in Oakland, California, but we are a remote first company. And we provide the easiest and most secure way to access computing infrastructure. So what this means is if you're an engineer and you need to access Linux servers via SSH, Windows machines via RDP, Kubernetes clusters, Grafana dashboards, numerous databases. So Teleport gives you the easiest way to get access to all of these resources, no matter where they are in the world.
Excellent. So the teleporting in.
Absolutely. I also think it's like a lot of people don't think too much about the meaning of word access, because there's like this network access, then there's kind of physical access, there are all kinds of access. So just to clarify, when I say that we provide access to your computing infrastructure, that includes secure connectivity, so you don't need VPN anymore.
Right.
And people here like to bash
No one loves
VPNs
their
a lot.
VPN.
So you don't need
That's how it
VPN
is.
anymore. So we connect you securely to anything you need. Even if it's actually something like in the real world, like flying around like a drone or an MRI machine, not just servers. The second thing we do is authentication. So you get single sign-on with your favorite IDM. The third thing of access, the third pillar, is authorization. So Teleport becomes your single source of truth. Like if you're an intern, what are you allowed to do? Like with Kubernetes, with servers, with dashboards, with applications, with databases. And the final one, obviously, the audit, real-time visibility into what's happening, as well as historical evidence of who did what, who's responsible. So that's what we do. Basically, connectivity, authentication, authorization, audit for everything you have.
Excellent. So, company's based in Oakland. How long? Teleport's been around how long now?
So Teleport product, so like we have open source roots. So we started existing as a repository on GitHub. So for a while, there was not a commercial product. So it was an internal thing. We built it for ourselves. And then so we started marketing and selling it around 2018.
Excellent. And you guys recently, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Ev, but didn't you recently announce a round of funding?
Yes, we have. Like internally, there was a lot of excitement at Teleport because we just recently closed 110 million Series C round, led by Bessemer Venture Partners.
Great.
And so existing investors obviously followed. And we also brought Insight Venture Partners as a significant.
Insight Partners.
Yep. We just felt that at the scale that we're operating, it's good to have
that kind of
venture
muscle.
partners on both coasts of the country.
Well, Insight's global too, right? I mean, they're all over. And look, at that round, you probably had sort of like what we call a unicorn valuation, right?
Yeah, we were valued at over $1 billion, 1.1 billion. Yeah.
Good.
But there was a lot of jokes in the office about that.
Well, there always is. But you know what? My father-in-law, rest his soul, used to say, rich or poor, it's nice to have money. And a $100 million round and $1 billion valuation, you could joke all you want. It's still a nice thing to have.
Those are nice round numbers. We like it. Yeah.
Excellent. So, you guys also release, so you started as open source and obviously, have a commercial, there's still open source, but you have the commercial product. You released a new version of product recently?
Yeah, it wasn't. So the interesting thing, if you have an open source product, which means that people come and download, so you have to have versions as opposed to something like SaaS that's continuously updated. So Teleport is both. So you could come to us and we could sell you a commercial edition. It's the Teleport Enterprise that you can download and run on your own infrastructure. But we also have a SaaS offering where we will do this for you. And the reason why SaaS is becoming more popular, because most companies, they do computing globally. So you have data centers in different countries. So when one of your engineers or your automation, like your CI/CD pipeline needs to establish secure connection somewhere, like you need to optimize latency, you need to make sure that you're doing it in the most optimal way. That's a lot of work, and this is what our SaaS product does for you automatically. So it does smart routing on all of these connections. It's almost like your own private like CDN for access, so to speak. We just recently launched Teleport 9. And the one exciting capability in Teleport 9 is machine ID. You want to know what machine ID is about, Alan?
Well, yes, of course I do have. What is machine identity
So the
about?
one thing that we were always deeply unhappy about with security and access in general is how siloed it is.
Yeah.
You have one specific solution for accessing databases, another solution for accessing your network equipment, another solution for accessing servers, and so on and so forth. So our Teleport platform consolidates all of these protocols, so you get access to everything at once. But another source of the siloing is one silo would be humans accessing computers, machines, and another one machines talking to machines. And we believe that they all need to be consolidated. So the industry here at RSA, we all agree that identity is a very good idea. And Teleport 9 gives identities to machines.
Yeah.
And it's exact same source of policy also, that identity for humans. So with Teleport 9, you could actually define, here's my policy. This is who or what is allowed to access certain resources and under what circumstances. Having I'm not sure if anyone else is capable of doing it, but having a single source of truth, who or what can access specific data, is hugely important. So that's what we launched in Teleport 9, along with other features. And this is what's getting picked up by our existing customers. It's a very popular
Sure. I love it.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Ev. You know what? I think we did okay. We knocked off that checklist. Let's talk a little bit about you. What are you doing at Teleport these days?
Well, I happen to be CEO of Teleport. So I co-founded this company with a couple of friends.
And it was really, the whole open source grew out of you saw a need for something that wasn't there.
Yes. So the story of Teleport was I want to say unusual, but in Silicon Valley, nothing is unusual. Exactly.
No, it's actually very usual.
So we're kind of similar to Slack story. So we started the company to do globally distributed software deployments. So if you could imagine a typical computing environment that consists of multiple databases and Grafana dashboard and CI/CD pipeline and a Kubernetes cluster and Linux boxes and this.
I started a company to do a similar thing in 1999.
I'm seeing sparks in your eyes.
Distributed applications. It then became a security company. But
you see, yeah. So if you have thousands of sites all over the world where you need to do these deployments, that's what our original technology was for.
Yep.
We thought about putting our stuff into things like F-35 jet fighters in the Air Force, for example. So when you have all of these secure platforms globally distributed, how do you synchronize software deploy? That's how we started. That was our initial product.
Got it.
And obviously security and access and audits and the distributed nature of it. So we couldn't afford to have a single database that said, these are all the users. That wouldn't work. So that's where Teleport came out of. And because of these requirements that we had all of these sites and we had things that fly in the air and move around, not just servers. So the system had to be built in a way that's immune to human error. Because we believe that every vulnerability, every attack starts with a human making an accidental mistake.
Yep.
And almost always that mistake has something to do with the secret, with the password, with the private key material. So for this reason, Teleport is designed to be a completely secretless system, just to eliminate any possibility of human errors. It's basically biometric TPMs on your laptops, HSM on servers, and certificates everywhere that expire automatically. You could do single-use certificates and so on and so forth. So, but we internally didn't think that it would be a product.
Well, no.
Simply because it felt too radical. There are no passwords, there's no private keys. Because everyone for SSH, the private key and the key rotation, it's a big deal. But people noticed that, as I said, it was sitting on GitHub. And I do remember having it was probably first conversation with someone who uses Teleport. And they suddenly asked, can I pay you guys?
Right?
And that's how we had to come up with pricing on the fly. Yeah, that was 3 years ago, but still. Fantastic. Anyway, that's the story of Teleport. It's a side project turned into a huge success.
Sometimes those are the best ones.
Yeah.
Ev, thanks for coming on. It's a pleasure to see you
Always
again.
Fun.
Check out Teleport. We're live here at RSA Conference. We're going to be right back in a moment.
is TechstrongTV.
Hey everyone, we're back here at Broadcast Alley RSA Conference. It's Wednesday. We're in Moscone West. We are live. It's almost 9:30 here West Coast time. It's probably lunchtime if you're watching this back in the East Coast. Late afternoon if you're home in Europe. Wherever you are, thanks for joining in. Our next guest is someone I actually had the pleasure of meeting yesterday at our DevSecOps event, DevOps Connect here at RSA, and then at the after party afterwards, we had a chance to talk a little bit. But let me introduce you to Chris Scharf. Chris is with HackerOne. Chris, man, welcome.
Hey, thank you so much. It's great to be here. Great to be speaking with everybody around the world. And
yeah,
really looking forward to talking with you.
Absolutely. So, Chris, I want to do two things, get them out of the way. Number one, let's talk a little bit about HackerOne.
Okay.
You know, I first became familiar with HackerOne because your CEO, Martin Mickens, is someone, obviously, I've been in tech a long time. He's a name we followed, you know, MySQL, all of these things. But beyond Martin Mickens being involved, I didn't know a lot about HackerOne. And I'm sure there are people out here who don't know a lot about HackerOne. So share with us a little.
Yeah, so HackerOne actually has, I think, a pretty innovative approach to security. We're really about crowdsourcing in the community. So there's so much talent out there, so many security researchers. Some of these are 16-year-old kids who have way better hacking skills than I do.
Yep.
You know,
they do.
and industry professionals. And so we have this community of researchers. We work with hacker education, capture the flag type programs. And then we layer on top of that vulnerability disclosure programs. So see something, say something, a way to safely report vulnerabilities that you find. Along with bug bounty programs, which I think people have maybe heard about a little bit, but may not know about.
Sure.
But a way for companies to get those researchers to report vulnerabilities, reward the researchers for their time and effort, along with pen testing and code review and a number of other kind of security related functions.
So, I mean, to me, it's really about sort of, it's not unionizing because that's a political word, but let's use crowdsourcing instead. You know, kind of crowdsourcing the if we could call it the hacker community, and I don't hacker in a good way, not the black hat evil people, right?
Correct.
You know, kind of crowdsourcing, harnessing the power of this community in very distinct, productive ways, not kind of Wild West. I mean, I'll give you, for instance, you know, I sit here at Techstrong, we have a lot of sites. We get emails all the time from researchers. We found this bug, we found that bug, we found a backdoor, a buffer overflow. And the interesting thing is we don't really develop software, right? We're a media company. We 99.999959% of what we use is off the shelf. Hey everyone, we're back here live at the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit in Austin, having a great time talking to some really interesting folks around the world of open source. And, you know, as someone who's been in technology 30 years, open source used to have a very sort of small connotation, right? There were some open source folks. Linux was the king of open source, the Linux Foundation. But today, open source touches just about every aspect of software. And of course, the world runs on software. And so our next guest is Tina So. Tina's with ARM, but she's also the co-chair or chair? Chair of the Linux Foundation Edge, LF Edge group. And first of all, Tina, welcome and thanks for coming on today. Secondly, if you wouldn't mind, for our audience out here who maybe are not familiar with the LF Edge project and group, why don't you give us kind of a little background?
Hi, everyone. This is Tina Zhou. I serve as the governing board chair of LF Edge. So LF Edge is an umbrella project. It provides the framework for telco, cloud, IoT, and many other business cases So it is comprised of many projects like Acrino, EdgeX Foundry, Open Horizon, Everring, etc. Now we have 12 projects underneath, and there are one more coming on the way, which is Edge Gallery. So yesterday here in Austin, we had the Elf Edge workshop. We gave the talk about the technical sessions, lightning talk of the presentation about who we are, why are we here, and what we are going to do in the near future. And we also showcase the end-to-end, like on the robotics, like cross-project collaboration, and also the clean energy to show your footprint of carbon. It's very interesting. And also we gave synergy about the award proposal and also the mentorship program to even help the high schoolers and university students and the junior engineers to grow in the context of Linux Foundation.
Excellent. But you covered a lot of ground right there, right? Let me take it back down a little bit. So first of all, when we talk about Edge, I don't know if everyone out here really understands just how big Edge and edge computing will be, right? We've all spent, let's say, the last 15 years kind of getting our heads around, if you will, getting our heads around cloud, right? We moved from data center, on-prem, perimeters, to storing information in the cloud, right? And we finally, I think everyone kind of understands cloud, though not everyone has everything on the cloud. Most organizations have at least something on the cloud, in the cloud. And just when we finally got our arms around that, now, hold on with that cloud stuff. Let me introduce you to the edge. And now people are saying, well, wait a second. The edge, what exactly are we talking about here? And we've had several people today. You're probably the third person who we've talked about a little bit with Edge, and we've covered it before on TechstrongTV, right? The idea of moving closer to where the users are, closer to where the data originates, right, will have profound implications for certain applications. Some of the ones you talked about, right? Some of the areas and verticals that you spoke about, where if we could keep that data close by and do the analysis there, it's a lot faster, it's a lot cheaper, and we can do more with it right there. And I mean, that's my feeble attempt to explain what the edge is. Is there, what else am I missing? What have I left out?
Yeah, I think edge computing is more like an extension from the cloud computing. When I say cloud, it includes not only public cloud, but also the private cloud and telco cloud.
Right.
So for any point, all the way from the source of the data, from the cloud, all the way to the end, the end user, and all the other way around upstream, right? And anywhere in between this path could be the point of edge computing, edge node. It can be at the access node or regional clouds place location, and also can be at the home edge, can be at the server room at any enterprises. So. And there will be a white paper of Alpha Edge 2022 being available either today or anytime this week. You can get it from the Alpha Edge website. Search the tab on the resource. You can download the white paper.
Well, as long as you brought it up, we might as well tell people. What's the URL for the Alpha Edge website?
It's alphedge.org.
.org, right? Yeah. So that's lfedge.org. Excellent, good stuff. Now, you mentioned yesterday, as we've been telling people, well, today's sort of the official day one of Open Source Summit, but yesterday was sort of affiliate conference day, and Elf Edge was one of the providers of I don't want to call it 0 day because that has security connotation.
OpenSSF.
Right, but But you had some activities going on yesterday from LF Edge, and it was a workshop, right?
Yeah, it's a workshop from 2 to 5:30. Actually, we had so many topics. We ended up finished by 6.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like you've got a lot on your plate when you're describing it.
Yeah.
But why don't we talk about what you guys covered at the workshop?
Yeah. At the workshop, first we have Apit talk about the trend of Elf Edge, and we have many members all over the world that cover from Asia, Europe, EMEA, and even Africa. And then we talk about, give a talk about why Edge, because from the Forbes, from all the analysis report, you can see the TAM, the total accessible market, and also the SAM, the serviceable market you can get from Edge is large. By 2025 or by 2030, you can see the road, the line is going up like this. So within this, we can see a lot of needs, like especially the 5G and metaverse recently. You can see a lot of technology is needed, like NFV, the AR, VR, or all of these things are needed. And then we have the technical lightning talk, because we have 12 projects. They only get a chance to give a lightning talk. Some of the end users sitting for the whole afternoon telling me he was very impressive on we call it DevOps for the infrastructure orchestration, which allow you to access different backend for Azure from Microsoft, also the GCP answers, and also the AWS wavelengths. And we can provide a framework for the software and the end users, manufacturers. You can use the different clouds, not just only you locking with one cloud providers. I think these cloud providers can take a next step to be the turnkey solution for the IoT, the manufacturers. And also the other takeaway we think about is the carbon footprint. You know, if you go to Washington, D.C. these days, you gotta talk about clean energy, green energy. We have somebody, and he was dying in from Iceland at, I don't know, it's afternoon or nighttime. And he was actually on the ice showing us live, like how they use the projector flash to take the data, and you can see the temperature and the data footprint in the big land of Iceland. It's really great. And also like project erroring, they make the data and the analysis, then you see for your, whenever you add a socket or a module of the IoT, how are you going to contribute to the carbon? How much you're going to contribute to the green? Right? This is very important. And also like Open Horizon, these are all still the stage 1 project. They are very impressive. So the stage 1 Open Horizon, they have done the very good work, leveraging the IBM internal system to show people what the data platform looks like for the IoT. So LF Edge is not only focused on IoT, there are many like telco, clouds, and the others. Like for the telco side, you can see they showcase how they provide the services, like for the telcos like AT&T, Verizon, how they use Elf Edge's open source to build their, like use the UPF to cross their network to do the orchestration. And also, speaking of the public cloud, they work with the top public cloud providers to do so. And also mentioned EdgeX, they have done the great work for the MQTT and for the industry IIoT to test the temperature and report any event which is abnormal there. I think most of the stage 3 projects, the Equino EdgeX Foundry, is already in widely adopted and deployment all over the world. And the second stage 2, we call it the growth stage, is still being growth. Now their task is to get it more diverse, have more participants rather than just Google, Dynamic, or like several companies. They need to be more diverse, and that means the open source project based on Linux could be more widely adopted by the products from the vendors, not only for the end users. And for the stage one, it's really interesting. I am surprised to see even stage one projects got a lot of attention from the participants. Yeah, we are very happy to have this workshop, and this is actually the first in-person workshop after pandemic at the Alpha Edge level. And we hope this is more like a warm-up, and we can keep discussing this and meet everybody at the One Summit in Seattle. I think it's in November. Yeah, and that would be
So
great.
the event in November will be just an Alpha Edge Summit, or it's a bigger
It's called
LF?
One Summit. It was
One
called
Summit, the LF One
ONES.
Summit, right.
Now they changed to One Summit
Okay.
because it's not only networking and edge, but also the cloud. So that's why it's called One Summit.
Love it.
Yeah.
You know, that's a concept that I was discussing with someone earlier. Actually, it was off camera, a friend of mine who's involved in an open source project. And that is, it's important to remember, and you said it well too early on, that, you know, there's this for sure certain link between edge and cloud.
Yeah.
And there's a very real connection between network and edge and cloud, and endpoint and edge and cloud. And the other thing is, a lot of us tend to think, oh, we're going to move to the edge closer to where data is, because it's where, you know, people are, their phones, their computers, tablets, what have you. But it's also the data being generated by billions of IoT devices and stuff as well. We want to be closer to that. But the real idea is that none of these concepts or areas operate in a vacuum. They're all part of sort of a unified computing structure where, whether it's cloud, edge, network, you know, wherever, they're not exclusively there, right? Information, data, analysis, compute is being done across all of them. And that fabric, I don't even know if the fabric's the right word, but the power of that is extremely, I mean, that could be the future of where computing goes in the next, 10, 20 years, what have you. Beyond yesterday's show, though, there's more LF Edge activity here at the Open Source Summit.
Yeah, some of our speakers yesterday, actually, I think Glenn Darling is making a talk about Open Horizon again at today's, and he didn't have time to show the video with the robotics crawling yesterday, but he's going to show the video today.
That would be very cool.
Yeah, and also I think Matthew, and who gave very interesting talk about the carbon, and he's also giving talk either today or tomorrow. And I think the Alpha Edge different projects keep having the hackathons. One of that is the Alpha Edge Equino, and Etimac are having a hackathon. It's kicking off. It's already kicking off like today, and the input entries will be ended by June 29th. It will last till like October. So the winner team will get the $20,000 cash prize.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's
and
enough
if you
to
haven't
get 'em.
signed it up, please do so.
And again, go to lfedge.org
Yeah.
to do that as well. So much exciting stuff going on at the Edge, huh?
Yeah.
Good for that. November is this next big conference, but there's hackathons going on all the time.
Yeah, and
Anything else
also
we're missing
also
out?
the summit probably in August from Equino, and Alpha Edge, they have the meetup. I mean, the Alpha Edge EdgeX Foundry, they have the meetup periodically in China and the States. And you just need to go to the wiki page or the event page to see. So all our events are announced under the Alpha Edge webpage, and you can check out the events. We have the event calendars there. Yeah.
So there you have it. If you want to stay ahead of what's coming, what's the next big thing, this might be something you really want to join into. Tina, I want to thank you for coming on. This was great. You've given us a great update on what's going on with the so it's the Linux Foundation Edge Working Group, or it's not the Edge Foundation or anything?
Elf Edge is more like ELF-N. It's an umbrella project, and it has many projects underneath.
Yeah.
And each project, they have the working group, they have the blueprints, and subcommittees, etc.
You know, we work with the Open Mainframe project, which is also Linux Foundation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's very similar. It's an umbrella for 26, I think, different projects. Biggest of one is Zoe, but that's for mainframe and open source. It's that similar kind of umbrella, just called Elf Edge.
Yeah, we like it's an umbrella project, but we still have the synergy. Like we try to do end-to-end showcase, mentorship program, and award across, and also security. I know you have security background. It's a very important part for us. We have the Home Edge. They got a golden badge from the OpenSSF, and we have the Equino. Has the security subcommittee do the Linux and VARs and Kubernetes Hunter scanning for all the projects for release and also for the maturity review. And we have Ajax Foundry, and they have the specific security working group. Yeah, and all the projects are going from one stage to another, and security is a must-have to pass the criteria.
So that's music to my ears. I'm glad to hear you thought of security not as an after, like, oh yeah,
it's from day one.
Security.
Yeah.
It's from day one security.
Yeah.
Perfect. That makes me smile.
Yeah.
All righty, we're live here in Austin at the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit, talking LF Edge. Check it out. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Thank you for having
software.
me.
Thank you, Tina. It's SaaS, it's whatever. We can't even fix half the things they send me. I pass it along to the software company who does them. But and it's a system that was in need of organization, right? You want to call it, whatever you want to call it, crowdsourcing, unionization, whatever. But there's some conformity here. Look, this is best practices.
Right.
Right. This is what you should do. This is how you do bug bounty. This is how we report vulnerabilities, responsible disclosures, stuff like that. And we've been trying to do it here in the security industry for a long time, quite frankly.
Right.
But it was always kind of, kumbaya, do the right thing kind of stuff.
With very different definitions of what the right thing is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's good to see a company that's kind of trying to bring that together and put some real, pen to paper on. That's so old fashioned. But put pen to paper on it, right? Or keystrokes to code, or whatever you want to call it. For people who are interested, let's get it out of the way. What's the website?
HackerOne.com.
Easy enough.
Yes.
And that's one, O-N-E, not the number one.
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about you, though, Chris. Give people a little background on your background.
So I've been working in the IT and security space, SaaS, for the last 25 years, at a point where I had to teach people what SaaS was and how to capitalize it. Worked in email security, worked web application firewalls, SASE, product Zero Trust Security. And then in the last year, I joined HackerOne because I just found that they were doing something I thought was, sort of really exciting and different, and a chance to help customers solve real problems. So it's been exciting.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
What kind of problems customers are solving?
So part of what you described, so we're getting these reports of vulnerabilities. They come in via email. Sometimes it's, I found this problem, security bug. I'll tell you what it is if you give me 3 Bitcoin.
Right.
Troy Hunt, I think, coined the term beg bounties.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I got a good word for it. That's what we get a lot of.
Right. And so, sometimes it's they tweet at the CFO, and the CFO freaks out. Right. Like we have somebody tweeted to me. We have
a bad vulnerability.
Right?
Yeah.
All hands on deck.
Pull the alarm.
Right.
Break the glass.
Exactly. Unplanned work. So things like the vulnerability or bug bounty program, there's some rigor for submitting these vulnerabilities. It's tell me what CVE or CWE it is. Tell me that we'll do a CVSS scoring. Tell me steps to reproduce, work to validate that. And so streamlining that for those teams to take that intake so that they're not getting pinged by the CFO at 3:00 in the morning, doing the crazy fire drills. That
priceless.
Alone.
Priceless, like the MasterCard commercial, right? Priceless. Very cool. Let's talk a little bit about RSA, right?
Yeah.
It's I mean, look, this isn't a pre-COVID RSA. In terms of, pre-COVID, we were getting 45,000 people here. But this is certainly more people than I've been around in the last 2 years.
It is.
What's your impression?
My first RSA was 2019.
Okay.
And that was 45,000 attendees. And frankly, it was overwhelming to me. This is pre-COVID. We were all out and about and interacting with people, but it was just so crowded. So many people.
It's big.
Right, so big. This year, numbers I heard before I came were around 20,000 attendees.
Yeah, that's what they were looking for.
And so I feel like still just as many vendors, but I'm having much more interesting conversations, the crush of people. The types of conversations, the problems they're trying to solve have sort of exploded over the last 2 years, but it's really been great and well attended globally.
Yeah.
Which is
Well,
amazing.
so I've been going to RSA every year since 2002.
Okay.
So I've been to a few. And you're right, they were progressively getting bigger and bigger. Now they're 45,000. What back then, 20,000 now. The buzz is back though. This seems normal, right? It seems pretty normal. The expo floor is alive, right? The keynotes are well attended. The parties are back. So, in that regard, I think also part of it though is and the reason for it is that security continues to become a bigger and bigger and more of a mainstream kind of mindset, right? People are savvy that we got security issues,
right?
We got to do something. What are the solutions? So I think as security becomes a higher and higher priority, this show in many ways represents the security industry to the world, and it reflects that.
Yeah, I think I've seen, in the last 3 or 4 years, a trend of in SEC filings for companies, they're calling out specific security vendors that they're using.
That's the world we live in now.
And their board members are looking for somebody. It's been in the past people that could connect you with other companies or had financial, but now they're really looking for at least someone on the board that has a deep security background as well to help guide and shepherd these companies. And so, I think it's becoming. The business cares more and more about the security aspects because it's critical to their future.
I agree with you 100%, man. Yeah. Anything else new, exciting you want to jump in on here?
A couple things at least at HackerOne, and then I would love to talk about any other security stuff that's going on in the world, or dogs, which is a topic we talked about last night a bit. So we've been working with attack surface management companies where they're bringing in all these assets. And to me, this has been one of the challenges that companies are trying to solve is developers are deploying code so quickly. Their marketing teams are bringing up new resources. Like you talked about, some of them you don't even host.
Right.
And it's really easy to take a credit card out
and just be done
and bring a bunch of new infrastructure up. And so, we're working with these companies to try to risk rank that because you'd love to test everything as thoroughly as you possibly could, but you've got to risk rank it and prioritize it. And so, having those conversations, that's really what we've been focused on, having conversations this year at RSA with customers about is how are you doing that? How are you prioritizing that? How can we take that unionized, democratized, marshaled force of researchers and
so I'll tell you, it's funny. I think when we first started this third-party SaaSification or third-party reliance, one of the reasons you did the third-party stuff was, I don't want to worry about that. I don't care who their suppliers are. That's their problem. I just want one throat to choke.
Right.
And that fueled that whole third-party thing for a long time. But now we've come to find out that, you know what? Not good. We can't just set it and forget it. We need to understand who our third-party suppliers are.
Right.
And if we don't, we wind up, with SolarWinds kind of situations or software supply chain, SBOM stuff.
Yeah. It's, it's a little trivial, but the cloud is just other people's computers. And so
we can't forget that. And we, though we want to trust those people, we got to do what we got to do.
Yeah, and in the past it's been like, who do you do pen test? What are you doing from a security perspective? And so moving beyond, the SaaS companies are doing releases generally at a minimum every 2 weeks. Some of them daily, some hourly. If I'm doing annual pen tests, that's a great point in time snapshot, right? And so, what are you doing more proactively? And I don't know. At some point, your eyes glaze over if they start talking to you about their DAST and other.
There is a lot of that. DAST, IAST, and software composition analysis.
Right.
But yet, the people who are contributing to HackerOne live for that stuff too.
They do,
and that's the beautiful part of it. Anyway, hey man, we're about out of time.
Yeah.
Something's going on there. HackerOne.com. Check it out.
Hacker101.com if you want our free educational and capture the flag. That's 101.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Binary.
Hacker 101. Yes.
Yeah. All righty.
All right.
Hey, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Chris.
Have a great RSA.
You too. We are live here at RSA Conference. It's Wednesday. We're going to be right back.
This is TechstrongTV.
Hey, everyone. We're back here continuing our coverage here at RSA Conference. It's afternoon already. After lunch, people are filing in for the afternoon sessions. We are in the Moscone West Hall at Broadcast Alley, and we've been live all day. We're continuing our live coverage in day 3. Our guest right now is Boris Gorin, who's the CEO, co-founder of Canonic Security.
That's right.
Did I get it right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Boris, welcome. How are you?
Great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So, Boris, let's get some things straight, first of all. How do you spell Canonic?
That's Canonic. C-A-Nonic.
C-A-N-O-I-N-C.
Yes.
I-N-C. Canonic Security. And the website is canonicsecurity.com?
Yeah, or canonic.security.
Or canonic.security. Excellent. All right. We got that out of the way. Next, what is it you guys do?
So Canonics helps organizations quickly vet new third-party integrations and add-ons that they connect to their IT-approved platforms such as Google Workspace, Salesforce, and so on and so forth.
And you're one of the co-founders in addition to being CEO. I always like to ask the founders, what made you? What was the aha moment that you said, you know what, we need to do a company around this?
Right. So I've been working on SaaS security over the last decade, basically. First, as on the Defender side, managing security for a large enterprise. And then on the vendor side, we built a CASB, Cloud Access Security Broker, that was later acquired by Proofpoint. So I've actually been talking about third-party apps and integrations since 2012 or so. And coincidentally, when I met my co-founder, Niv, he was actually one of the guys that wrote the first RFC for Auth, which is the protocol that fuels third-party apps.
Sure.
So match made in heaven. So I think one of the moments where it kind of dawned on us is that, if you look at SaaS platforms today, all of them have hundreds, if not thousands, of add-ons and integrations. And all these ecosystems that work on top of them, they're basically, fueling the economy. Like, look at Atlassian, 30% of their revenue is coming out of their marketplace and add-ons and integration. Sure. So it's kind of a setup that works for everyone. It works for the platform builders. It works for developers who benefit from building extensions. It works for customers who use all these extensions. And then, all these small extensions, they don't have the security and the certifications and the budgets and the teams that all the major platforms have. It's security always follows technology, right? Like, there's a trend, there's new adoption, and then security has to follow. So it was kind of obvious that, this is going to expand and someone has to secure it. And interestingly enough, like we were one of the first startups that started in that category. And a few months later, there were like 4 other startups.
Well, that's a double-edged sword, right? Because yes, it makes for competition, but
Right.
it also validates that there's a market, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And competition is healthy, right? Yeah. If there
Agreed.
was no competition, like yeah, you'd be just behind the market, right?
So that's a good thing. All right, so let's talk about how this works. How does it actually work to do this?
Right. Yeah. So if you think about it, like what happens with organizations today is like you have someone wants to connect an add-on to their Google Workspace or Salesforce, and then typically go through like a vendor security assessment process. And what organizations are doing today is they have like Excel spreadsheets and someone has to like submit a new app for an assessment or a new vendor for an assessment through like a Jira ticket, and then there are like Excel spreadsheets with risk scores and calculations. There's manual process that goes for like a month maybe, and then the poor guy on the IT side, like he forgot he even submitted the app by the time he gets the approval. So what we're doing is we've actually created a service called apptotal.io, which is like VirusTotal for apps. So anyone could go in and throw an app at it, and it's going to analyze that app, okay, within our sandbox. Okay, so this basically what it does is it creates a SaaS environment. It connects that new app onto that SaaS environment. It assesses that application, and then it spits out a verdict like, is this risky or not, and why? And so this like security engineer who we would spend like a month to get this
Trying
assessed,
to do it, and now you get it done as a service.
piecing that information puzzle together, it's getting that automatically done in a few minutes. So that's amazing because like organizations can adopt new vendors and new technologies
Much
super
faster.
quick. Yeah, much faster. When the time, like as a startup, the moment you realize you have this market fit is when someone who's been doing this manual process is looking at your product, and they're so amazed, like they're not even listening to that pitch. They're looking at what you're doing, and they're
Saying,
like,
why didn't I see this before?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now,
And I want to make clear for the audience, this isn't necessarily if you're a company who develops an app and you're going to run it there. That's fine. You could do that, obviously.
Yeah.
But any of the apps that you're running from other people, third-party apps, and we live in a SaaS ops world, SASE, whatever you want to call it. We're all doing these apps. We could put all of these third-party apps there and get validation, right? Especially, we talk about things like supply chain and stuff like this. This is a great solution in that.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, even think about your personal life. Like you have your Gmail or something, and then anytime you would connect with Google to any website out there, you will get this pop-up that says, "Hey, some app wants to have access."
And we all almost knee-jerk just say, "Okay,
That's right.
okay."
That's right. And if you look at the list of apps in your Google account, you probably discover like tens of them you never remember.
That you don't even know how they got there.
Some of them are companies that don't even longer exist.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and so like multiply that by the number of employees in every organization, and then that's just Google. Like we just have dozens of these platforms, and how do you manage that from the moment you vet these apps to controlling these apps to revoking access? Like we discovered that 60% of the integrations in an average enterprise haven't been used over the last 60 days. No one ever looks into that.
No.
Yeah, and
I would imagine. Well, you saying it, I'm sure it's true, but I would agree also it's true. I mean, because there are a lot of times I may use an app one time and decide I don't like it, or I don't use it because I had a specific thing to do. I put it on. Who goes back there and shuts it off? No one.
Yeah, totally. And we do this like we automatically streamline the end user and recertifications. That basically means like an end user gets a message in Slack or over email that says, "Hey, like we see that you haven't used this app for 60 days."
Right.
And then they have one.
That's great.
Yeah, and then they have one of 3 options like
delete it, keep it.
That's
change
right.
it.
I need the access. I'm
Right.
using it. I don't remember installing it, and no, I don't use it.
Right.
We
Get
see
rid
that.
of it.
We see that most of the end users say, "I don't remember installing that."
and that, well, it's a whole nother can of worms altogether, actually. So let's talk about distribution. How do you charge for this? How does one get it?
Yeah. So there's a few, it's a tiered approach basically. So anyone can use apptotal.io. It's a community version, it's a freemium version, just like VirusTotal. And we have thousands of security engineers that are using it on a daily basis, just assessing apps. So if you're just looking into like one app here and there, it's a community offering and it has most of the data. The commercial version of that, so it basically breaks down to 3 tiers. The first one is app vetting and risk management. So that helps you assess new apps before connecting them to your environment. The second one provides access intelligence and vulnerability insights. So basically, it looks into your environment and looks and identifies who are the users who connected all these apps, what are they doing with them, identifies weaknesses, and helps you do that end user recertification process. And the last one is threat detection and response. So that's basically continuously monitoring all these apps, API activities, like detecting suspicious API activities, out of policy API activities. Okay, so the enterprise product is basically the one that includes all these 3 capabilities. And it's per user, per year pricing.
And so that's aimed at enterprise per user per year.
That's right.
Free for individuals. And I wanted to make that clear.
Yeah.
Anybody could just go in, register, and start using free.
Yeah, anyone can go in apptotal.io.
I love it.
Register and yeah.
I mean, it seems simple. So, look, I've been in business a long time, 30 years. Every once in a while, you hear a company or story like this, and you say, why didn't anyone think of this before?
That's
I
right.
mean, this isn't, right? It's so obvious when you explained it.
That's
but
right.
Now it took till now to do. So
that's right.
Good for you, man.
Thank you.
I'd like to hear more stuff about it. Keep us posted.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Boris.
Thanks.
All right. We're here live at RSA. You know what? Just before I sign off, because maybe someone didn't listen in the beginning to the website.
Yeah.
But now that they hear it's about, they're saying, oh, I want to do this.
That's right.
What's the website again? Look into that camera and tell them.
apptotal.io.
Apptotal.io.
Yeah. Or canonic.security.
Or canonic.security. Fantastic.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, we're going to be back with our next guest here in just a moment.
This is TechstrongTV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live again. Thursday morning, Moscone West, RSA conference. The escalators are filled with people going up and down and up. Sessions are on, keynotes are starting. We're wrapping up our last day of RSA today. I'm really happy to be joined with someone who I've been interviewing at RSA for a really long time. Couple of decades. Actually, before we even were interviewing him, well, back in my still secure days, of course, we had a vulnerability solution, VAM, Vulnerability Early Access Management. And back then, a game changer in the vulnerability management space was the advent of the CVEs.
Yep.
Right, from the MITRE Corp, where they started rating vulnerabilities by severity and criticality, etc. And it was about 15, well, more, 18, 20?
Well, they started rolling out in the fall of 1999.
When did you present here?
That was 2001.
So this is when I first met this man. His name's Bob Martin. He's with MITRE. In 2001, Bob stood up on stage here at RSA and introduced the whole concept of CVEs for vulnerability management. And the world of vulnerability management has never been the same. Here we are 2 decades later, 2022. Bob is up on stage this year where he spoke about
supply chain security.
And I have a feeling supply chain security may not be the same again.
Well, from your lips
to God's ears, right? Yes. I hear you, Bob. So welcome. First of all, Bob, welcome.
Well, glad to be here. Glad to see everyone.
Yep.
It's really a lot of connections and new people too.
And it is good to see the new people. But you know what? If no one's told you here this year, I'll tell you. Thank you. Thank you for all that you've done over the last decades.
Well,
at
I'll
MITRE.
take that thanks and I'll spread it across the big team
Yeah, it
of
is a big
people
team.
in MITRE and in the community. And that's the key to these kinds of things.
It is. It takes a team.
Yep.
It takes a community. And
Well, and it has to also not just be some technically neat way of doing something. It has to make business sense. And that's, I think, a big part of this. And that's where our work in what we call a system of trust on supply chain really, we think, is going to be something that industry is going to find as much or more value than MITRE's customers in the federal government. You know, MITRE is a not-for-profit. We run what are called federally funded research and development centers for many parts of the federal government in the U.S. But our mission is really to go out and change the problem space into something a little more tractable.
Yep, agreed. So, well, I think most of our audience, they've heard MITRE, and your little definition there, I think, helps out. Let's talk supply chain. Talk about your talk here.
Why not us? Everybody else is talking about supply chain.
Yes, that appears to be for sure.
Yep. No, the whole approach we're taking on supply chain is that there are experts in supply chain, but then there's everyone else that's really struggling to get a grip on it and trying to understand what are the risks they need to get a handle on and look into. And there's really no place that they can look to understand and appreciate what they may need to look at. So what System of Trust primarily is trying to do, or at least the first step, is what are all those supply chain risks from your supplier, the service offerings and supplies that you may need to address. Now, we're not going to say everybody needs to do all that, right? So the other step of this is a way of managing to slim down to some subset. We call it a profile that's appropriate to the business decision you're making, your situation, your context, your timeline.
Hey everyone. We just took a quick little break here for lunch, but we're back in Austin at the Linux Foundation's Open Security Summit. And I'm really happy to be joined by our next guest. His name is Andrew Aiken. Andrew works for Wipro, W-I-P-R-O. And he is sort of, he is the Wipro rep to the Linux Foundation in various aspects and sub-foundations of the LF, as well as open source in general. But we're going to dive into that in a little bit here. Andrew, welcome to TechstrongTV. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me. Happy to be here.
I'm glad to have you. So, Andrew, I mean, I did my best, right? But you could do better. Explain to the audience, what you do as part of Wipro. And I think most of our audience knows who Wipro is, but it probably wouldn't hurt to give them a little background on that too.
Sure. For those of you who may not be familiar with Wipro, we are one of the large global systems integrators, somewhere around 240,000 employees across the planet today. We are a fairly traditional systems integrator. We provide resources, solutions, technology, innovation to our clients, again, across the globe and across all industry sectors. My role, I am the head of open source for Wipro. I am in the office of CTO, my team and I. And really, we are the face of open source for Wipro and for this community, the analyst community, clients, and so on. And I'm here representing Wipro at the Open Source Summit and as the board observer for OpenSSF.
Excellent. So let's talk about Wipro a little bit. Look, you don't get 240,000 odd people without being deeply embedded into, a good chunk of the global 2000 and beyond.
Yep.
And with that kind of coverage, with that kind of footprint, when we talk about being the head of open source or what Wipro's, open source strategies and tools and everything are, there's a big chunk of business, right? When you think about how much software and so forth is based or either is open source or contains open source today, this is important.
It's very important.
Right.
Depending upon which of the analysts or reports that you subscribe to, over 90% of production software in the world today is either completely based on open source or has a portion of open source on it.
Yep.
So it's very critical software.
Absolutely. So, this isn't some dusty corner in the office of the CTO where people are mulling through open source licenses or something like that.
No.
This is really dynamic kind of stuff. Secondly, you mentioned you were an observer on the OSSF board, but I thought you were on another board or two as well.
I am. I'm on a few. The other one, the main one that I am the board member of is FinOS, the FinTech Open Source Foundation, one of the very first vertically oriented industry foundations out there. Most foundations or projects or communities are horizontal, based on a technology. This is more vertically or industry oriented.
So that's not the FinOps people who are about cloud cost stuff.
Right. No, this is FinOS with an S.
Oh,
FinTech Open Source. Yeah, so it was founded, I think, about 6 years ago now by 8 of the world's largest banks. And now they have dozens and dozens of members and organizations like Wipro and non-bank vendors. And it really was set up to provide an environment where financial services organizations can open source their own software in kind of a safe and compliant environment with a group of peers who understand what it means to develop software in such a highly regulated environment.
Got it. Excellent. And I forgive me if I didn't catch it. Was there a meeting of them here?
No, they have their own event. They have the Open Source Strategy Summit in London in 3 weeks, I think. That's kind of their version of this event.
Cool.
They are also under the Linux Foundation umbrella. They're a sub-foundation, as is OpenSSF and the other foundation activities.
Well, yeah, that's
it's the umbrella.
Right. It's the legal kind of format that I think LF favors. You know,
Yep.
I always call them for some reason daughter foundations, and I don't know if that's
Well,
today's world, if that's still
we
apropos
just call them
or
sub
not.
foundations.
Sub foundations sound good.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I thought I knew about a lot of the foundations, but I wasn't. I'm not as familiar with Finos.
It's one to take a look at. They're becoming a real industry driver. More and more global banks are joining them, along with a number of the large tech vendors. So they're getting involved with some other interesting standards bodies. So they're beginning to promote open source as a standard within financial services.
Excellent. Well, what's the website for people who maybe want to find out?
Just finos.org, finos.org.
Okay, check it out.
Yep.
All right, let's go to OpenSSF. They had a
Yes.
big day here yesterday.
Yep.
We've interviewed a number of people from the OpenSSF over the last 2 days. What's been? You are a board observer there on behalf of WePro.
Right.
What's your take?
Our CTO, Suba Tatavarte, is our board representative, but on the day-to-day basis, I'm the board observer and drive a lot of the programs. And today's obviously continuing more and more OpenSSF-related activities. I just spoke on a panel about an hour ago. My takeaway is I'm glad to see more and more people are paying attention to this effort. Recently, I and my peers were in Washington, D.C. for a number of meetings with different agencies who are, again, also really beginning to pay attention to this issue, obviously driven by Biden's executive orders over a year ago. But my takeaway is it's interesting to see the overall industry momentum and the collaboration between public and private sector on some of these software supply chain security initiatives.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So let me play devil's advocate. So I've been in security for 25 years. I've been in technology for 30 plus years. You know, and in security, we always had open source tools that we used to secure all software. The OpenSSF's charter is to secure open source software, which is great, right? When 90% of software contains open source.
Yep, it's important.
It's an important thing. What I'm worried about with the whole supply chain, SBOMs, and all of these things is, will we focus so much on open source that maybe something else sneaks through that's not open source?
That's likely to happen, right? Sneaks through? I don't know.
Well, I use
by
the
definition,
word sneak.
by definition, it kind of sneaks through, right?
Right.
Doesn't matter whether it's open source or proprietary. But will it do that because there's too much attention on open source? I don't know that that's the case. I don't know if that can be the case. The fact is there's not enough attention today. We've heard there's a whole bunch of initiatives, for example, around SBOM everywhere, SBOM anywhere, right? We did our own survey of our customers and got about 65 responses, I think. And of those, you know, a dozen were actually asking for SBOMs. Far fewer were getting SBOMs, and then even the SBOMs they received, they couldn't really do much with them. So the fact that there's a lot of talk around SBOMs and Biden's executive orders doesn't mean that there's actually a lot going on at the end user consumer point. Right? We have a long way to go.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't doubt it, right? And especially when you're looking at 90% of the software has open source. Look, if you could cover 90%, that's pretty damn good.
Yes.
I think also part of it is we spent so long kind of fight, and when I say we, I mean at the enterprise level, right? For so long, a lot of enterprises sort of fought open source software. It was like, oh no, who are you going to call for support? How are you going to get training?
I get it.
And then there was this also, especially as I was coming up, right? There was this like two-faced argument, which is, well, open source software is more secure by design because there's more eyeballs on it.
Yep.
And, you know, how could something be insecure when everyone's But the fact of the matter is, who the heck looks at the source code? You know, very few people are actually, unfortunately, we're testing these open source tools, components, whatever, that you just, oh, Andrew used it, good enough for me, I'll use it too. And so we, you know, it really became, you know, it was a fallacy about the open eyes. Or how many sets of eyes were on it.
Not necessarily fallacy. It was actually the impact was maybe not what that truism says, right? Because people, and I've been in open source for 22 years. I was probably one of the very first people to be wearing a suit in open source. And I fought many, many, many of those early battles. And I think the issue is that developers, open source developers, people who are creating all this new innovative technology, right? They don't grow up thinking about secure by design, right? Or secure from the ground up. They just wanted to get good code out there, or code, and make it good over time, and make it innovative, and make it useful to themselves and to others, right? They weren't worrying about the security issues. And today, that's one of the challenges for the OpenSSF and its members, is working with the projects and helping them understand why it's important to implement secure coding best practices, and providing them the resources to do so, because OpenSSF represents Big Brother, right? If you look at who the members are, that's just the reality or the perception that many open source projects have is, okay, we should be improving the way we develop software, but we don't want you to tell us how.
Right.
And so you have to find this balance, as the OpenSSF has to find this balance in working with the projects and communities, and saying we're here to help, and we truly are, and we're not going to try and change the way you develop software totally. We're going to try and help you improve it.
Good. Agreed. Now, the other thing that I spent a lot of today talking to a bunch of folks from OpenSSF, but I've spoken to a bunch of other people as well on various sub-foundations or subgroups within Linux Foundation. It's amazing, and maybe it's just because when you hammer, everything looks like a nail, but it's amazing to me how much oxygen OpenSSF is attracting right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think it speaks to just how important it is.
It does.
But the security guy in me says, yeah, I've heard this story before. Top three priority.
Yeah.
And here we are still with issues that we haven't addressed.
So OpenSSF is still primarily vendor driven. There are some end user consumer organizations like JP Morgan and Citi and a few others, right? That's going to change. You know, over time, I expect more end users to join. But it's a vendor driven organization who understands the issue, because we're the ones that actually use the open source to build our products and then bring those products to market, sell them to our consumers. Our customers, right? So we know at kind of a core level that this is a huge issue. That doesn't necessarily mean that the end user consumer, even if they recognize it as an issue, has the ability to actually do anything about it. One of the things I shared during my talk is how many titles that I've seen at our customers, just the title has gone from DevOps to DevSecOps. And when you ask those people, so what does that mean now that you have those additional 3 letters in your title? And they're like, not really much of anything, right?
So you're preaching to the choir.
There's lip service.
We are DevOps.com.
Okay.
But we're also Security Boulevard, and I've been bringing the DevSecOps event to RSA for 7 years.
Yep.
And I've said this publicly before. To me, there was always sec in DevOps. It was always part of it. But by putting those 3 letters in there, we clearly sent a message to the security community that, hey, you're part of this too. Not necessarily that shift left and security is everyone's responsibility wasn't already something we should be doing, but it gave the security folks who for a long time were a wandering tribe in the desert, right? Because they weren't really part of IT. They were kind of in risk in some places. In other places, they were IT. They were clearly other, right? Not them, other. And so it made them, right? And that was a good thing.
excuse me, I do want to point out that adding those 3 letters hasn't necessarily translated to additional training, additional headcount, additional budget. It is, you are now DevSecOps, figure it out without any additional resources.
So I'll tell you what, and I spend a good chunk of my time talking to vendors who offer DevSecOps solutions and to end users who employ them. Here's the funny thing. No, it hasn't necessarily added to budget. And in fact, most DevSecOps solutions still come out of the security budget, not out of the developer budget or DevOps, if you want to call it that budget. And that's the fact, right?
I understand is true. But what we are seeing is that more traditional DevOps tools are now beginning to include security components to it. So that's a very positive development, I think. It is now bringing additional capabilities to the tools that many DevOps people have been using for years.
And a lot of that, I'll tell you, is through partnerships. Like the Sneak, for instance, does a great job with
absolutely
partners. There's another company, Shift Left. There's a bunch of the DevSecOps vendors who recognize that, look, in order to make tools for developers, you got to kind of embed this stuff in the tools they're using.
Yep.
Or the platforms they're on, or whatever you want to call it. And because everyone today's a platform. But it's interesting, and it bodes well, right?
Yeah. That's my point.
Make a difference.
I think it bodes well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, we're over time, but Andrew,
Okay.
I want to talk about WePro a little bit. WePro. I mean, obviously, CTO on the board of OpenSSF. You are kind of the liaison to Linux Foundation open source. Beyond the obvious, why is this so important to WePro?
It boils down to trust, right? We talk about being a trusted partner to our clients. How can you do that if you're not paying attention to their security, whether your customers are or not, right? So that is at the end of the day the core reason that we're investing in this. Now there are all sorts of other benefits, but it's making sure that our customers have real trust in us. Understand that from a software security perspective, we have their best interests. And there's all sorts, again, there's benefits in upskilling our resources by participating here and through contributing, through the training programs. It helps with our branding and our differentiation, our ability to recruit good developers. There are all these other.
A lot of benefits.
These are core benefits, but at the end of the day, it's trust.
Excellent, man. Hey, I want to thank you for coming on today, and I want to thank you for all the work you're doing in the community.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the time.
All righty. Andrew Aiken from WePro here, board observer at OpenSSF, board member of FINOS, another Linux foundation. And what'd you say, about 3 weeks, there's a big FINOX conference in Linux.
FINOS, yeah, in London. Yep.
Excellent. All right, we're going to take a break. We've got a full lineup this afternoon of folks here, so stand by. We'll be right back.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv. CISO Talk.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and TechstrongTV.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
And so you basically start with a common place and get to a precise place for you. Yet it's traceable back to that. Yes, I pulled.
All right, everyone, we're back here continuing our coverage from the Open Source Security Summit in Austin. Our next guest is Derek Townsend.
Townsend, like Pete.
Like Pete Townsend. Derek's with Legit Security, too legit to quit. We've actually covered Legit Security on TechstrongTV before, but they are an exhibitor here, and we didn't really talk about it. We're on the second floor here at the JW Marriott. I believe it's the
it's up on the fourth floor.
Fourth floor, there's the sponsors exhibit area. There's a large exhibit area. Legit is one of the exhibitors there, but on top of that, they're also a member of the OpenSSF, Open Source Security Foundation, OSSF, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about supply chain, some other stuff. But anyway, Derek, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be here. Thanks.
You know what I'd like to get out of the way, though, and I didn't mention it to you when we first started, which is, look, not everyone out here knows Legit Security. I said, we've covered them before, but not everyone watched that either. So why don't we start there, man? Let's give them a little Legit background and a little bit of your background.
Sure. So just background on the company. So Legit Security is headquartered in Tel Aviv, but almost all of our sales and marketing activity right now is in North America. So we're selling to larger enterprises, and it's a software supply chain security solution. I think the interesting thing is it's a really popular space right now. So there's a lot of vendors talking about software supply chain security. So when you even say that now, you kind of have to define what that means to you.
Well, and we're going to define that in a minute, but not only that, I mean, when was Legit founded, do you know?
Yes, it was back in 2019. So it was just prior to SolarWinds.
Right? Sometimes I've learned this lesson in business. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than smart. And man, what a good time to get into software supply chain security, right? The whole world's blown up since then. Let's talk a little bit about you, though. What's your background?
Oh, I've been doing software startups for quite some time. Bounced around in different areas, developer tools, cloud management solutions, identity management, which got me into cyber, and now here.
Same here. I've been chasing that. Well, so Techstrong's not venture backed, so this was my blog, and it became this. But I know how that goes too. So let's talk a little software supply chain security. As we said, it's certainly a hot topic, even here, right? This is our second day here. I was going to say filming, but that's an old word. Recording and speaking with folks, broadcasting, streaming. And, that's been topic one.
Yeah.
Software supply chain security. And it was interesting. I had a conversation earlier today with one of our guests. And it's like, so this is a word that's come into vogue, let's say, in the last 2 years, right? Maybe since SolarWinds. Right. But really, what we talk about when we say software supply chain security goes back a lot longer than 2 years, right? We've always been worried. I mean, look, I remember selling security in the federal government space years and years ago, 15 years ago, and they were worried about backdoors and about what was embedded in the software they were installing back then. We just didn't call it supply chain security.
Right.
What's Legit's take on this?
Well, I think a lot has transpired with DevOps that has made software supply chain security a more urgent problem and a much broader attack surface. I think, rewind the clock, years ago, there was always a risk of insider attack. There was always a risk of some open source libraries potentially causing a vulnerability. But now when you look at DevOps and what's happened across the SDLC, all the different tools, all the different developers and collaborators that get involved, all those moving parts have gotten much more complicated. And although cloud security and other aspects of code scanning technologies are getting more mature, looking at the SDLC and all of its complexity and all of its moving parts has not caught up. And SolarWinds was the wake-up call, and it wasn't the only one.
No.
Several after that. And now that's why you're seeing this rush into the space.
Yeah. So I don't disagree, but I would add to it in this way. When we look at what DevOps is about, right, and there's no official definition and all that, but certainly it was a big dose of agile, and a pinch of lean IT, right, added into that, and you know how we do dev and ops and the whole software development life cycle, pipelines, all of these things. You know, it introduced, especially from the lean heritage, from lean manufacturing and Deming and all that stuff, right? It introduced this analog of people building software the way we build stuff in assembly lines.
Yes.
You know, on a pipeline, and it goes along the pipeline getting finished until it's delivered, until it's deployed. And so I think the very name software supply chain security comes from supply chain security, right, that we see there. So I think that's the heritage for it, of where that analogy comes in for something that, as we both said, has been done before necessarily, but we've never had software be developed in a factory sort of mode.
Yes.
That DevOps is introduced.
I think factory is a good word because factory also connotes automation.
Yep.
And the automation is there at all of these multiple steps. And it's also got this sense of kind of lean manufacturing and just-in-time assembly that takes place from multiple different sources and dependencies.
Absolutely.
And that's part of the complexity problem. And then you add on top of that, you've got different developers, different teams, contractors, other folks coming in and out. It's a very dynamic environment. And that is representative of modern kind of physical supply chains today too.
Absolutely. So let me ask another question then. I've spent the last 2 days talking probably to a dozen people already about software supply chain security, SBOMs, and so forth. My fear is every single person I spoke to gave me a different story.
Yeah.
Or not a different story, but a different take on this issue. And that's okay. You know, there's no one right way, one wrong way. The world doesn't necessarily go black, white.
Right.
There's gray. But my take is, are we going to extend it and embrace it for every single vendor out here until you Unixify it, right? Where, you know, you have all these different flavors, but they're not really compatible.
You know, cyber is interesting, and you look at the evolution of different categories of cyber solutions. It takes a little bit of time for it to gel and for the boundaries to kind of get defined.
Be right where we are
and categorized. And I think this is early days. There is no formal category defined by someone like a Gartner or a Forrester yet for what software supply chain security is. But I think what you're seeing is that when you look at the attacks, they come from a lot of different vectors, and there's a lot of lateral movement, and so someone can claim a kind of a more narrow scope solution to software supply chain security. It's not exactly wrong. It could be one attack vector, but when we think about it, we think that what the market needs is something more holistic that looks across everything from when the developer submits the code, it goes through the build server, you go through the artifact repo, and it gets just ready to go into production. That to us is the scope of the software supply chain. So it's the pipeline, it's the systems and infrastructure in that pipeline, it's the developers and the collaborators that are interacting in it, and it's also the code that's passing through it. But where we draw the line internally is that we're not a code scanning tool. We're not SAST. We're not SCA. Those are well-defined categories. Lots of vendors in it, mature tech. We're not trying to recreate that wheel. But there are some other pieces of code security like secret scanning and scanning infrastructure as a code that still have space and we think are still part of that integral solution. But our take is don't try to replace them, but there's value in finding where they are positioned across the software supply chain. So sometimes your SCA tool got turned off, or sometimes you don't have SAS scanning on a product line you should. And just getting visibility into that is really important. And the other thing that we're finding, this is at the intersection of dev and security, DevSecOps. Development teams might know some of this, kind of the back of the envelope or back of their hand. They know where these tools are. The security folks don't necessarily. And so it starts in our mind getting visibility into that whole pipeline, that whole SDLC first, including knowing where the other security controls are. And now you can start taking action. Now you can start doing important things to tighten up your security posture.
Love it. I want to talk a little OSSF participation. So Legit's a corporate member of the OSSF, along with some of the, the biggest names. IBM, Microsoft, Google, big tech. What do you guys, what's your, and I don't mean you personally, but what do you see as the role of Legit Security in this kind of organization?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that really comes from our founders that were part of the IDF and have seen these things in the real world. And they want to, truly kind of help out the broader community, not just our customers. And that's in a couple different ways. One is the research that we have. So we have an actual security research team within Legit. We're actively looking for vulnerabilities and publishing them, doing responsible disclosure. We had one 2 months ago. We have another one coming out later this month. So part of it is finding those vulnerabilities and sharing them before they get out of control. But the other one that's probably going to be even more impactful is the open source tools that we're going to contribute. So I mentioned earlier, our platform does this automated discovery across this whole pipeline, so you get to see what's out there. We're going to carve off small pieces of that capability. For example, looking at your GitHub instances. Is it properly configured? Has a developer taken a private repo and made it public, which they shouldn't do? That sort of security posture management for a GitHub repo is something that we're now actively working at to provide to the open source community as a tool that folks can use on their own to improve their own software supply chain security for that piece. Now, if they find that useful, they might find Legit Security, and they might find out that we do not just that, but all the other repos, all the other build servers, all the other artifact repos, and everything else. So it could be an entry point to that, but in the meantime, it definitely helps the community at large.
Love it. Absolutely. Yesterday was, I forget what they call it, but like affiliate day or whatever, and the OpenSSF had their kind of event. Not to say that it's very embedded into everything going on this week. But I'm wondering if you were involved in that at all, what your impressions were from what you've seen so far.
I wasn't involved in the event, but I think the open source community as a whole has a really important role in just the topic of software supply chain security. And part of it is SCA tools and just the vulnerabilities that can be introduced through open source libraries consumed in software. That in and of itself is a huge deal. You talk to some people and they'll tell you commercial software today is composed anywhere from up to 80% or even more of open source libraries. That's not going to change.
No.
So continuing to focus on that and bring more attention to that space is really important. And then I think it takes you in other important areas about all the other dependencies associated with building software today. SBOMs are part of that, which is picking up momentum.
You think so?
Yeah, and there's other things. It's not just open source libraries. There's other dependencies across the board. So the more people talk about it, the more people start to put their attention to how this is being managed, and it's not a mystery anymore, and people are looking at ways to secure it. I think is better for everyone.
I don't disagree with you at all. Hey, you know what we didn't tell people? If they want to get information on Legit Security, LEGIT?
Yeah, legitsecurity.com.
Okay.
Come check out a demo.
Yeah.
You can go to the website. There's a book a demo button. We found that like a lot of these vendors, they'll talk about software supply chain security. When you see the product work, then the light bulbs really go off. And that's not unlike us. So go check out a demo.
Excellent. Hey, man, Derek, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the week here at Open Source Summit. Check out Legit Security. They're a member of OpenSSF. We're live here in Austin. We'll be back in a moment with another guest. Hey everyone, we're back here live in Austin, continuing our coverage of Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. And forgive me if we're a little security heavy this week, but it's actually, it's good for my soul to see security taking center stage here front and center. Our next guest is Caleb Brown. Caleb joins us from Sydney.
Yes, I come from Sydney on behalf of Google and the open source security team.
Absolutely. Caleb, first of all, welcome and thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Second of all, we were talking off camera. I know several friends in the Google security world, but not in the open source security team. So tell me, what's the charter for the Google open source security team?
That's a great question, and one I should be able to answer off the top of my head. I've only been with the team like 6 to 9 months, so I'm still like, I feel green. But the charter is to improve the security of open source and to make it safe and secure for people to consume. And so we work very closely with the OpenSSF, and a lot of our work is through them and through the projects that they run.
Well, Google is one of the biggest corporate benefactors of OpenSSF, but they're not alone.
No,
IBM, Microsoft, to name some of the big ones. And there's a lot more. I think it's 30 or 50.
Oh, it's growing really rapidly.
And growing every day, I was going to say that. And I mean, look, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out why Google is invested in this. Google, probably one of the biggest open source consumers as well as open source creators in the world. So if we're going to tackle open source security head on, you'd want Google involved in it for obvious reasons.
I totally agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, look, 6 to 9 months is a lifetime in tech, right? This is internet time. You're like 21 years in on this. But you know, we were talking a little off camera. Your background is more in DevOps and.
So I've worked on a variety of projects, but my interest in terms of places that I've enjoyed kind of having an impact and being able to work has been in thinking through like how can we make the process of development not just easier for developers, but easier to repeatable and safe, and to be able to be confident that we're going to be able to ship products that are going to work for our customers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know, and again, we were talking off camera, this whole notion of calling something software supply chain security, you know, if you're from a DevOps background, you know how much it borrows from Lean and Lean IT and and how much Lean IT borrows from Lean manufacturing. So that whole notion of supply chain and supply chain security, to me, is like lifted out of the Lean lexicon. And so, you know, so it's a very DevOps-centric view of how we build software and how we should secure it.
For sure, yeah.
That being said, it's been a tough couple of years, right?
Yeah.
We've had some very, very high-profile incidents, and you know, not to say it didn't happen before and it won't happen again, but certainly the last 2 years have been tough. You know, and it's shined a real spotlight on this.
Yeah, I think that's a huge part of driving the growth of the OpenSSF
doubt.
the space is the prior incidents.
Yeah.
The focus from the White House, those sorts of things. Yeah.
You know what? I've been in security 20-something, almost 25 years. I will tell you, there's nothing better for security than a good old breach or incident, right? Because that gets people religion, right?
Yes, that's right.
But it's amazing. Memories are short-lived, and they go back to their old non-secure ways. But it is what it is. Anyway, let's talk about, you know, what is Google, and I'm asking you now on behalf of, you know, in your position here, what are you guys seeing from the OpenSSF that gives you, makes you optimistic, that says, hey, we're doing something on the right track here?
I am a few things that I'm kind of been really impressed to see, particularly yesterday in the OpenSSF day. and also in my involvement through the OpenSSF is the growing adoption of things like SigStore for artifact signing and attestation, and OSV being more broadly adopted. So those sorts of initiatives give me some hope that
OSV, I don't know if our audience is familiar.
OSV is I'm going to get the name wrong. It's basically
it's going to be an open source.
It could be, but it's kind of a CVE. I can't remember, and I'm like, my team in Sydney is the one working on it.
We're not going to blank on it.
Anyway, it's kind of a contributor, an open approach to things like CVE.
Okay.
So
I get it.
CVE is kind of centralized and controlled.
And NIST.
And if someone looks at the CVE and goes, that's wrong, or we need to update that, it's very hard.
Actually, look, I don't mean to give you a tripped up question. That's not ever what I do. We've had guests explain it to us. And it really, from what I know about it, and if I'm wrong, you could blame me, don't blame Caleb. From what I know about it is CVE is rather rigid in that they tell you if something is a critical or medium or light kind of vulnerability. With OSV, there are other factors that get put into the mix that allow an organization, each organization, for their world to rate a given vulnerability or a given condition as, oh, this is red, red, yellow, or whatever you want to scale it.
The other big problem it's trying to solve is it's really hard to kind of take that and then process it in a way where you can do it at scale. So
Right.
OSV is like a specific schema around how this vulnerability information is defined so that you can build tooling around it.
Yes.
And you can automate the process of linking up your internal dependencies to the report. So
And
super valuable.
Putting the cherry on it is it gives organizations a chance to customize this for their own environments and their own risk factors and everything else, which is important, right? That was always one of the things with CVE. Just because you're categorizing it as critical, look, for us, it's not because for whatever reason, right? We've got it walled off. It's whatever. I think that is important. I'd like to ask, so have you had much involvement with some of the other OSSF partners?
I'll get to that. Oh, you mean the other companies?
Yeah.
I've been some small collaboration with IBM on one of the projects that I'm involved in, which has been really interesting, and a little bit with Sonotype as well. I've bumped into them on another project that I work on as well. I haven't had a lot of opportunities to be engaged, and it's very early days, but it's one of the things I'm actually also, it's really exciting about this space is that there's this place where people are communicating from different companies to try and come up with things together, rather than somebody saying, here's a thing we built, please use it. And then it never gets adopted.
It's also, look, open source security and software supply chain security is so important right now that it's too important to let it become balkanized, right? To let it to become, every company has their own flavor of this, because you're never going to really address the totality of it if it's broken into 20 different flavors, languages, and variations. This is something that's screamed out for a industry-wide response. And it just so happened that OpenSSF was, sometimes things happen for a reason, right? I was talking to the person before you, a supply chain security company based in Tel Aviv. They were founded, I think, in December of 2019. The next month, SolarWinds happened.
Was that Sneak, by the way?
No, they're older than that.
Okay,
this one was legit, I think,
Okay.
was the name of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sneak's a little older.
Yeah.
But But anyway, talk about better to be lucky than smart sometimes. If you're going to start a software supply chain company a month or two before the SolarWinds incident, isn't a bad time to do it.
No, that's very fortunate.
Yeah, but
unfortunate for people who
well,
suffered from that.
right,
but
and we
yeah.
don't. I'm not minimizing
No.
any of the suffering or aggravation it's caused, but certainly, it seems to me as just someone sitting here. I'm not as involved as you are. That, excuse me, having an organization like this to tackle the problem that we're seeing right now. If this was 5 years ago, what would we be doing?
That's right.
We'd be in a heap of world of trouble.
So like even the collaboration amongst the package repositories has been amazing to see, where you have people from Maven and Ruby Gems and PyPy and NPM, all these different parts of the world, like an open source, being together in a room and talking about what's going on and how can they improve their security. That's a great thing to see, and I think it's going to have a massive
absolutely. I think it will. And when 90% of the software we're using has open source in it, it's the time has come for this, right? This was past time even. So I'm really happy to be involved in that. You mentioned several projects you're involved in. Why don't you tell us a little?
Sure thing. So I'm involved in two kind of the still growing and establishing projects. The first is about scoring and discovering critical projects. So one of OpenSSF's kind of biggest thing is to spend money and make the most critical projects secure or more secure. And I guess a big question in that is, like, what are the critical projects? So there is a working group that is involved in trying to answer that question. And there are various approaches. So the OpenSSF spent money, collaborated with Harvard to produce the Harvard Census Report, which is academic researchers looking at data from some organizations about how their dependencies fit together and how what are the critical dependencies based on that. And then they're in the working group as well, they're talking about how can we engage experts in communities to be able to get their thoughts on what is or isn't critical. The project I'm specifically involved in is about doing that programmatically and automatically by basically querying sources of data on the internet, collecting a bunch of signals about all the projects that are out there, and then trying to compute a score basically that we can use to discover what is critical and what's not critical.
That's great stuff.
So yeah, the big part of this is about automating it and making it so we can keep repeating it. It's hard to query experts over and over again. It's hard to conduct research in a way that's regular and repeatable. But computers are really good at doing automatic things. So yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
If something's going to work, that should work, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's at the stage where I'm trying to kind of get it up and get it automated. But we're also interested in how organizations can use this project for understanding their own dependencies and what things that they use that are critical as well, so that they can see where their I guess gaps and exposure is to, and hopefully invest back into open source in those areas where they can and where they need to. So
love it.
That's that project. Yeah, and I also work on another one. It's got a really boring name. It's just called Package Analysis.
Okay.
And what it does is, the way I've been explaining it, because it's kind of tricky, is it's basically like a virus scanning for open source packages on package repositories.
When you say it's looking for virus, or
it's not actually looking for viruses. What it's trying to do is collect behavioral data, and the way it works is it watches for an update on the package repository. So someone posts a new package to NPM, it'll detect that and download it, and then it currently only does dynamic analysis, but it'll run dynamic analysis on the NPM package in a sandbox, and it sees what are the DNS requests is it making, what are the sockets it's opening, and what are the files it's touching, is it executing commands, and from that, it then stores that information. And then the idea is that researchers could use that as a way to find malicious packages, which is what I've basically been doing with it for the moment. But you can also then use that over time to start to get a picture of how a package might change in terms of its behavior. So if somebody compromises an account for a repository maintainer or a package maintainer, we can see that this thing was just doing normal stuff and now suddenly it's hitting some random domain on the internet. Maybe that's a problem.
Could be.
Yeah, and so hopefully, like in the next steps, it's about kind of integrating in a way where developers can better use that data that we're generating, so that we can be meaningful. Like that data is meaningful and useful to somebody other than people who are using the database as a security researching tool. So, yeah, so that's where we're heading with that, and it's kind of both interesting to see what it can detect. It's very early stages, so we haven't got a whole lot of kind of smarts built into it, but even still we're detecting things, which, yeah, is great, but it's also kind of like a sign of how far we've got to go in improving things. So,
well, it's a fine beginning, as they say in Las Vegas.
That's right. And the other thing is it's really important. I feel it's important to be doing this as well, because supply chain integrity is going to solve a lot of problems where you can be confident that that binary, that package you've got is is from somebody. But if that person is untrustworthy and builds something insecure or malicious and then delivers it to you, they can have the perfect software supply chain integrity. All the signing and signatures can be correct. The attestation might be correct. But if that thing is itself malicious, then that's a place for package analysis to sit there and be able to detect where that's still happening. So,
love it. Sounds great, man. Hey, Caleb, we're over time. I got to pull it, but it's all. First of all, thank you for coming all the way here from Sydney. Thank you for your involvement in the Open SSF and for the projects you're on, and wish you nothing but success with this, man.
Thanks, Alan.
We're all pulling for you.
Yeah, no worries.
Your success is all of our success, so thank you very much. Caleb Brown, Google, Open Source Security, and member of the Open SSF. Here at, we're on TechstrongTV, we're live in Austin for the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. We're going to take a break, we'll be right back. Hey everyone, we're back. I hope you can hear me. My microphone's a little messed up here, but in fixing it, they mangled it. But anyway, we're live in Austin at the Linux Foundation Open Source Security Summit. I am joined by David A. Wheeler, not to be confused with any of the other many David Wheelers out there. But David, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So, well, I'm not going to introduce you. I'm going to let you introduce yourself. I've given them your name, but tell our audience who's David A. Wheeler.
Okay, well, many ways to answer that one, but I guess what you're probably looking for
It's a family show.
Okay, fair enough. So I work for the Linux Foundation, and my title tells me that I'm the Director of Open Source Supply Chain Security. And what the heck does that mean? Quickly, I'm a subject matter expert. I go around to the various foundations within the Linux Foundation, and really in some cases with other foundations and projects as well, trying to help improve the security of open source software, which we all depend on all around the world.
Got it.
And I should say, soup to nuts, anywhere from it's in the developer's head, getting into version control, built, turn into a package, just all the way to operations.
Absolutely. So look, as I was kidding around before we went live, we've had no shortage of open source security, not open source security, supply chain security discussions in the last 2 days. It is the top of the line here. And quite frankly, we were at RSA conference 2 weeks ago doing similar interviews on Broadcast Alley, and software supply chain security was top of mind there as well.
Sensibly so.
Yeah, I put on the Mark Miller and I put on the DevSecOps event every year at RSA at Moscone, and not surprisingly, supply chain security was top there. Just ran in on my way before sitting back down here to the men's room. I ran into Alan Friedman.
Yes, he's here.
He's the S-bomb man,
Mr.
right?
S-bomb, yes,
Mr.
indeed.
S-bomb. And so all good. It's certainly a very relevant topic. So I got to ask you an honest question. How long have you had this title?
I only joined the Linux Foundation in 2020, April 2020.
And have you been supply chain security?
Well, that's been my title since I joined.
In 2020. Was it after SolarWinds?
No, that was before SolarWinds. In fact, I wrote an essay about SolarWinds as a Linux Foundation employee.
Well, that was pretty pre-essent then.
Well, you know what? I realize some people are surprised and, where's the supply chain coming from? But, all you have to do is look at some of the numbers. There are several studies that look at just open source, and they're finding anywhere from 70 to 90% of the components within an application are actually open source.
Right.
That's not including any proprietary software they're reusing. So I've been around the software industry for a while. There was a time when software was pretty much, you developed the entire application from scratch all by itself. That's right. And the big concern then was, how do we enable reuse? How can we make it so that we don't have to rewrite? Write something once and reuse it. And the good news is we have solved that problem. But the bad news is fundamentally is that the causes of today's problems are often yesterday's solutions.
Yeah.
And so that's very much, so what we're seeing is we have now mostly solved the reuse problem, but now we have to deal with because software is mostly other software, we now need to deal with that other software as a potential source of defects in general, including security problems.
So, David, I've been in security almost 25 years, and I have been in tech 30 years. I started DevOps.com right back in 2014. One of the reasons was because I thought it was a great thing for security. But I will say that supply chain security, software supply chain security, we wouldn't have that had it not been for DevOps. Because I think we've always had, and I'll explain to you what I mean so you don't think
Okay, go on.
I think we've always had to worry about what is the security posture of any components or scripts or artifacts or whatever we're using in our software. But one of the great contributions to software and the way we do technology today that DevOps has made has been the introduction of sort of lean IT, lean manufacturing concepts into building software. And it's not the only thing, but it's resulted, one of the things that has contributed towards resulting in this idea of a software factory. Right? We didn't think of software factories before, even though
Oh, yes, we did.
there
The
might have
University of
been-
Maryland had such programs, I think, in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that concept's been around for a while.
But
Certainly
that
the phrase.
wasn't commercial.
No.
Like when we talked about people developing software, it was very much a custom.
Right.
Developers, they started with I'll never forget, one of the first companies I started, we go in to meet with Time Warner, and they wanted it was a customer service app for their cable customers or something like that. And they said, well, they asked my partner, well, what IDE do you use? What IDE do you use? What,
Sure.
all the people, this one used Borland, this one used the semantic one. And my partner, who was a stone cold coder, said, well, I use VI. And he developed in VI. So everybody in those days, I mean, that's how software was done. Now, today, we really do, for the first time on a commercially scalable scale, have this concept of software factories where software moves along a pipeline.
Right.
Right?
I mean, the whole idea of a CI pipeline isn't really new. It's just finally it's become widely adopted.
Right.
Now, I would
that's
argue
DevOps.
that's not the problem. That's part of a solution. The supply chain problem, I would argue, fundamentally comes down to you've got all these reused components that enables you to not have to rebuild everything from scratch, but now you're dependent on all those tiers and all those the software that it depends on and the software that depends on and so on. But things like CI pipelines can help us address.
But again, let's go back to the factory piece.
Yes.
What made that assembly line work is the Model T. Every gear shift on the Model T was the same ball with the same threads. So I could sit here and just screw balls on stick shifts all day, right?
Yeah.
And that's how an assembly line and factory worked. It wasn't, whether it was third-party products that we're putting in cars or building appliances or whatever you build on your pipeline assembly line, you can't have too much customization if you're going to do that at scale. You had to have that.
You had to agree on some things, but you also have to make sure you agree on the right things. So, for example, I think vast numbers, you mentioned IDEs. I think nowadays, we don't care what IDE you use.
No one cares.
Why care?
That
What
was
we
a
care
long.
about.
Well, Borland's not here anymore, but that's all.
That's a different. But basically focusing on figure out what matters. That's always an easier thing to see after the fact. It's much harder to figure it out when you're in the midst of the problem. And then, okay, this is the part we need to agree on. And I'm coming back to the CI pipelines. After I make a proposed change, making it go through stages and doing automated tests, running various kinds of scanners to look for various kinds of potential problems, so that by the time you bring it in, you have very high confidence that the result is going to be better than what you had before.
Yep. But so there was an argument, I forgot what presidential election it was already, but cars made in America. And cars assembled in America.
Yes, which
but
is different.
Right. Parts made in Mexico or wherever.
Sure.
Today, I think our software is like that.
Absolutely.
It may be assembled by any software, whoever vendor is doing that. But the parts are made all over the place.
It's frankly, in many ways, even more than the rest of the physical world, because at least in the physical world, there's a cost of physical movement,
right?
Whereas the bits are essentially free to copy around.
Exactly.
And so yes, the world of software development is internationalized. It has been for a while. It's just that some policymakers haven't noticed.
Yeah, no, but now but the other thing that's given rise to is the repos. And I don't mean repo cards, right?
Yes.
I mean the repositories of these software.
We're talking about GitHub and GitLab and those kinds of facilities. Yes?
Well, GitHub certainly, but Git in general.
We give the version control system. Yes.
Of
yes.
We are storing reusable code, and in some cases, like you look at the Docker repos, and you look at an Artifactory or the Nessus ones from Sunset, we are storing reusable components that you could be sitting, whether you're sitting here with me or in Ukraine, right? You could pull it down and assemble, right? And that's power. Look, it's been an igniter for all kinds of software development. It's also been a security, and it's been a bit of a security issue because now we're pulling down. What version are you pulling down?
Right. And are you updating because there's a vulnerability found in that version? Are you keeping things up to date?
So, I think we both agree on that. Here's my take. I always thought that the choke point, if we can use that word, would be at those repos, because that's where people are getting these reusable components. Why wouldn't a repo have a toll gate or an SBOM checker or something, whatever you want to call it, that says, oh wait, David, you're pulling down the old version of this.
Yep.
You need the new version.
To be fair, people are actually working on those sorts of things. The OpenSSF has something called package analysis.
Yes, I actually just spoke to Caleb about it.
Great. So, there are some efforts to do that. And I think in many cases, not so much the repo as the package manager, making it easy to say, hey, wait a minute, that's a vulnerable version, please update. There is, and by the way, the OpenSSF has a number of working groups, and the newest one is specifically for the folks who manage repositories.
I think that's where we got to be.
Yeah, and the package repositories and the package managers, and they're just starting, but already I think there's great promise. The challenge that they have is scale, though. In particular, a lot of people, why don't you just detect all malicious software?
Good luck.
How? There are tools we can use to detect them in some cases. Can that be helpful? Yes. That better not be your only mechanism that exists.
No.
And frankly, one of the biggest problems now, because most software is actually the software you bring in, one of the biggest problems now is old, out-of-date software that's known to be vulnerable, that needs to be updated.
That's already out there, by the way.
Oh yeah. And the good news is that there are tools to help you identify, tools to help you update, but people have to basically...
Probably need to automate it.
And in fact, a lot of the automation's there.
A lesson I learned in security too over the last 25 years, people talk automation, they get scared when it comes time to automate because they're afraid they're going to break something else by doing it automatically.
This is where the CI pipelines come in.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, I tell people, there's some really excellent academic research about software testing and that sort of thing. But you know what? You can make this much simpler. How you need automated tests. How many tests do you need? You need to have tests to be confident that what you release is going to be okay to use. If your automated tests aren't good enough, then if your automated tests can't do that, then they're not good enough.
You got a problem.
You got a problem. Once your automated tests are good enough, now you can do things like fearlessly upgrade to a newer package because I ran my tests, everything works.
Yeah, but what about the dependency of that software on other software?
Same thing. As those get updated, you immediately notice does it work or not.
Right.
And so this combination, basically CI pipelines, including automated tests, various tools to analyze the software, looking for vulnerabilities, looking for issues. It's very simple. It's not complex, but it's powerful.
Yeah, it is. No doubt about it. I had something and I went right out of my mind. It's terrible getting old. But, back to this whole concept of that with software supply chain. Look, Mark Miller was at Sonatype, right? When Struts 2, was it Equifax, right? Came out. And what was an interesting thing is him and Derek Weeks, who was at Sonatype at the time, they did a survey and some research like 6 to 8 months after Equifax.
Yeah.
So everyone who was top of the news charts.
Right.
People are still downloading and using the old version of Struts 2 in their packages instead of the new version.
Right. And there's been a lot of discussion about how do you deal with that. You don't want to break somebody's system, and yet this is a real problem for a lot of folks. So there are various discussions about how to deal with this, anywhere from maybe slowing down those bad downloads, so to give a hint without really breaking someone's system. But there's various ideas, but it's a real issue. Right now, I think the goal is to just try to make it easier and easier to do the right thing. We want to try to make the default the right thing. And then if we truly, for the true stragglers, we're going to need to find other approaches. But let's make it really easy to do.
You got to use a little carrot and a little stick is what I'm hearing.
In some sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you can call making it easy a carrot, but I think fundamentally, generally people do what is the easy thing to do. So we make the right thing the easy. That's right. We make the right thing the easy thing. We don't have to worry so much about the sticks.
Yep. All right. So David, we've set the table. We used our whole 15 minutes, but we've set the table. Let me go now to the next part. You're the first person we've had on from around open source security that actually is a Linux Foundation employee.
Uh-oh.
So I got to ask you the question, beyond giving the OpenSSF a home, right? You were doing this before there was OpenSSF.
Yes.
What is the role of the Linux Foundation in your mind in making open source software more secure?
Well, actually, let me step back further, because there's the question of what is the purpose of the Linux Foundation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Put the period
Let's
right
go
there,
there, right.
and then
we'll take part
because in
two.
fact, I think the security question follows.
Yep.
I mean, the fundamental goal of the Linux Foundation, and really any good open source software foundation, is to enable collaboration. There's all sorts of legal wickets that you can get in trouble with. There are many things that a project often needs beyond just, hey, I need a repo with version control. And so a lot of organizations have decided that it's a lot easier to get things done, to get collaboration done, if they can create a project within a foundation. There are some organizations that create foundations specifically for a particular project. I mean, the Python Software Foundation, it's focused on Python.
Absolutely.
And there's many other foundations. The Linux Foundation is basically a foundation that creates foundations. So we create foundations to quickly get going. And why do we create foundations, and more specifically, why create projects? And the answer is to solve a problem.
Yep.
So that's the general. Now, the more specific, what about security? Same kind of thing. We need to make things more secure, and specifically open source software more secure. Oh, how do we do that? We want to do collaboration because it's too hard for any one organization to do it themselves. Oh, that makes sense for the Linux Foundation to do, because as soon as you say we want to enable collaboration to solve a problem, that's what the Linux Foundation is for. And really, I would say any foundation. I mean, I work for the Linux Foundation. I like them.
That's good you do.
It's good I do, I guess.
Yeah.
But it really, I work for the Linux Foundation, but really that should be the job of any foundation, is trying to help enable collaboration in terms of the Open Source Software Foundation. And in this particular issue, though, the Linux Foundation is one of the largest, maybe the largest open source software foundation, and it just kind of made sense for the many, many, many people that have to deal with security, because this is truly an industry-wide issue. So it made sense to put this in the Linux Foundation to work on industry-wide solutions.
I love it. Hey man, we're over time.
Okay. Can I make a couple of quick points?
Go.
All right. So I just, before we head off, I would love to encourage anybody who sees this thing.
Talk to them.
Talk to them. Okay. Hello, them.
Okay.
So if you develop open source software, I would love for you to take advantage of some of the stuff that we've already developed within the Linux Foundation, and especially the OpenSSF. So there's a free course on how to develop secure software. If you haven't taken a course, take that course. We have all sorts of guidance on best practices on how to develop secure software more securely. Best practices badge. There's a scorecard to evaluate projects. There's something called Salsa to help identify some key requirements for the supply chain and build. And so we've got some good stuff. Take a look. I think your users will be grateful.
Absolutely. Anything else?
I'm sure there is, but we're out of time.
All right. Hey, look, you're invited back anytime you want.
Oh, thank you.
David A. Wheeler, Linux Foundation, open source Software Supply Chain Security Director. I got a little out of order, but I think I got all the words in there. We're live here in Austin. We'll be back in a minute with our next guest. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good, man. Don't get up. He's going to come on. Hey everyone, this is Alan Shummelwood live here at Open Source Security Summit, Linux Foundation, Austin. We've been here all day for 2 days now, actually. We've been here 2 days. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. I mean, if you haven't quite got the gist yet, this next interview I think will drive it home. This OSS, Open Source Summit, has become all about open source security, supply chain, software supply chain security, SBOMs, and I can't think of a better person to discuss it with than the one and only Tracy Reagan.
Thank
Tracy,
you.
welcome.
Thank
Is
you,
this
Alan.
the first time we're doing in person? No.
We are. This is our first post-COVID.
COVID in
yes,
person.
Yes.
So Tracy's been a staple during all these long months of COVID. You know, zooming in from her place in New Mexico. Sometimes I feel like we're keeping her from going out riding and doing whatever she does out there in New Mexico. But it's so good to see you in person
You
again.
as well. It really is. I'm
Very
so glad
cool.
to be here.
So, you know, let me ask with this question then, what are you doing here?
Well, I came here, so this is the Open Source Summit, so this is about everything open source, but I was invited to speak on a panel at Open Source Security Foundation Day, which is the Open SSF. I know all these open, it can get kind of confusing.
A lot of S's too.
And then I was invited to speak at the Supply Chain Security Con tomorrow. So today's kind of my day off. I'm in the middle of between two, and I've been attending some sessions and learning a lot.
I love it. So let's get something straight, right? Because there are a lot of O's, a lot of S's, and a lot of F's here. Yesterday, the Open Source Security Foundation, OSSF, had their sort of conference within the bigger open source summit.
We had our kind of a community day, I would call it.
Yes, that's a good way of, I would call it, you know, a 0-day conference, but that's bad in security.
Yeah.
And you are on the board of the OSS.
I decided to throw my hat in the ring. I'm a member rep, so, you know, I have a history of being a member rep for open source foundations. The first time I was a member rep was for the Eclipse Foundation. Actually, IBM reached out to me when the Eclipse Foundation was first being started and asked if I would be the member rep. And then I was the member rep for the Continuous Delivery Foundation. And then we moved, when they started talking SBOMs, I'm like, oh, we're over on the other side now. We're going over to the Open SSF because that's, you know, kind of my thing. And I went ahead and threw my hat in the ring and I got elected to be another member rep. So, you know, members out there, I fight for you. Believe me, I'm constantly fighting for the members.
And no, all kidding, you do a great job. You've done it at CDF, you've done it at every organization. But I got to ask a question. Were you like the class president in school or anything?
No, I was not.
Come on.
You know, no, I wasn't. I never really I didn't want to do that. But when I was probably about, I don't know, I must have been 12, I started a club.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I was into having a club.
You always
never in high school.
Were you like a sorority person?
No, God, no. I was a competitive gymnast. I had a horse. I was taking music lessons, and my parents kept me so busy I didn't have time to do any of that stuff at high school.
Really? But here you are. I mean, if there's an organization, Tracy Reagan, you're always willing to help and get involved.
I love open source, and I believe in the community. And right now, I believe the real problem we have with solving this difficult situation we find ourselves in with a ton of open source. I called it yesterday in my panel. I said, let's think about the open source and all of its connections and all its dependencies. It really is a massive. It's like a Death Star. And it really is a Death Star. So we need community to come together to really talk about this. We are in such a flux right now between open source security, which we know we have a problem with, and now cloud native and microservices and a changing CD pipeline, that this is time for discussion.
You know, I mean, facetiously, I said you were the first person to talk to us about this in the last 2 days. In fact, almost every person has. And, you know, and listen, and that's how I learn, right? I'm kind of like an ant or a bee with an antennas, and I just take in all this information and I try to synthesize it. And as I sit here, here's my new kind of reason for this. DevOps, because I'm all about DevOps, DevOps.com. DevOps has been so successful in fundamentally changing the way we build software, right? That we've introduced this concept of software factories and pipelines. Microservices is part of that. I mean, when you think back to when my very first company that I started in the 90s, when we would have to build software for a customer, a project, we would take on project, we were software developers, and I think about what it was like to build software for those customers versus how software is done today. It's night and day, right? I didn't realize it back then. I thought, maybe I was just young and stupid. But we were building bespoke, custom applications or software for every project we did. And every project we did, I mean, there was no VB or even Visual Basic or anything like that. Every project
It was coded.
Was coded by hand.
Yeah, and you didn't use a lot of open source or shared libraries.
Oh, well, a lot of people wouldn't let you if they knew there was open source in there. Like, oh, no.
Yeah, exactly.
It violates our licensing and our insurance and our this. It's all bullshit. But anyway, but when I think back to those days, versus the way software is built today, where I don't want to say it's Frankenstein, but you're pulling in stuff, stitching it.
Well, it's about business agility and speed and being able to stand up new applications as fast as possible is the focus, which is what started really pushing open source, because, who wants to go, if you already have beautiful graphs, you don't want to write them from scratch. Just go find something out, a library that's
but
usable.
It's accelerated. I think DevOps and the whole agile and these kinds of things have accelerated that. But it's also introduced the concept of supply chain security.
Yes. Who wrote it? Is it secure? Should I trust it? So we have so many options now. We have so much open source out there that we can borrow from. Now we're realizing that we really do need to, and I hate using this analogy, but it's appropriate. We need to be able to list our ingredients.
Yep.
And it comes, I've been talking to a few of the government folks, because in that supply chain discussion, when I think about it, it's like, what's the first thing we have to solve? To me, the first thing we have to solve, if the house is on fire, a response. We need to have a good way to create a response. If there is something like another Log4j, I don't want to hear about it because a new CVE came up or I saw it on Twitter. I want to know in a better way. And that, that's kind of my dream, is that someday we will have that's what we're working with on Artilius, a unified place, so that you go and register. If you've written something open source, you go and register it, you register who you are, so that we can begin that trust story. And you can begin tracking the SBOM of that object that may be consuming other open source components, which it's going to do, which is why we have this crazy dependency map, and it's very difficult to sort out. You traverse down, it's a rabbit hole you get to when you see all the different open source tools that you're using, and then that one way down there may have been using Log4j, which then it can expose you all the way up the chain. So it's a really good discussion for us to start having. But to be quite honest, we are starting to break that, even though we're just now having this in a monolithic world. Microservices does change that a little bit.
Absolutely.
So
it doesn't change it. I think it complicates it because now like you said, it might have Log4j way down here, a third party's third party. Well, with microservices, and you have dozens of microservices, each one of them, and so on and so on and so on, right? The problem becomes infinitely harder to solve. You almost look at it and say, well, geez, if I was just dealing with one thing, monolithic right here.
Well, if you just deal with one component right here and break it down, if we can get it broke down to individual components, that, it's like going into Home Depot. There's a giant store of parts and pieces. And you go and you find exactly the part you want. One bite at a time.
And so that's
Yes.
what you got to.
That's what you have
Because
to do.
otherwise, it'll scare the crap out of you, and you just run away and say, "Let me find a different."
To me, I think everybody should be thinking of components. We have I want to call it a component-driven architecture because that's what we're moving into. And components are consuming other components. But we have to start breaking those components apart. And over time, this is not going to happen soon, but over time, we have to start decoupling this. Because it may be the case that you didn't really need that library in there. It was just stuck in there because somebody thought it needed to be there. And then you have a vulnerability for no apparent reason. And that does happen. There are dependencies that are unnecessary. And as soon as we start figuring out a way to centralize the data and be able to slowly break apart some of those components and decouple it, especially if we do that for like the top 200 open source projects, right? Open source libraries, then we'll start making progress. But I feel like we have to take that on, and we have to be accountable.
We absolutely have to.
We have to be
take it on.
accountable for it.
So, to me, there's two things here. Number one, and I'm actually looking forward to talking to our friends from JFrog about this, is I really think when so many of these components make their way into our software from being downloaded from repositories, there's got to be some responsibility, or not some, there's got to be an advantage to repo owners who are more responsible about what gets downloaded from their repo, right?
Yes, but it's hard. It's a
If
hard
it was
place to
easy,
gate
everyone
it. It's
would
a
do
hard
it.
place to gate
Yeah,
it.
but we've got to there's got to be choke points in on this.
Yes. Well, developers don't do
Control
well when
points,
they're being
gates,
choked.
okay, I'm not choking them. But, there's got to be gates, places where we can gate stuff and where we can regulate this stuff.
I hesitate to agree with you because we fought so hard to break the gates down so we can move faster. Because again, we get back to this is a business agility discussion. I feel it's more like accessibility and visibility and information and appropriately using the tools we have. There's so much DevOps intelligence underneath the
this
DevOps
cries
pipeline.
out for automation.
Exactly.
Here's the deal.
And reporting.
Let's take something old. Let's take Struts 2 from Equifax,
Yeah.
right? The Equifax culprit.
Yeah.
I believe, wasn't that in the Sonatype repository, Nessus?
The problem with Equifax was they knew they had a problem, but they had too many gates to get it to production.
Yeah, and that is an issue.
So
But-
again, then we
but
worked
here's
about
the
breaking
problem.
down the gates so we could get
6 to 8 months after Equifax, people are still downloading and using that old version of Struts. Why? Why is it even on the repo? Shouldn't there be, like, when you're using your browser and you go to a site that might be unsafe? My wife will call me with this all the time. I got a message, I'm going to an unsafe site, but I need to get to the site. My first thing is usually, did you type the address right? But that being said, why can't we, I digress. Why can't we build a warning like that?
I believe that we should do that. I totally do. And,
I mean, that seems a no-brainer-ish to me.
Yeah. And you have to think of it as historical too.
Yeah.
Because you have to know what versions of that.
Hey,
and that is
Tracy,
what we
our
don't
records
know.
indicate you downloaded this component, which has now been, whatever the word is,
Deprecated.
Deprecated. That was the word.
So
and
don't
need-
do that. It might hurt.
Right.
I know.
Why can't we,
Because there may be a dependency on that somebody needs to
I
use.
get
and
it,
not
but
use
at
and-
least I made you aware of it, and now you manage that risk.
I know. I agree completely. There
Okay.
should be accessibility.
Did you hear this? She agrees completely.
Because that's what we're trying to do with Ortelius, a central place for you to go,
and
so
you
that you can see for
what
every
you got
version
going
all the vulnerabilities. So I can make that decision if I want to use that. In the same way as we now make a decision if you want to put a mask on when you get on a plane.
Right.
It's the same
Exactly.
thing. You have to be able to make that decision. The
I love
problem is there's not a central place to get that information. And it's not historical. It's not often based on version. So you can't see the vulnerability. You can't see the level of the vulnerability. You can find it if you work hard at it, but it's not just...
Well,
you know,
the whole
we're-
level of vulnerability thing is, I think, also Look, I was there with MITRE. My friend Bob Martin from MITRE at RSA one year announced the whole CVE thing and rating of vulnerabilities. What a great idea it was back then. But what I've come to understand in the years since, and that was 15, 20 years ago, what I've come to understand since then is just because it's a critical vulnerability to me, it may not be a critical vulnerability to you. You may have done things that kind of deflect the
I might not be using it
severity.
in something that has a high risk value, right?
Or it may not be accessible to the outside world. It may be there's a lot of reasons. So it's very hard to say something is a high critical to everyone. I think it depends. I think, and that, so I'm not a complete socialist, right? Not quite. I think individuals or individual organizations should have the ability to determine for themselves.
But they have to have the data to do it.
Right.
And this is the problem.
And that's the issue.
data is the problem. It's out there, but it's hard to find. If you don't have something already automated, you're asking your developers to look for those vulnerabilities before they release it. And they've got other things that they've got to do. So we need it served easy to us. We're becoming very lazy when it comes to digging that kind of stuff up.
Yes.
I mean, if I'm on my phone and I go to download an app and it gives me any hassle, I just go find another app.
I agree with you.
So we have to make it. We have to serve the data up in a way that is in their face and is easy to get to, and that's the challenge, and that starts with SBOMs, because you have to have the SBOM before you can find the vulnerability, right? You have to know what's in your package and to know what vulnerabilities to look for, and that's even a challenge for some teams, because if you've written a manual kind of make process or build process or scripted process, however you're building your packages, you need to include all of that scanning and call something like SIFT or Cyclone to create that information. And if somebody's not telling you to do it, you're probably not going to, because you've got other things to do. You're a developer, you have your hands full.
Right, we have, there's not enough hours in the day.
So the automation is critical, and it would be great to have some kind of, again, my complaint continues to be, if we have a fire in New Mexico, we have an incident response system that starts to handle it from the very beginning. You have somebody who is in charge of that. Right now, if we have a fire in software, we don't have a central incident response.
It's more like Florida.
Hey, you said it, not me.
I live there. Don't even go
So we need
there.
to work on that. And that's, again, getting the data, having the data accessible and easy to access.
Absolutely. Tracy Reagan, it is a pleasure to see you in
It's a
person.
pleasure. I always love doing these chats.
I know you do, but it's just nice to be in person with you and not have you up on my monitor in the studio there.
And we didn't talk about continuous delivery.
No, we did it.
And
you know what? I was surprised I haven't seen more CDF presence.
Well, I wore my T-shirt.
I do see you have that.
That was
yes.
2 weeks ago. I
Yes,
was
it
here.
was.
And in the CD world, things that you should be asking people as you're doing these interviews, you start asking them about CD events, because events are going to change the way our CD pipeline.
Not CD conferences, events within that CD pipeline.
Correct.
Okay.
Because think about this. Think about, you want to add SBOM and vulnerability scans to your pipeline, and you have 2,000 workflows that you have to update. Are you really going to do it?
No.
No, you're not going to. But as we evolve through this, we have to work on the automation and the CD events, having a single listener where everybody integrates in a similar way, and there's a payload that you pass across based on an event, like cloud events. That's going to prevent people from having to write these very imperative pipelines, and it'll get us there faster.
CD events, you heard about it here first from our friend Tracy. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back. I think we've got some folks from IBM, some folks from JFrog. Still got plenty more to do today here in Austin. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, back here in Austin at Open Source Summit, Linux Foundation, Austin. We have had an amazing day. We spent a lot of time talking about security though, and open source supply chain security. We're going to talk a little bit more about open source. It is the Open Source Summit. I want to introduce you to Mr. Jeff Borek. Jeff has been, well, I don't want to say how long you've been with IBM, but Jeff's been with IBM a long time, and the last 10 years or so really focused in on IBM and open source software specifically. And, you know, Jeff will tell you this, but I don't want to embarrass him. Historically, IBM has been one of the biggest supporters of open source software in the world, right? Going back to the early days of Linux, to many, many other open source, the Eclipse Foundation.
Yeah.
Great example.
Yeah, no, thanks. When I talk about it, I like to say I stand on the shoulders of giants, right?
Yeah.
Because back when, you know, open source was a new thing, the senior leadership team looked into it in great clarity and did some very savvy things. And, you know, the Triple Crown I like to kind of refer to is, you know, you mentioned Linux, you mentioned Eclipse, but IBM was also fundamental in helping to establish the Apache Foundation.
Yes.
Wrote some of the bylaws.
Absolutely.
And so back then, IBM also had a clear understanding that, you know, this was something that IBM needed to be thoughtful about, not just walk in and say, hey, we're from IBM and, you know, we know
and I'm here to help.
Yeah, or we know what's what, right? Do it our way. You know, we tried to go in thoughtfully, both look to how to contribute and establish this new ecosystem, as well as to consume from it in a thoughtful way.
Yep. And I'm glad you said it that way, because it's a two-way street, and that people don't understand that. I think today more people understand it, but back in the day, people didn't understand the two-way street of open source software and of community.
Right, right.
Right? For too many people, it was like, it has to be a win-lose situation. What's in it for me?
Right.
But there's almost a little bit of pay it forward when it comes to open source and community. What you do right, it kind of does right by you, and it is that two-way street.
Well, it's one of the ways that open source has survived as long as it's had, right? Because
thrive.
The other thing that I think is interesting is that it all started out with individuals. You know, IBM wasn't there at the very beginning, but you had a variety of people that were passionate about it for, you know, either possibly a political reason or possibly just an independence reason, or it's almost like, for some it was almost like a quasi, you know, religious type of thing.
No, it was. I was there for those days.
You're right. But then, you know, the second wave was when traditional IT vendors, and it wasn't just IBM, there were others that got involved early on and started to experiment and see what this could, you know, deliver. And the third wave started about, you know, a little over a decade ago now, but it was, you know, it led to what I call the wave of the hyperscalers, right? Some people like to say FANG, but it, you know, the Facebook, Apple, Amazon,
Google,
all
of them.
All of the players that built
I'll
these.
tell you, Jeff, this is how I explain it, and you may agree or disagree. In my mind, that first phase you spoke about, I call the cathedral and bazaar phase, if you remember the book, right?
Absolutely,
It
great
was
book.
very much, you know, free as in freedom. There were some folks who were into open source because it was free as in freedom. There were other folks who were into it because it was free as in beer.
Right.
Right? And it was that, you know, Dr. Richard Stallman and that whole thing. The next phase that you described is when commercial software got into it. I call that the Big Brother phase, where all of a sudden these you know, commercial technology software companies said, wait a second, this is great. We can get other people to contribute to the software we use, that we control, that we ultimately own, but we're going to call it open source, right? And we're going to do some good in the community. But at the end of the day, we're going to steer this thing for our own benefit. And if it helps other people, great. But really, we're going to help ourselves a lot.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't
That's that Big Brother phase.
Well, I wouldn't argue with that, other than to say that different players at scale came at it from different ways.
Right, and some were more
focused on what was in it for them.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. Some were a little bit more selfish than others.
Right. At the end of the day, companies are kind of like people, and everyone, I like to say, acts in their own self-interest
at some point.
And some people are very altruistic because that's in their own self-interest.
But some people also realize that sometimes doing the right thing the wheel of karma pays you back in space.
Absolutely. And
then
I'd like
we
to
entered
think
the
that
foundation phase, though.
Right, right. Well, and the foundation phase was always kind of, as big companies got involved, the foundations acted as a counterbalance to maintain a level playing field, right?
Absolutely. Well, I was an Isaac Asimov fan, so I liked the foundation phase. But yeah, what it did, it developed this concept of co-opetition.
Right.
Where if we all play together nicely, that rising tide lifts all boats. We start at a really good level, and then what you do with it at IBM versus HP
Right.
is up to you guys.
Well, another great example of that and this level playing field concept is the whole Kubernetes thing.
Yeah.
Right? People, I'm sure Kubernetes came from a lot of origin stories, right? But one of the ones that I think resonates is the fact that back when, in 2014, I was at a conference like this and all the buzz was about Docker and containers and OOS.
In Austin, I was too.
And Docker, to their credit, they did a pivot. They were working on creating a pass, and they were starting to flame out money-wise. And they looked at, well, we've got to pivot. What can we do? Well, we created this innovation around using containers, and we're going to contribute that out, and then we're going to rebrand ourselves as Docker. And they became the darling of the industry for a period of time. And I was the second chair of the Docker Governance Advisory Board,
very cool.
trying to help them do the right thing. But they made a calculated step that had pluses and minuses. You have the open source project, and then you have the company that's looking to create products. And they conflated that by branding their project Docker and their company Docker. And that was just one of a number of things that created.
Well, there was that. Yes. I mean, there's probably a Harvard Business School review and where Docker, went off.
But to bring it back to Kubernetes and that level playing field concept, so the industry was looking for that's great, Docker. This is innovative and it shows a lot of promise.
It was great.
But the bigger problem is how do you do orchestration at scale?
But they tried to orchestrate. And I'm telling you something. If you or I were in Vegas sitting at the sports book and you said, okay, here are all of the container orchestration formats. A 5-2 was Docker because they had their own orchestration. I forget the
Swarm.
name. Swarm. 5-2. Rancher Labs had one they were doing. That was a long shot. 30 to 1. Mesos. D2IQ or whatever the heck it was. I mean, there was a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Kubernetes was not the favorite.
No.
It's hard as hell.
Yes.
It was so hard.
Yes.
So, but
what the part of the way I explain its origin story is that it's 2015 now, and you're a CIO, and I'm here from IBM, and I'm saying, hey, IBM, you love us, and we have a concept of cloud back in that time that was largely focused on private cloud.
Yep.
And on the other side of the spectrum, there was AWS starting to emerge, and they were all about public. And they wouldn't even, they threw shade on anything that wasn't them as, that's just the traditional vendor cloud washing.
Mm-hmm.
But Google would go into that same environment and say, hey, we have GPC. We think it's a better mousetrap. At Google, our propellers spin faster than anybody else's. And we based our container orchestration on the Borg. That's what they refer to their internal.
Right.
Right. So we saw you're using AWS. Would you like to try GPC? And the answer back was, well, the IBM guy was in there just recently, and I told him I'd never use AWS because it's this murky, highly, not quite sure, but it came through the side door. And now I'm using it, and now I have concerns about it because it's like I got my applications in, and I don't know how I'm going to get them out.
Yep.
So
Unlocked.
Even though your GPC story sounds interesting, and I'm sure you're smart guys, I'll take a pass for now. And they heard that time and again. And they started to realize, gosh, we need a more open, friendly on-ramp to our Borg technology. Hey, you handful of smart Googlers, come up with an enterprise version of this highly complex infrastructure that we can put out there in open source. And they did. And they came back a year later to that same CIO and said, hey, we heard what you said. Look, we've got this new open source project.
Put it on AWS or
and,
anywhere else you want.
So let's talk turkey. And they got some takers, but the smart CIO looked him in the eye and said, you're right. It looks interesting, looks decent quality, maybe a little complex, and it is open source, but I'll pass. Why? It's a community of one. And what is that? What do you mean? If I do the dance with you and something doesn't go right, you're the only people that really understand, and it's basically a sole source type of thing. They heard that enough, and at that same time, some smart folks from IBM and some others from Red Hat started knocking on Google's door and saying, hey, we see you put this out there. We'd like to contribute and collaborate, but we're not comfortable doing it until it becomes under the control of an independent foundation, so that it's a level playing field and a rising tide can lift all boats.
There you heard it, the history of Kubernetes, right? And how Linux Foundation came.
I'm sure there are other versions of it.
No, I'll tell you the truth. I've interviewed Tim Hawken from Google. I don't know if you know Tim.
Yeah.
He was on the original Google team, Kube team. And similar kind of stuff.
Yep.
But really, that is why the foundational model for open source, I think, has seen us open source rules, right? There plenty of people today gave us this. 90% of all software has open source in it today.
Right.
Wouldn't be if not but for foundations. Let's talk a little bit about, though, you're here. Impressions. We were lucky enough to speak with Jamie yesterday, who's also from IBM, and she is the chair of OSSF. But you had a kind of and I don't mean to embarrass you again, I'm sorry if we're going out of school here.
No,
but you had a pivotal role in IBM's participation in this.
Well, basically being responsible for IBM's open source clearance process, I started losing sleep 4 or 5 years ago because I saw this, exponential growth in open source. And again, we touched on it. Open source isn't inherently more or less secure, but because of the sheer volume, it created a large attack surface. And I felt that it was time that we really needed to start addressing this. And as we mentioned, it's a problem that is, pretty intimidating, frankly, because it's didn't happen overnight. No. And it's a huge systemic challenge now in the industry. Mm-hmm. And so you come to conferences like this 2 or 3 years ago and you start sharing concerns, and that type of discussion between IBM and Microsoft and other players in the industry led to this issue of helping to kind of create the Open SSF, what I kind of call 1.0, because it was right as the pandemic was hitting. And so, hey, great idea, and there's clearly a need.
Can we do it remote?
Yeah, and no one has a checkbook that they're willing to open at that time.
Because we don't know what's going to happen.
Because we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I remember it.
So there's been about 18 plus months of, good intent and what I sometimes call the good college try.
Yeah.
But it was clear that the problem wasn't going away.
Well,
so
I
as
think
the fall time frame was coming around again, it was time to basically step up and try and do this right. So the business unit that I currently work in committed the funds. IBM's joined as a top member. Number of big players have joined, and it's going to be
$30 million worth of big players have joined.
Yep. And certainly it didn't hurt that the White House issued that.
No, that didn't hurt either.
The cybersecurity executive order that went out a little over a year ago now kind of rung the bell with respect to SBOMs and this
software supply chain security. Right. I've been in security about 25 years. One of the lessons I learned really early on was nothing gets religion to your customers like a good old-fashioned security breach or an incident.
Right.
And look, and I'm not blaming anyone, but the SolarWinds thing certainly, and then some of the subsequent ones leading all the way up here to Log4j.
Right. Well, it was not that long ago, but I guess it was long ago. 2014 is an eternity in the tech cycle, right?
Yeah.
And that was when Heartbleed hit.
Yes, you remember
and
that?
Boy, the industry dodged a bullet because a white hat found it, and they quietly got a subset
Before
of the kernel
the bad guys
developers,
got their hands on it.
right? And they came up with a patch. They got it out there, and thank goodness the industry largely dodged a bullet, and Linux did not get the black eye it could have had.
Absolutely.
Go forward 3 years, and it was 2017, and the Apache community
had their own
scare with respect to Apache struts.
Yeah.
But to their credit, they found their problem. They got the patch.
Just not everyone put it out there so quick.
Well, they put it out there.
I mean, not everyone applied it so quick.
Exactly.
Right.
And unfortunately,
Equifax. Yeah,
9 months after the patch was available.
Yeah, I'll go one better. 6 months after Equifax, people are still downloading the old version.
Yeah.
Look, I've been in security a long time. Here's what we're running out of time, but let me end it on a good note. I think today we are better positioned, better situated, better financed, better organized.
Yes.
To deal with this issue than we ever have been in the past by a factor of 10 or 100 or more, right?
Yeah.
I think we're on to something. And I think this model, right? So today it's software supply chain security. 2 years from now, it might be another thing we're looking at. But this model works.
Yep.
Right? Because the security problems we need to tackle are too big for any company, whether it's IBM or Google or Microsoft or any of them. We need this consortium type of...
Yeah, it's definitely fixing the software security supply chain is going to be a team sport.
Yep.
And there's one last thought I'd like to leave your viewers with is that we touched on it briefly, but SBOM, software bill of materials, they're on the way. They're going to become a requirement. But a lot of what customers are hearing is that they need to publish one. But long before they need to put one out, what you really need to do is start learning, get your hands dirty, and then use that learning to address those issues you need to remediate before you start handing them around like trading cards.
I agree with you 100%. We got to pull the plug on this one. We got people waiting, but Jeff, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Great conversation.
Hey, and many thanks to IBM and all you guys are doing with this. We're going to take a quick break. We've got our friends from JFrog next. Stay tuned. You know what? All right, back here live in Austin for Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. We've got our JFrog folks. We're back to back here. We're going to be doing a few interviews. I want to introduce you. He's a new frog. You can tell he's not that green yet.
Yeah.
His name is Peter McKee. And Peter, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm kind of honored to be breaking you in here on the TechstrongDevOps.com.
First time.
Yeah, your
Newbie.
first time. I think we've only lost. Well, no, we haven't. But Peter, why don't you introduce yourself to our audience?
Yeah, my name is Peter McKee. I run the developer advocacy team at JFrog. Hard word to say. I should practice it more. But yeah, I came from Docker, was there for about 5 years, ran the community and DevRel teams there. Super excited to come over to JFrog. Great people, great products. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's funny, we were just talking, our last guest was Jeff from IBM. And we did like a quick history of Kubernetes and talked about Docker and Swarm and all of that stuff.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there was some history there. But anyway, you know, a lot of people look at this and say, yeah, dev advocacy. A lot of us think that's the new salespeople, right? Because we don't do salespeople, we do DevRel and dev advocacy. And your job is to just make sure the software is delivering delight.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I tell people, I tell my advocates, I want people to know, like, and love you, right? And
3 L's. Or no, like, and love. 2 L's and a K.
And a K.
Yeah, you can tell spelling wasn't
I went to
my
private
thing.
school too.
Yeah, it happens.
But yeah, and I think it's one of the best jobs in the world, right? You still get to talk and speak and connect with the community, but you can still also write code, contribute to open source. Yeah, I think nowadays software's eating the world, right? And software engineers are the new kingmakers. No, none of my terms.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
but is it liquid?
It better be.
It should be. It will be.
It will be if we have our way.
You're going to be here, man. You got to be saying it will be.
That's right. It will be.
All right.
Yeah.
And just kidding with you, Peter,
no worries.
You know. But you know, when we talk about JFrog, it's look. I will tell you, I started DevOps.com, right? There are a lot of software companies that I'm fond of, right? Who I think do a good job. JFrog's one of, in my mind, dollar for dollar, does the best job of balancing being a for-profit company while nourishing a thriving community. And if you do it right, you can do both well and be successful at it. And I think Shlomi and Fred and Yov and the whole team there are a shining example of it. I'm interested to know, you coming from Docker, like what do you know about the JFrog software? What attracted you to this position? You know, it's not that they pay a lot more than everyone else does.
They do. No, I'm just kidding.
No, they don't. I know. But go ahead.
Well, number one, the team is phenomenal. And then we had Artifactory at Dell. I was at Dell many years ago. I think in 08, 09, we had Artifactory, which was completely a new concept, right? And to be honest, right, it took a little bit of, why are we doing it? What are we? And until you get it, then you get it, right? And I think it was that, a combination of the products, the people, and then their open source initiative, right? Of Persia and the different Conan and different projects we're doing. Like you said, I think they have a great pulse on the community. They basically started the DevOps movement, right? It's kind of like Docker started the containers movement, changed how we run our runtimes, and DevOps has changed the way we deliver software. Yeah, and it's a great, stable company that I wanted to be part of, take it to the next level, right? Yeah, and so that's what
it's interesting. I think of JFrog's mission, especially as it relates to open source. There's like two sides of that open source coin. One is JFrog does a really, or tries to, and I think does do a really good job of securing open source software, right? So a lot of the stuff in Artifactory is open, right? And using X-Ray and other tools, you know, they're securing these open source software. At the same time, JFrog also, and I think more recently than in past, has been a progenitor, a producer of open source software, right? With some of the projects you just mentioned, and we're going to dive more into them with our next guest even. But it's interesting. You don't see a lot of companies that play both sides of that street.
Yeah, I don't think most companies understand that, right? I think they feel if they give away their technology, they're going to lose, right? They're going to lose their advantage. But yeah, I think JFrog, going back to the dev advocates too, right? It's give back to the community, make people happy. And then when they have a choice, they're going to come to you, right? They start to see you as leaders in the industry, thought leaders. I hate that term, but it's true, right? And I think JFrog does a fantastic job about that, especially around DevOps and other things is, hey, we want to help you wherever you're at. And if you want to come to us and pay us, we'd love that also. But we know eventually you'll find the right product and hopefully it's ours, right? But we want you to be successful first.
Got it.
Yeah, I think that's given, and it's that open source mentality to give back to the community, right?
Excellent. So, I forgot to hit the start button here, but I'm going to assume about where we are. Let me ask you what maybe seemed like an obvious question, but not. What are you doing here at the Open Source Summit?
I'm just here to support the community and support our open source projects. I'm looking over at Steve, but yeah, I live here. I'm here in Austin, local, so I can't miss the conference.
Oh, you're here.
And come down and I call it, shaking hands and kissing babies and building relationships with folks.
Are you up on what's going on with this software supply chain security? And
I am, but I'm not a security professional, so I got to be careful. But I am a developer, right? And it's interesting. Back in the day, we were just talking last night. So I worked on Dell.com. We were on HTTP, right? I've written software where you log in, you're passing the password and the username in the URL, unencrypted, right?
Yeah.
And
we all did.
Yeah. And so I think developers, we caused a lot of this for our trust first kind of approach, and now we're all need to go back and fix it. So I love the shift left because I think we caused a lot of it, the developers, and we need to be an integral part of fixing it, right?
Yeah, but something so I was never a developer. I come from security. I'll make a confession. I used to think developers didn't give a crap about security.
Now we're getting into the conversation.
Right?
Yeah.
and so I used to think that we'll never have good secure software because developers don't give a crap about security. Yeah. But since my time in DevOps for the last 8 years, 9 years, I've come to the realization that no one raises their hand and says, I want to deliver insecure software.
Right.
Or I can't wait to develop some software that's full of holes.
Right.
Everyone has pride in their ownership of what they do.
Yeah.
It's just a question of what your priorities are and what the state of the art is.
Yeah.
You talk about passing stuff in the URL, chain. That was the state of the art then.
Yeah.
People weren't thinking about, wow, man-in-the-middle attacks, how do I jump that, and all of these things.
And IE, not to, sorry.
No,
just think about Internet Explorer, right? When you used to download.
Recently demised Internet Explorer.
Which they should have blown that thing out. But
yeah.
Down something, just automatically execute it because it's good for the end user. That was great for my parents, 30 years ago when they weren't computer people. Now it's horrible, right? And we again set ourselves up for it. But yeah, I agree. I think honestly, I didn't give 2 pennies about security when I was, 15 years ago, frontline developer. I was worried about hitting my features and my deadlines, and then then you folks would walk in when we're going to production the day of the launch. No go.
No, you're not.
Wait a minute, we didn't do all the security stuff,
you got
right?
compliance issues here.
Yeah, and you had
want to go to jail?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was one of those guys.
Yeah, and it was an adversarial type of
very much
roles, right? And yeah, now I think that's starting to blend, and we do software differently. To your point,
we absolutely. Well, I think that's been the.
Yeah.
So that's when we look at what's going on at this show, and it's a little quiet now because it's later in the day, but look, every person we're talking to is talking about software supply chain security and the OSSF and all of these things. In my mind, none of that's possible without what DevOps has done to change the way we build software. We went from people like you just sitting on coding, like building what we call, let's call it bespoke software, right? Custom written software for a given project, to a factory, to an assembly line, to a pipeline, right? Where we just add in third-party parts like we're building a car, right? Deming and all of that, lean IT and lean manufacturing. If you didn't have all of that, you wouldn't have an open SSF. You wouldn't have, you didn't have a software supply chain. So what do you got to worry about software supply chain security?
Yeah, no, it was me launching into production and then fixing it
Well,
into production.
I was selling security back then, and we had a vulnerability management tool that I was trying to convince people that you should scan your infrastructure once a year. Once a year. Can you imagine? And it was a hard fight. It was a hard. It was a hard sell.
Yeah.
That because they just thought it was a bad news generator. They didn't want to know about it until until crap hit the fan. Then they wanted to know about it. But I really I blame DevOps.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, it accelerated. It made things easier, and then it exposed. Oh, wait a minute, we got to get better at plugging holes, attacking security. But yeah, on some sense, software engineering's become easier, but then on the other sense, it's become way more complex.
Well, I think there's
Extremely
more straws on the developer's back today.
Yeah.
Right. There's more
Own
things.
production, code the cloud, right?
Yeah. No, it's a big thing. We haven't even look. You're going to start seeing edge stuff come in and all of this other stuff. Let me ask you another question. How long are you with JFrog?
What about 8 weeks now?
Okay,
around there.
It's long
8
enough.
hours. Yeah. Oh.
What is, if I'm talking to you 6 months from now, what does success look like for, beyond saying, oh, the company sold more software or something, that's obvious, but what does success for you personally look like?
For me personally right now is to have our free product, everybody using Artifactory. Go try it out, get a free trial, use it, understand why you should use it, and bring that into your DevOps practices, right? Try it out. And eventually, you're going to love us, you're going to like us, and you're going to come purchase. But just use the software as you do now. If I can help get more people to know, like, and love our products, get to use them, maybe not even pay yet. The sales folks will take care of that down the road, right? But if we have really good technology and people are using them, they're going to stick around and pay, right? And so I think my team's job is to show people that, right? So if we can do that, and I can help raise the weekly users of our free tier, success for me.
That's what success
I think one
is
of
for
the,
you.
yeah, it's one of the key success.
After 8 weeks, biggest difference between the culture of JFrog and I'm not asking you to badmouth no one, but differences between JFrog and Docker, being friendly to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, Docker is a phenomenal company, right? Phenomenal people. I didn't stay there as long as I did. I mean, the technology was incredible, but yeah, the folks were wonderful. I mean, smart, empathetic people. And I found the same at JFrog. Probably even more so. JFrog folks are awesome. Yeah, I mean, that culture, they care about their people, truly care about their people. Not only, are you productive and happy, but are you happy? Then you will be productive, right? And it's a subtle difference, but I think it's key, right? Yeah, everybody I've met at the company is fantastic.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
All right. Peter, it was a pleasure meeting you.
you.
Best of luck with
Yeah.
JFrog, man. You're with some good people.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
We're going to have you come back in
Absolutely.
6 months and tell us how you did here.
Let's see if I hit my KPIs.
Well, whatever makes you happy.
All right.
Or Shlomi, one or the other. All right. Peter
Thank you so
McKee,
much.
new
Appreciate
developer advocate here at JFrog. We're going to take a quick break. We've got my friend Stephen Chin coming in next, and we're going to learn all about Persia.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. Hey everyone, we're back. What a great day this has been here for us at the Open Source Summit, Linux Foundation Open Source Summit here in Austin. And I couldn't think of a better person to end our day with than my friend Stephen Chin. Stephen is, of course, with JFrog. He has a lot of hats he wears over there. But we're going to talk today specifically about an open source project that Stephen has been shepherding. Is that a good word?
Yeah. I mean, it's my bad idea, so
Okay.
I take responsibility for it.
Good or bad, he's taking responsibility, and that's not a bad thing. The name of the project is on his shirt here. It's called Persia, so it's not Persia, it's Persia. And Stephen, well, let's start that. What's Persia about?
So I think the question is why Persia?
Why? Well,
why?
Before we get to why Persia, I think it's what Persia.
Okay, let's do what, and we'll quickly
go into why.
So what we're building with Persia is we're building a decentralized package repository that will essentially give you all the capabilities you're used to getting from Docker Hub, from Maven Central, from PyPy, from NPM, but in a vendor-neutral, decentralized infrastructure, where also you can rely upon it having a very high level of security, because we're building everything from source, which we provide to the end users.
I love this idea. Why did it take so long?
It's a hard problem.
Yeah, no, it is a hard problem. You're right. But we've built plenty of repositories.
Yeah, so I think one of the things, I think we all know this from working in DevOps and the repository spaces, there are dozens of different integrations with upstream languages, technologies, package managers, and they're very specific to the language. They have different benefits. They have different ways of approaching immutability, versioning, how you handle conflicts with upstream dependencies. And while that's great that we have all this unique infrastructure, it makes it very hard to have a high level of security to evolve the ecosystem. And frankly, a lot of the package managers, which have been around for a long time, suffer from some inherent security risks, which you use just by using them in the central repositories which they rely upon.
So I've got two comments, thoughts that I'd like your thoughts on this. Number one, I've wondered for a long time why we wouldn't have one repo to rule them all. Why do we need this United Nations of repos for every damn language? Even, with all due respect, even within JFrog. Every year I go to SwampUp or one of the and we're just announcing Artifactory for Go, Artifactory for this language, Artifactory. Why can't we have one repository to rule them all?
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting problem. So, for example, Artifactory, one of the things which we're known for is being the Switzerland of DevOps.
Yep.
So Artifactory speaks every repository manager, every different format. There's over 30 different formats. We just announced binary Swift protocol support.
Sorry.
It's very, very hard work to build something which integrates across different languages, different ecosystems, and to understand all these different domains and do it well. And I think that's one of the problems we're trying to solve with Persia. It's not just a JFrog project. We're collaborating with Docker, we're collaborating with Oracle, we're collaborating with Deploy Hub and FutureWay and Huawei. So we have a wide and growing set of companies which are contributing to the project, and we all have our own goals in terms of like languages, ecosystems, platforms, secure build technologies we're bringing to the table. But I think when we do this together as companies and we build a decentralized infrastructure on technologies which are next generation, Web 3.0, and scalable, then this really helps us to solve the problem and to fundamentally secure this critical piece of infrastructure for open source.
So look, when I hear you talking about multiple companies being involved, to me this is crying out for a foundation. So what's been the thought around making Persia part of a foundation?
Yeah, so I think that obviously when you have an open source project like this, we want it to be a full open source stack. We want it to be vendor neutral. And a great place for this is the Linux Foundation in general. I mean, Linux Foundation does a great job of this. You can see this with the number of vendors involved in CNCF, involved in all the other efforts which they have. And I think where we're kind of landing with Persia is a big part of our focus, and like the current phase 2 infrastructure we're building is this verified build infrastructure to build from source to binaries. It's sitting on top of Tecton, it's sitting on top of CD events, it's using a bunch of the technologies which are part of the CD Foundation. And as a project, we're thinking it's really good alignment with the Continuous Delivery Foundation.
Okay.
And we actually, just this morning, we chatted with the Technical Oversight Committee, got a really good response from them, and I think that that's progressing well, and hopefully we'll be part of a vendor-neutral foundation soon to further advance the project, because I think that gives this neutrality which we need to become a standard.
Absolutely. That's great news. You know, look, you and I, Stephen, talk all the time, right? CD Foundation it's about 2 years old now. And it went through a time where, you know, the initial leadership moved on. They recently put a new chair in and some new board members, and it seems to have revitalized CDF. And look, it's part of the Linux Foundation, right? So you
Yeah, no, I mean, the CD Foundation fundamentally has some really, really strong projects. Spinger, Tecton, Jenkins.
Absolutely.
With the new leadership, Fatih is joining as the general manager.
Right.
Also, I'm the chair of the governing board. There's
Oh,
a bunch
okay.
of new folks coming in to the marketing committee and proposing projects. So I think this is kind of like a renaissance of the CD Foundation, where it's going through another transformation. And the new projects coming in are broadening the portfolio from being pure continuous delivery technologies to bridging out to security, to observability, everything you would need to build an end-to-end DevOps platform entirely on open source technologies.
Love it. I like this another reason. I think at the end of the day, from how you're describing Persia, it's not just about security. It really is about how do we decentralize our, I digress, but I went up to see Linus's keynote this morning. One of the things I guess I knew but I didn't know was that not only did he start Linux, right, create a Linux, but he created Git, right? And it's pretty cool when you think about it. And the idea of having a decentralized repo like this, I don't know if it was something he envisioned when they did Git all those years ago or not, but there's so much that can be done there.
Yeah.
Right? It could be set free. You could set these repos free to some level.
No, I think a good parallel to that is like one of the ways which I've described people the level of change and innovation going into Persia is it's essentially Git for binaries.
Right.
We're building the decentralized Switzerland of binaries, so that now you can get all of your secure verified packages from this decentralized infrastructure. And something else which Linus Torvald said in his keynote this morning as well was that they're seriously looking at Rust, not only for building device drivers, but for doing some Linux kernel development. And we made the same assessment when we started the Persia project and are actually building the entire project in Rust, because it gives you, we believe today, the best high performance verifiable language where you can have a higher level of security guarantee on the code you're writing than if you built it in, for example, like C, C++, Go, and other technologies.
Well, look, today's choices around languages are nearly infinite. Today, Rust may look like a really good one. 5 years from now, 3 years from now, something cool comes out and you kick yourself, say, oh, I wish I could port it to that.
You say that, but most languages we're using today have been around for 20 plus years, so.
You think so, really? Well, yeah, most languages we're using, but when you
It's the
when
like
you
the
look at
compiler technology and the tool chain, and like getting things to the level where you can build production grade software is it's a decade of investment on any of the languages we're
Yes.
using today. And the languages people are most reliant on, like Python, Java,
Are old,
JavaScript,
no doubt,
they're-
have been around for a long time. But it does seem like every graduate student going for their PhD designs their own language or something. It's a whole nother story. So first of all, I want to wish you a lot of luck with Persia. When do you, no pressure, but when do you think we might hear some news on this CD Foundation and
Yeah, so
going
I mean,
forward?
in terms of the project, you can already go and try it. Persia.io. The peer-to-peer system is entirely functional. We have a backing authorized server, which will give you, with our partner Docker, official Docker images off the Persia network.
Oh, great.
Which is awesome. We're working with the CD Foundation to apply for incubating status. So we're very hopeful, but of course, you know, we want to go through the right technical vetting process there. And I think that the new stuff I mentioned, kind of this phase 2 work on our verified build infrastructure, should be ready by the end of the year. So we're moving
Very cool.
aggressively, but doing it in a collaborative
Oh, by the end
format.
of the year, I mean, like 6 months
Yeah.
is not a lot. All right, let me switch gears with you. So I've been listening all day to people talk about software supply chain security. And I just wonder why we haven't put more emphasis on the repo organizers to clamp down on knowingly out of date, insecure, vulnerable artifacts or code or whatever that their repo contains, right? I get that there's a freedom issue here, right? If someone wants to use this old version because they have a good reason for using it, knowing of the insecurities in it, so be it. But why aren't we doing a better job of warning people that, hey, don't use this unless you have a really good reason?
Okay, so I think that, first of all, this is a hard problem, and there is a lot of discussion efforts going into it. And I think you can categorize the type of work going into it into 3 buckets. So one set of work is going into shoring up the current central repositories. And there's a great working group that's part of OpenSSF, which is dedicated towards this. They have a plan which both companies are currently investing in, which requires some funding to improve, for example, signatures of people submitting to central repositories, having like more secure namespacing and verification of domains. And there's a whole bunch of things which are either inconsistently or not well applied from a security standard for central repositories. The second class of things which I think is important for this is security disclosures. So different security research firms, and we've been doing this a lot from our security research team at JFrog, both research vulnerabilities, they disclose vulnerabilities first to the person who's responsible or owns the asset which is vulnerable. So, and a lot of our recent disclosures have been basically malware or problems in central repositories. We found an exploit targeted at Azure developers, which was in NPM, where they specifically checked in packages with the Azure namespace left off. It's essentially a typo squatting attack. They got a lot of hits on this, and we reported it and had them pulled before it became an issue. But like, you need vulnerability research teams who are looking for this and helping to remediate it. And I think that the third one, getting back to the Persia project, is frankly, we need a next generation infrastructure which is secure by default.
I don't think the repos were built for that particular.
Yeah, so the fundamental table stakes are, do you have secure validation? Are you building from source, and can you verify and build a bill of materials off of it? And that's not true today of all the central repositories.
Agreed. Hey man, we're about out of time. Is there anything we missed on this?
No, I mean, this has been a great conversation. I mean, I've been enjoying the open source summit here in Austin, and I would say that for folks watching, join us out here next year, because this is an amazing event. Just the networking, the interactions. It's
The
worth
sessions are great too. I'll be on it. The ones I've been able to jump in on. But I'll also just mention that it is tomorrow and Thursday, and there is a virtual. They're
yeah, absolutely.
Streaming this virtually. You can check that out too, as I've mentioned earlier. Anyway, Stephen, thank you so much. Quick shout out also next month. Yeah, it's next month.
Yeah.
Yalla DevOps in Tel Aviv, July 18th.
See you in
We
Tel
will
Aviv.
be there. I think we're going to be doing our thing there. Actually, I'm on a panel there, but we're also broadcasting, and hope to see you there. All right, we're going to close out day 2. Well, it's really day 1, but it's our day 2 coverage of Open Source Summit here in Austin with the Linux Foundation. We'll be back tomorrow. I think we're on around 9:30 or 10 o'clock Austin time. And we'll see you then. Until then, have a great day, everyone. We're out.